Indian knowledge system. So I would like to welcome
somebody is logged into Zoom.
ऑनलाइन चलना तो मुझे वो म्यूट करना पड़ेगा।
ऑनलाइन चल रहा है। Somebody's mic is open with Zoom. इलेक्ट्रिकल वाला हो गया सर? हाँ वो तो हो गया। ये वायरलेस लगा रहे हैं। इको क्यों हो रहा है? इको क्यों हो रहा है?
on this bright Sunday morning and the conference of the Enigma of Perception, where we're going to explore the science through the lens of Indian knowledge system. So I would like to welcome Mr. Parveen Kumar, Director ISS, to inaugurate the conference.
And welcome to this wonderful conference. This is a day-long conference, and right from 40 till I think 7 p.m. we'll be around it. We're discussing about all aspects of perception, and around 10 to 11 speakers are going to deliberate on various aspects. And I welcome all the distinguished speakers and professors, especially Professor Arindam Chakrabarty, Professor Sachchidananda Mishra, Professor Madhusudan Penna, and Professor Madhumita, Professor Sohom Chakrabarty, Professor David, Professor Venkatesh, and Dr. Nivedita, and other faculty members and dear students from IIT Delhi. I also welcome guests who have joined online. I think more than 200 online participants will also be there. Now I request the speakers to come forward and pay our respects to Srila Prabhupada, who is the founder Acharya of ISKCON, and who was pioneer in starting this dialogue on consciousness studies in late 1970s. So I would request, please come forward and offer our best humble homage to Srila Prabhupada, and then we'll start formally our program.
Flowers, flowers. No flowers. We can do flowers available. We simply chant pranam.
Okay. So we'll simply gather around Srila Prabhupada, and you can just repeat me about his pranam mantra, and then we'll start. Namaha Om Vishnupadaya
Namo Vishnupadaya
Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale
Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale
Srimati Bhakti Vedanta
Srimate Bhakti Vedanta
Swami Niti Namine
Swami Namane
Namaste Saraswati Deve
Namaste Saraswati Devi
Gauravani Pracharine
Gauravani Pracharani
Nirvishesh Shunyavadi
Nirvishesha Shunyavadi
Paschatya Deshatarane.
Paschata Deshatarane.
Thank you very much. So we can take our seats and with the blessings of Srila Prabhupada, we'll start the conference. So in late 1970, I'll just start with an anecdote. When Srila Prabhupada was visiting MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Boston, for delivering a talk to the students and to interaction with the faculty members and professors and scientists there. And there he asked one pertinent question to the audience. And the question was, you have all the departments of knowledge, you have physics, chemistry, biology, every aspect of knowledge. But where is the department to study consciousness? And that was the beginning. And after that, so later on, not only Srila Prabhupada, his guru, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami, he was at his time known as living encyclopedia. He was also, if we study his, the literature and the lectures, and also his own guru, all talking about Chetana and consciousness. So Srila Prabhupada, when he moved to the West, he identified this gap between the knowledge in the Western and the Eastern knowledge, and he wanted to, emphasize the importance of consciousness studies in the academics. So he founded Bhaktivedanta Institute to engage with worldwide academics to present consciousness-based paradigm, which went on to conduct the first academic conference on consciousness in San Francisco in 1990. So Srila Prabhupada founded Bhaktivedanta Institute in 1970, and then he asked his PhD scholars and the members of Bhaktivedanta Institute to start engaging with the academia of the world. And that resulted into, in 1990, the first World Conference in Consciousness. That was attended by many Nobel laureates. That was in San Francisco. And that was the beginning of consciousness research in a big way in academia. And later on in we know that the famous conference, the Science of Consciousness, that is led by Stuart Hamroff and other the great leaders in consciousness. So that was the beginning of that particular, the conference that is still going on. And recently we participated, we also from ISS and from other, we participated in the Science of Consciousness conference in Barcelona. And we were amazed to see that there is a great interest in the academia now. And already this consciousness has become a mainstream now and around 700 professors, scientists from around the world, the great leaders like great scientists like Rosa Penrose, Donald Huffman, Stuart Hamroff, and all are, talking about consciousness, presenting their own theories and how consciousness can be explained and how, scientifically. So that's how. So why I'm telling you, because this is the basis. That's why we are sitting here in this one-day conference on perception, because perception and consciousness, they are in cognitive science. We have multiple theories to explain perception without consciousness, but there are still gaps which needs explanation. That's why this alternative path, or probably when we'll go through the whole day presentation, we'll understand the Indian knowledge system perspective on perception gives a major, thrust in the area to understand and to fill all the major gaps which the current modern, cognitive science is facing. So So I would request, so today the whole day we are going to discuss and deliberate the same agenda with from various angles of view. And before just starting, I'll take 5 more minutes to just tell you all about what ISS is doing for in last 15 years. And so, yeah, sound is not coming. Just a minute. Okay. Thinking within the field of Indian knowledge system is crucial for fostering a rigorous and analytical approach to understanding traditional knowledge. We know that millions of, and rather the billions of manuscript pages are there in Sanskrit and other Pali languages, but that knowledge of thousands of years of deliberation is still intact. But we are not able to connect that knowledge with the current paradigm and current knowledge system. So that's why the role of IKS becomes very important in bridging that gap. And second important thing is to what ISS emphasizes the loyalty to the parampara, respecting and preserving the wisdom passed down through generations while also encouraging a dynamic engagement with tradition and appreciation for the historical context and foundational principles of traditional knowledge. And the third ISS emphasis is on service to the society. IKS emphasizes the interconnectedness of knowledge, ethics, and social responsibility. Serving the society with this framework involves applying traditional knowledge to address contemporary challenges, promote sustainable practices, and contribute to the holistic well-being of the individuals and communities. So we started our humble beginning in 2011, and since then till 2024-25, we have been doing multiple conferences, both national and international level. And the major thrust came when we were identified, we were recognized by the Ministry of Education as an IKS research center. And so our main impact, if you see in statistics, 20 plus research publications we are already having, 13 plus national and international conferences, 200 plus seminars, 5 plus online courses on IKS, 270 plus educational videos on YouTube, and just 20,000 students and scholars. These are some of the main activities what we do, the fundamental research, workshops, the courses, IKS promotion activities, podcast, community conferences, and publications. The main objectives of ISS is harmonizing tradition with fundamental science and innovation for societal well-being, to establish a consciousness-based paradigm, to conduct regular workshops, seminars, and conferences on Bharatiya Gyan Parampara, to build inclusive, symbiotic, and sustainable societies by imbibing holistic Indian knowledge system, to pursue in-house research in Vedic literature with emphasis on scientific, technological, and philosophical aspects, to preserve India's heritage through unbiased scientific, technological, and intellectual presentations, to investigate the fundamental questions on origin of life and universe. So these are some of the research areas which we are right now into: meditation, mental health, near-death experience, out-of-body experience, and reincarnation researches, and perception. So this conference is a part of this, and Bharatiya Darshan. And these are related to the research, and in terms of education, courses on Bharatiya Gyan Parampara, podcast, and YouTubes. And the outreach activities, we conduct international conferences, IKS promotion, workshop seminars, and community of IKS scholars. Publications, we have a number of books and journal papers, conference papers, and newsletters. So thank you very much. And I, not taking much time now, I invite Professor Arindam Chakrabarty to start the first lecture. Thank you very much. Sir, का वो कहाँ पे है? Yeah. Mic.
This is
Yeah, so it's the down arrow. Okay. Okay. This is working. This is not. We do this or this.
this one.
So I don't need this.
I don't think so. अच्छा no, it's not, it's fine.
Okay. Am I audible now? Yeah, this. Yeah. Because I'll move.
No, it's just stop. It's just stop. Actually, there are two mics over here. That's a problem. I think we can switch it off. This one or this one? Like, okay, one is for Acha, Zoom in. Zoom. I think it should work.
No, it's still, there is a feedback sound. I'm hoping that since the organizers were not very fussy or strict about the Adi or the beginning of the time of the conference, so they will be also equally relaxed about the end of every speech and wouldn't be imposing a time limit. So it will be with an Adi, but with no Anta, like Ananta kind of lectures. I hope you all are ready for that. Actually, independent of Indian studies, consciousness studies, there is a journal. Somebody initiated this sound, you have to stop somehow. When you have a whole institute full of engineers, things like things take time.
It's not coming from there.
Right.
Unless you are right, actually, there are two mics.
So
If both the mics work, then the echo will come. So either
No,
one
it's not
needs
these
to be
two.
So maybe we can switch
This
this.
is
इससे नहीं होना चाहिए because it's different instrument. Let me try this.
this is better.
Yeah, you can keep it here maybe. For Zoom, we can keep it here. It is too.
Yeah. Alpasmitamukham Shantam Analpananda Sundaram Sheshatalpagatam Bande Vikalpatikam Achyutam. I composed this verse in praise of Vishnu Narayana using the word vikalpa because my topic today is nirvikalpaka perception. Please don't confuse it with nirvikalpaka samadhi, which I know Delhi IIT students are very much interested in. But the concept of vikalpa is a technical concept originally developed by Buddhist philosophers who are actually the source of the entire yoga tradition of India. Because before the Buddha, Indian philosophers and knowledge systems were focused on rituals, on sacrifices, judgments. The Astika philosophers had no respect for contemplation, for dhyana at all. Moksha was barely there. It was Swarga, Swarga Kamo Yajeta, sacrifice. The Nastika philosophers, originally called the Ajivikas, the roots of Nirgrantha, like Buddha's teachers, Arara, Kalam, although he was the source of Sankhya, but not talking about the Vedas, they were doing theories of ordinary perception and more interested, as in the Buddhist philosophies. If you read, unfortunately, the entire revived Sanskrit education system, I wish the Vice Chancellor of all Central Sanskrit University was here physically. He was here until most probably yesterday. He'll be here in Delhi tomorrow. But somehow he could not attend this one. But
I'm here online.
of course, consciousness was important in the Vedas, but it was not much of a topic of discussion. Kamatmana Swargapara. This is also Gita, describes the Astika philosophy of that kind of Vedic Mimamsa. Kamatmana Swargapara Janma Karma Phalapala Kriya Vishesha Bhulam Bhogaishwarya Gatim Prati. They were interested in after death, in enjoying 5-star heaven. That was the idea. It is the Ajivikas who developed an independent, without any trust in any scripture, an analysis of their inner consciousness as well as the sense organs. Having said that, I must say that paying attention to the sense organs did not start with the Buddha or the Ajivikas. It started with the Upanishads. Why? Because ultimately, from the Veda onwards, all the Vedic gods, especially Devatas, not Brahman, Devatas, they are nothing but generalized Indriyas. There is a direct connection between the name Indra and Indriya. That's another story. So the reason why the Buddhist tradition was contemplative was because they were monks. And the Vedic tradition was not into meditation, is they were grihasthas, they were householders. All of them. Vasishtha, Vishwamitra, all of them. None of them were sannyasis. Not even Vanaprastha. Vasishtha was living and doing philosophy with Arundhati, his wife, who we still want to see on a wedding day in the sky. But that doesn't mean that they were unspiritual, right? We are talking about consciousness studies and the connection with the Gaudiya Vaishnava movement. One very simple fact, we don't notice these very simple facts. Who is the starting point of the entire Gaudiya Vaishnava Bhakti movement? What is his name? His name is Chaitanya, man. What does Chaitanya mean? You don't have to say separately Krishna consciousness. Krishna consciousness is literal translation of Sri Krishna Chaitanya, which is the full name of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Chaitanya is important from the Vedas onwards. So don't misunderstand me. I'm not giving all the credit of consciousness studies to the Buddhists, but we should give some credit because they were together exploring the nature of sense perception. I know the organizers and this Institute of Spiritual Science, they are interested more in sort of weird consciousness. But first we have to set out simple consciousness, like Yoga Vasishtha says beautifully. Angulya-gre angushtasya vatadi asparshane sati yat sparsham. Like when we do this, with my finger, I touch the angusht. None of you, those who have followed either Mahesh Yogi or A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami or Gita, Consciousness Upanishads, most probably have sat through a simple, smart, ritualistic puja, which is a mixture of some Vedic mantras, some Tantric mantras, Bija mantras, and certain rituals, which are together, which generally is called all over India. You may be Shaiva, Vaishnava. When you do a Janmashtami puja or something, or a Durga puja or Kali puja, you do the same process. And one of them is a process called Angarnyasa and Karanyasa. You sanctify your body with certain root syllables. Why? Well, everything that you do, including philosophy, including what you call quantum physics, you do with your body. I'm very proud that our member secretary of the Indian Philosophical Research, who is a great Advaita and a great Nayayika, but in showing the proper spirit of Indian philosophy, not to ignore the body. He will be representing today. And don't be too quick to judge the Charvaka tradition, which is the materialist tradition, because he has a book called Navacharvaka Matam, the new Charvaka. And when you are doing it, of course, It's not your own view. But you do it with full respect. You don't represent it weakly in order to refute. You see whatever can be. And all these philosophers, Astikas, Nastikas, Vedic philosophers, Upanishad, Buddha himself, one common thing, they all notice the sense organs and the perception. One of the greatest Upanishads, for the first time, the goddess is mentioned there. Which Upanishad mentions goddess? Durga, Uma. One Upanishad. Which one? Kena Upanishad. Satasmin Nakashe Striyama Jagam Umam Aimavatim Bahusho Bhamanam. How does that begin? By naming senses. Kene Shitam Patati Preshitam Mana. Kena Prana Prasama Praiti Yukta. Kene Shitam Vachamimam Vadanti. These words that I am using, who is pushing that? And the answer comes. Shrotrasya Shrotram. Manaso Manoya. Vacho Vacham. Sol Pranasya Prana. Chakshushash Chakshu. Atimuchya Dhira. Pratyasman Lokat. Amrita Bhavanti. Eyes, ears, skin, heart of spirituality. 99% of spirituality enthusiasts who use the Hindi word Adhyatma, the Sanskrit word, for Adhyatmika, spiritual, do not know a simple Upanishad. If you have taken first year Sanskrit lesson in Upanishads, you would know the word Adhyatmika means bodily, with respect to the body. It doesn't mean Adidaivika. Why? Because the first meaning of Atma is the Annamaya Kosha. Somehow it became traditional now to name the 5 bodies, 5 portions. But Taittiriya Upanishad, where it first comes, it says, Esha Annamaya Atma, Pranamaya Atma, Manomaya Atma, and then eventually with Prana, Rasatama Kosha. The word Kosha comes. The Atma includes the body. And of course, next level of subtlety is the sense organ. Now, my topic today, I'll come to vikalpa later on. My topic today is this very important 1500-year-old question, 1500-year-old question. When we see this, I'm not naming it, book, blue, rectangular, these words I don't know. I'm trying to retrieve as a baby what I saw first. When I see this, what is the correct account? Do I open my eyes and see something nameless, wordless, no concept, no predicate, no nothing, no judgment? I can't even say what I see. I see something. You know, this. Even that is a word. This is a word. Is that the purest perception without concepts? Because after that, the moment I say, it is a book, then I am putting in the set of all books. This is all these other books in the world, past, future, and present books. You look at an insect and you say that's an ant. A-N-T. Ant. Well, there are trillions of ants. But when you see a particular one, the question was, does your sense organ make contact with all the hands, all the books? No. Although in science, you have to generalize. You see a sample. Experiment going on the COVID virus. You put a control group of under maybe 20 circumstances in 20 different countries, in 20 different temperatures. COVID virus. Already there is generalization. Under these different circumstances, same virus? Really the same? This is the question. Is it the same? Okay, one of them you put under the microscope and you see those things. You know, the YouTube and the internet is the new substitute of medieval paintings. People who see them and they claim, I've seen Jesus with a halo. I've seen Krishna in the calendar. Like that, people claim nowadays. You have seen photographs. They forget that it's a photograph of something. When they have it on the screen, they don't have the virus on the screen. But people forget. And we enjoy that because it gets us grants. Because the grant giver wants to see, show me what you're doing. Well, sir, I cannot show you what I'm doing. I can show you a photo of a photo of a photo of that. Can you all hear me in the back? Right? I mean, barring not wanting to hear me, but if you want to. But so vikalpas are these concepts, predicates, generalities. In some other schools called saman, general. Samananandam, that which is common to all. Many hands. This is a book. Bookness is common to all the books. Right? I think those who are nodding yes are philosophy students. None of them, none of the others will nod. Except that in IIT Humanities, it will be one of the neglected, because if good philosophy is done here by the engineers, not by the philosophers. Although there are very good philosophy teachers in this department also. And my son is still teaching. So I did all of this to show what my Mangala Shloka was. Albasmita Mukham, Shantam, Analpa Ananda Sundaram, Shesha Talpa. Talpa means bed. Gatam Bande, Vikalpatikam Achyuta. Achyuta, Narayana, who is never deviated, never achyuta from anything, always where he was, okay, is beyond vikalpas, beyond concepts. And then I have a place for my spiritual teacher and my academic teacher, which I won't explain. Jo aso reme ramanamni yoga na virarama tam shabdati tam guru bande sita ramam dayaganam nyayamrita nadi yena dushpara kritatirthika naumi vidya shrishatirtham vyasatirtham dvitiyakam. This is about my teacher, Swami Vidyashri Shatirth. So the question is whether non-conceptual, non-predicative sense perception is possible. This is very much a live debate in contemporary Western epistemology and cognitive science. So I'm starting with currently alive professors of philosophy of mind, a famous Oxford philosopher who shifted to Pittsburgh, and his name is John McDowell. He's kind of my teacher. He was the examiner of my DPhil. But he originally started, like all of you should, from the classical philosophy, Greek philosophy, his edition of the Theaetetus by Plato, should be read by philosophy students. Some philosophers, such as John McDowell, argue against the very intelligibility of the notion of a state, cognitive state, within the space of reasons that claims to be cognitive without involving any concept. You will see when I give my refutation, although it's an extremely popular, perhaps the majority view is the opposite one, the view of very much alive, younger than John McDowell, Sean Kelly, and this is Jose Bermudez, who is constantly writing now also. They're very much for, not against, the notion of non-conceptual perception. They point out that unless we conflate knowledge with knowledge claims, see, Bermudez thinks that even the cockroach, which goes and tests out last night's food that I've kept uncovered, middle of the night, the cockroach goes and tests it. It has a perception. Of course, it doesn't claim I am now tasting Arindam's 3-day-old cooking. It doesn't claim anything. But similarly, neither does the Nirvikalpaka perceiver claim that I am perceiving. Aham pashyami, aham shrunomi. This is not the form of Nirvikalpaka perception. Because that's the second level knowledge. That's called metacognition. What is the form that a direct cognition takes? Even when it is savikalpaka, okay? It takes the form, this is blue, that's white. This is hot, this is rough, that is smooth. This is sharp. This is already predicates are there. But please distinguish between the cognition, this is sharp. A body comes in contact with the edge of a knife. And in some metaphorical sense, the brain comes up with the judgment. This is sharp. This is judgment, not Nirvikalpaka. This is the subject which we call qualificant, visheshya, and is sharp is the predicate, which is the vikalpa, the qualifier. If you want a crisp term, non-technical, the thing and the feature. There are featured things in the world. Yellow chairs, okay, shiny steel railings. This is a railing. There are many railings in the world. Being a railing is a property of the thing. But these people, supporters of this pure, what I call raw perception, I couldn't resist a slight dig at Christians. I'm sorry, but because the most peculiar doctrine of Roman Catholicism and Christianity in general is called Immaculate Conception. That is, Virgin Mary conceived without any Purusha Samjog. There was no tainting of her womb. She was pure. And so I called Nirvikalpaka perception Immaculate Perception. And I was opposing them. That this is not possible. A perception would not be a cognition unless it has the possibility of entailing some action that you can take on the basis of it. This is gone sour. I don't eat it. I taste the milk. It's gone sour. So you reject it. Rejection is the action which is on the basis of the sourness of the perception. Right? From Nirvikalpaka, no action follows. That's my seventh argument why Nirvikalpaka should be rejected. But the Buddhist says, who is interested in action? Karmanya karmaya pasyet. So we are not interested. Action gets us into suffering. So get into meditation. See the Swalakshana. And these people are not interested in that, but they're interested in finding what is common among animals. The owl sees, the dog perceives. The dog doesn't have a name of all the smells, but it smells more fine-grained things than our language can. One of the claims is not that Nirvikalpaka cannot make distinctions. It makes more distinctions than language can make. Language is what in Hindi is called bhadra, too crude, not sukshma. This is one. So, although it is raw, but raw has more fine grains in it than linguistic. So, Nirvikalpaka, which I'll for the rest of the talk called N perception, N for non-conceptual, N for Nirvikalpaka. English name non-conceptual, Sanskrit name Nirvikalpaka, N perception. Okay. And the other is S perception, Savikalpaka. Right? I think Jayanta Bhatta is, how do you place Jayanta Bhatta versus Vachaspati Mishra, time-wise? Who is earlier?
Vachaspati Mishra.
Earlier. In spite of Vachaspati Mishra doing the main change in Nyaya. So this Nirvikalpaka was a Buddhist thing. And if you look at Dinaga and Dharmakirti, only Nirvikalpaka perception is real perception. All other perceptions are inferences packaged as perception. Because what is the form of an inference? Where you give reasons, that is inference. I don't give a reason for calling it cold. This is colder. Cold touch, smooth. So what is the reason that it is smooth? I don't know. I don't need a reason. It's a raw perception. But if I say this is a book, okay, and you say, how do you know this is a book? I will say, because it has the shape of a book and it has pages. This is Hetu. So this is, the Buddhists would say, look, this is not pure perception. You are giving reasons, premises. So you are drawing conclusions. This cognition, this is why this discussion of whether conceptual or non-conceptual perception is possible should be at the heart of all cognitive science. Because what does cognition mean? Which is more representative of cognition? Giving arguments or sharpening your experience? Two models. Both are important in science. You have to sharpen your experience, but as you know, you don't have to come to wait to Einstein. Right from Pythagoras and definitely from Newton, mathematics is the heart of physics. And mathematics is not perception. Mathematics you can do completely closing your eyes. Nilakanta is commentary on Aryabhatiya. A dear missed friend, much older than me, called Radham Narasimha from Bangalore, Nias, and he was ISRO, one of the gurus. He showed me that passage of, he was a great Sanskrit and a Yoga Vasishtha expert. He said that Nilakanta says, I can draw a diagram to prove the theorem that the square on the hypotenuse is equal to the square on the base and the perpendicular. But that is for lower intelligence people. And diagram should not be needed. It should be like Descartes' second meditation. Third meditation starts by, I will stop my ears and I will close all the windows of Indriya. Sense organs are distractions. I do pure mathematics. This pure mathematics is not pure perception, but just the opposite. It is pure concept, only concept. It's like Kant's categories, pure concepts. So on the one side is generalities, concepts, nothing to do with the body, nothing to do with the senses. On the other side is just the senses. just the senses. So there is an inner, it will become more controversial in Sachchidananda Mishra's talk. But is there an underground friendship between the Charvakas who are perception only and the Buddhists? There may be. Although the Buddhists officially, because they are our great logicians, they gave us the theory of inference. But when it comes to their own personal practice, they are trying to retrieve the newborn baby's untainted, socially uninfluenced, pure, raw perception. Why? Unless a cognitive state consisting of something phenomenally looking some way to someone can be directly an intentional awareness without involving concept predication. And this is put very beautifully by a 2024 paper. Perception, even N perception, has cognitive content without involving concepts. There is content, but no concept. That's difficult, right? Others, so indeed such direct perceptual acquaintance, which both humans and non-human creatures, such as cats and birds, can have. Can you still hear me? Good. Has been considered by these given friendly philosophers to be what gives perception its distinctive character. If we did not have eyes and ears, but already in Upanishad stories, eyes and ears and touch and smell, they were getting too proud. And they're saying, without me, you cannot survive. But they left the body was still fine. So finally we get one God called Prana. And there is such a earthy, worldly metaphor, analogy. When Prana was about to go, that was like some of the northwestern India stallions. It says Sindhu Desha, a horse, the horse is stabilized by 4 ropes binding it to some, what are those things called? Kilakas. Anchors, and which are dug into the hole. And the horse, if it wants to go out, it uproots them and goes out along with the anchors. The whole body was about to die because prana was going out. So then prana becomes, now is prana another indriya? Yes. But what they were in search for in the Upanishad, sau pranasya prana, is the life of life. Is that going to be researched in cognitive science? We are not sure. You might have the ambition, but if anyone out of over-enthusiasm comes and shows you a picture of Atman, you should disbelieve them. They don't know what they are talking about. Chakshushash chakshu. And this move of having an organ which looks outside and another organ which looks at its activity. You are perceiving, I'm touching it, I'm seeing a bright yellow patch. I'm a fashion designer. I'm looking at a colored pastel, a palette of colors to decide what the next imprint of the sarees will be. But there is another entity which is even in that outward worldly person who is noticing that I am noticing. This is metacognition. In Nyaya, it is called Anuvyavasaya. In Madhva dualist Vedantin, it is called Sakshi. It's on this concept of witness consciousness as Sakshi, not in Advaita Vedanta, but in Dvaita Vedanta, that in the volume that you have edited on Motilal, Srinivasa Varakhedi has written a paper on Sakshi. right? This is, you are witnessing. That you are noticing. But this move, it is the year of the year. Not year with a Y, but EAR, year. Shrotrasya Shrotra. Manaso Mana, mind of the mind. I'm going way beyond my topic, but because there are Vaishnavas here who might have read a little bit of the Bhagavatam, there is an amazing use of this device of metacognition in a subtlety, in a subtle way, which is the subtlety is beyond all sciences and philosophies. But it's only Bhagavatam can do that, which is Krishna disappeared from the Rasa dance night, the full moon night dance, because the female partners were too proud, and so he disappears. And then he comes back after they cry and they sing the Gopi Gita song. When he comes back, there is a half verse that describes how is Krishna looking. Tasam agirabut shauri smayamana mukham, which I started alpasmitam. He has a smile, a little bit, slightly that kind of smile, which is described in the beginning of the second chapter of the Gita. So smayamana mukham becomes, and then the final description is, he's the eros of eros. Sakshan manmata manmata. He's the manmata of manmata. Manmata is one who churns the mind. Our eros, our calm, our lust, our sexual energy. That makes, churns our mind. Everything upsets, right? There was an old Smita Patil film called Manthan, which was about, dairy farm. But this whole was a metaphor for this manmatha, for this cupidity. In Latin, this is called cupiditas, kama. Those of you who know a little bit about mantra vidya should know that the seed syllable for Bhagavan Krishna and kama are the same. Madana for eros and Krishna, it is the bija clean for this, both of them. Kama bija. So, but he is not kama. He is definitely not influenced by kama. He is the kama of kama. He is the prana of prana. Now, one of the reasons why Nirvikalpaka I reject is that Nirvikalpaka is never registered by metacognition. It is beyond Anuvya. Anuvya, there is no introspective direct first person evidence that I am now having a Nirvikalpaka perception. That's not possible. That's rejected excluded by the notion of N perception. N perception eludes my second order perception. If I perceive that the table is brown, I can also perceive, I am perceiving that the table is brown. But if I perceive, I can't tell you what, N perception, then I can't have a meta anubhyavasaya of that. But still, there are strong arguments. This debate concerning non-qualificative nishprakaraka, hence indeterminate nirvikalpaka, and sensory awareness is at least 1500-year-old. In Indian epistemologists, Buddhists have sometimes gone to the extreme of defining all perception as non-conceptual, non-linguistic, and untainted by any predicative construction. I had a colleague who is also a Japanese philosophy specialist and was very impressed by this. But he had a very personal habit. He would always want to share some experience that he has had. Like he was into weird things, like I saw somebody, looking on from a distance at a spoon, and the spoon was bending, that kind of guy, right? But he would start his description of his own experience by the sentence, I can't tell you what I saw. I said, well, don't. But then he would go on for 2 hours, telling me what he can't tell me. And I think all the lyrical philosophers are like that. Youth is ineffable by beyond words. But hota hai, I'll give you the theory. But of course, I'm making a lampoon out of that. Dharmakirti is very special philosophers. So, Kalpana is construction, conceptual construction. It is like tampering with experience. The moment language comes, the Buddhists are very suspicious of language. The Vedic people are in love with language. So much so that one of the greatest philosophers, not any of the 6 systems, but grammarian philosophy, Bhartrihari, he says, Nasosti prattayo loke, just shabdanuramaadrite. Without words, there is no cognition. Cognition, impossible. Not only that, not only is cognition impossible without some insemination of language, there is no world without word. And he says this is the essence of the Vedic teaching. Why? How did the world come into existence? Suddenly there was the sound, bhuriti bharat bhuvamasrija. When the word bhu came, which also is the root word for being, but when it changes from Raso to Dirgho, it becomes the name of earth. Bhuriti bharat bhuvamasrija. From that sound bhu, Yarati, earth came. Bhuva, middle region came. Swa, the high firmament, the high heavens came. That's not where it stopped. Maha, another loka. Jana, tapa, satyam. Thrice a day, we are supposed to, those who have got Brahmin, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, they are supposed to repeat these. Om bhu, om bhuva, om swa, om maha, om jana, om tapa, om satyam. These words, Buddhists don't believe in any of this. They said this is all bullshit. Brahminical bullshit. Both the Buddha as well as Dr. Ambedkar will tell you that. It's all bullshit. Go to your experience. The experience of a menial labor, the experience of a dying person, the experience of a sick person, which made the prince leave his palace and go. Get back to the root of experience. That is end perception. Now comes sort of the opposite side, what is intriguing. How many of you recognize this painting? I know this aesthetics too. Does anybody here know who this painted is?
Maybe they can go to Amrita Shergill Marg and...
Yes, Amrita Shergill painted these Brahmin boys doing Vedic chanting. So this is my image for Mimamsa. What is intriguing is that the Mimamsaka, both Bhatta and Prabhakara, Kumarila Bhatta and Prabhakara Mishra, themselves hardcore realists. They are not like Yogacara Buddhists, that there is nothing external world, it's only our perceptions. Our pure Swalakshana perceptions, that's all that there is. Vijnana, only mind exists. Matter doesn't exist. That nothing could be more opposite than the Charvakas, right? So Vijnanavada Buddhists cannot be Charvakas. And yet their theory of perception is vikalpa only. It's a very complex problem, philosophical problem. Yesterday I read a quotation by a 21st century young philosopher. Beautiful quotation. It says, for every complex problem, there is always one simple, elegant, and rigorous and wrong solution. The solution is very simple, rigorous and wrong. Complex problems are complex problems. You can't hashtag them. You have to go through slowly through the problem. So they said, they oppose the Buddhist phenomenalism or the Buddhist mistrust of language, Mimamsakas. Utpattikastu Shabdaissa Arthasya Sambandha. This is original. Eternal, words are eternal. Vedic words are eternal. They don't believe in Sphotavada theory, but they believe in eternal word meaning connections. Buddhists don't believe in that. And yet, those Mimamsakas, and most disappointingly for me, my school, Nyaya, they also have to accept. They reject the Buddhist definition of perception. What is the Buddhist definition of perception? Pratyakṣam kalpana podam, untouched by, untainted by kalpana or construction, that is pratyakṣam, nama jatyadi asamlipam. There is no name attached to perceptual experience. So this word blue does not come from my eyes. Nobody else. Because if it did, then the word Nila also would come. But Nila and blue, which one? Is my eyes saying? You say, we see differently. If you know Hindi or Tamil, you see differently. No, you don't see differently. You see the same as an owl sees. Okay? They were Indian philosophers, were always watching animals. Mahabharata is full of the greatest stories of wisdom are told by animals. A crow, a pigeon couple, they teach the greedy hunter how to self-sacrifice for the sake of another person's suffering. Mahabharata. Why? Because we have commonalities between animals and us. Not only in Ahalya, but in perception. That's why the blind man's dog becomes his eyes. Right? That's why you trust the vulture's eyes which looks down. Dharmakirti, of course, in Pramana Vartika is mocking the Jainas, because Jainas thought that our ultimate purpose of yoga and spiritual practice is to become omniscient. Omniscient means knowing everything, like what is called in scientific research remote vision. If you can know what is beyond the wall, have. So Dharmakirti says, if you are interested in knowing what is far away, having television, then why don't you worship vultures? We don't worship vultures, we worship the Buddha. Well, isn't Buddha omniscient? Yes, only in the sense he knows everything that needs to be known to reduce the suffering of other people. That's all he knows. He doesn't know how many he doesn't know how many insects are there in the air. How many viruses, how many, live cells are there in a certain rotting food. He doesn't know that. But the Jaina omniscient knows that. Big difference between the two. And yet, Shalikanatha, who is the author of Prakarana Panchika and author of Mimamsa, they would admit that perception is of two types: qualificative, non-qualificative. P perception, N perception, and S perception. The distinction also seeped into the direct realist Nyaya school. And you can read that. I'll go quickly. In this paper, I collect seven arguments against the very notion of non-conceptual perception by trying to jettison the notion of non-qualificative, indeterminate, pre-predicative perception within. So I'm rejecting immaculate perception completely. But there are reasons why it is accepted. Other than me and outside of Nyaya, there is one school, Vyasatirtha, in his meticulously polemical critique of Gangesha, called Tarkatandava. Okay, I translate the title Tarkatandava as a deadly dance of dialectics. Also refutes the notion of non-conceptual perception, but I use arguments different from those adduced by this great Madhva dualist logician. You should do what is never done. This image of a traditional Madhva, Karnataka, image of Vyasatirtha arguing like that. You should compare that with his worst enemies, the Buddhist Tibetans arguing. They also have a similar posture of argumentation. Okay. So at the basic level of raw perception and the highest logical argumentation, the gestures are the same for all possible things. Okay. I try to show that direct realism about the ordinary external objects, rich with qualities and universal properties, is incompatible with the admission of raw, ineffable, preconceptual sensory awareness. And that even great Nyaya Advaita experts like Jain Mohanty, phenomenologist, he wrongly says that it is very important for a realist like Husserl or Nyaya to actually, Brentano, to believe in preconceptual end perception, vikalpa perception. Why? Because then you get in touch with things as they really are. One of my arguments is that is just the opposite of the truth. Because for a realist is not talking about weird things as real. These colored flowers, they sound with a certain pitch, properties, hundreds properties of one particular feather. These properties individuals are what is really there. These properties are not invented by us. That is realism. It is already there. The rose would be red, according to Nyaya, even if human retina didn't exist. That is not the view of some sciences. Scientists are becoming more and more anti-realist. They would say, oh, well, for the bees, which have thousands of eyes, maybe the rose has no color or something. But no, the world that we are describing is the world of rich particulars with properties. And what is the point of appealing to a propertyless, pure, raw, no predication, no qualification, featureless perception of I can't even tell what, in order to reach the actual world, when the actual world is teeming with properties? So this is a myth, and it doesn't match realism. I'll go like the fastest on the Bharat Express and quickly give you my 7 arguments, and that's the end. This is not the final. Please don't take me as saying this is Indian knowledge system. There is no rides, like Professor Varakhedi, he rides a swan always. But he's on a Hansasana, always on the sky. He went down and he saw that all the cows that he stole. Oh, why am I there? This is like Brahma said, here's one, another cow. So he saw he had stolen all the cows of Krishna to test him. And they are with him. He can see them, but he sees all of them down there also. So he gives up. And then he faints first on the swan. And then he has a stuti. Nobody notices. By the way, in that way, Bhagavata describes as what did Krishna do? He did Dvitiyayitam. He made a second copy of everything. Dvitiyayitam. Not because he was like original Brahmana Bhuvaneshwar, missing a partner, ekaki naramati, not like that. He just for fun did that. So Brahma says, in one part of it, he says, I know that we who are debating is word eternal or temporary. Is perception nirvikalpa or savikalpa? Is there God, creator God or not? Is the creation, does it have a first Big Bang beginning or is it eternal? Eternally we are debating. And Brahma says, we know that debate is happening inside your womb, he says to Krishna. And like a pregnant mother, in that stuti, you are enjoying the kicks that we are throwing at each other. Like we are alive as the fetuses. This is a description. First argument from Gautama's definition. Definition of perception that all the Nayayikas admit. Indriyartha sannikarshajanyam, jnanam, abhyapadeshyam, abhyabhichari, vyavasayatmakam, pratyakṣam. It has the word vyavasayatmakam, which means of the nature of certainty, judgment. This is not a sutra which distinguishes kinds of perception. Anumana Sutra is like that. Anumana definition sutra already has division. Very little of definition. Atatatpurvakam trividam anumanam. Trividam means three kinds. There is no mention of dividing perception in perception. All these words are equally applicable to all perception. After Vachaspati, nobody believes that. But Vatsalana interprets it like that. Jayanta can interpret it like that. All the words, including Vyavasayatmakam, should be applicable to all perception. The word Vyavasayatmakam, ascertainment, does not apply to Nirvikalpaka. Therefore, Nirvikalpaka is not a perception by Gautama's standard. The only way to handle it is to say arbitrarily that Jnanam, Indriyartha sannikarshajanyam, this much is definition of perception. Then Vyavasayatmakam is savikalpaka perception and abhyapadeshyam is nirvikalpaka perception. This is imagination of the commentator. Second argument, the single basic cognition rule, a scientific rule that grounds the postulation. As I told you, there is no evidence, intuitive evidence of nirvikalpa, N perception. N perception may happen, but we don't register it. According to those who believe in it, nobody says, I've had an experience of, I can see that I'm having. No, that's not possible. It's only a scientific inference, postulation. Okay. Why? For a simple rule, which is a vyapti, a generalization, all Vishishta Buddhi, all qualified, if you have to know Fx, then you have to know F first, separately. If you have to know this is a cow, then cowness as a property has to be first known independently. No, the rule is, if you are knowing a complex object, one object with a property, property plus object, then both the property and the object should be objects of knowledge. Agreed? But it says that in the previous moment, separately one of the properties and then another has to be known. That it doesn't follow. You would say, well, you have to construct that feature plus thing. So first feature must be given. This is another big difference between the Buddhist Nirvikalpaka and the Nyaya Nirvikalpaka. Nyaya Nirvikalpaka originally is of the property only. And the Buddhist Nirvikalpaka is of the particular without the property. So this is cow. This Nyaya Nirvikalpaka is not this. First I have to know cowness. Buddhist Nirvikalpaka, I have to know this. And both of these are conflated. And Kumar, being such a sophisticated philosopher, in the Pratyakṣa Sutra, I mean that Chakrabarty, he says it is like a baby's alochana jnanam prathamam, like a baby's first knowledge. Okay, no language, no nothing, something in the world, a booming, buzzing, confusion, etc., etc. No, that rule doesn't work. So the central argument is a counter-example to that rule. Vaisheshikas believe in a kind of doubt called anadyavasaya, where the options is that a tree or a man, is that a wall, glass wall, or it is empty. This kind of doubt, the options are not spelled out. You encounter something, you don't know what it is, and you are asking, Kimidam, what is this? This is anadyavasaya. Anadyavasaya obviously is a Vishishta Jnana. It's a qualified awareness. But the Visheshana is not present before. Without any Visheshana Jnana previously, you directly have this interrogative Kim is the qualifier. Okay. So this rule has many exceptions, and on the basis of this rule, it's a very shaky inference. That's the second argument against it. Third, Gangesha's revised and refined definition of perception. Gangesha, the great new Nayayika, rejects Gautama's definition of perception and defines perception as that cognition, very interesting for cognitive scientists, that cognition which is not caused immediately by another cognition, which is directly caused by the object. All inferences are cognitions caused by other cognitions. So jnana karanakam jnanam is inference. Jnana akaranakam jnanam. Now, if we believe in that, nirvikalpaka, then savikalpaka perception, my perception that Penna is wearing a grey shirt, that he is wearing a grey shirt, savikalpaka perception, that will become disqualified. Because this perception is caused by another cognition. It is jnana karanaka. So jnana karanakam jnana. To solve this, Gangesha changes the definition of karana. And the Indyartha Sannikarsa becomes the Vyaparavat karana, and so on. So too many manipulations and machinations have to be done just to defend that. So nirvikalpaka, if you get rid of it, then you can solve all of those problems. Fourth argument, if I see a smiling face, I need not first see the pure smile. The theory of N perception is that if I see him smiling, okay, because I'm getting way beyond my time limit, the smile is a kind of cruel smile. But if I say, I don't know whose face is it, I'm not seeing the face. First, I'm purely seeing the smile. I don't even know it's a smile, but first I saw the smile, and then I saw, there's a face under it. This can only happen in Alice in Wonderland, where there is a cat and the smile only is left. The grin is left, the cat is gone. This cannot happen. This is totally counterintuitive, that you first see the Visheshanas. Okay. Whereas in actual Sannikarsha, my eye have a Samyoga Sannikarsha, my eyes have a Samyoga Sannikarsha with the face. The face has Samavaya of a smile in it. So I see a smiling face, and I see simultaneously all these Sannikarsha. You say, but Manas can only pay attention at one thing at a time. But Manas does not have to attend to all of these as separate itemized objects. It is a total smiling face is one object. A hall full of people, Manas can focus on that. Not any of you, but all of them. Not one after. I don't have to give the false theory. First, I take 1 microsecond to see him, then another microsecond to see him, then this, and then I can construct the whole. That is what P theory, the end perception theory, looks like. So it is counterintuitive. Fifth argument, all genuine perceptions are knowledge. Perception is a kind of pramana. All knowledge has to have truth in it. Even if justification is not there, a knowledge has to be true. The Nyaya definition of truth requires that the predicate to which I attach in the cognition must be there in the property. Without predication, Prakarakatva is not there. Without that, there is no Yatharthata. Without that, there is no Pramatva. Without that, there is no Pratyakṣa. Nirvikalpaka has no Pratyakṣa because it does not have Prakash. It doesn't have predication. And Nayayikas admit this. They say Nirvikalpaka perception is neither knowledge nor error. A third category. Where did that come from? Because of the bias that I have to have. So then there's the sixth argument, and the seventh argument is, I'm skipping the sixth argument. No action follows from Nirvikalpaka, from end perception. The fatal flaw and internal incoherence of the Buddhist theory of Nirvikalpaka is this. Buddha himself was a great pragmatist. My late lamented colleague David Kalpahana used to claim that William James and Buddha believed in pragmatism. And it's true. When all the rest of Indian philosophers were discussing Patra, Dharma, and all these theoretical matters, he said, look, people are suffering. In the fire sermon, he said, everybody is suffering. What is more important? Not to diagnose how the world came into existence, but to reduce people's suffering. He's a pragmatist. So that's why in his definition of pramana, any good cognition should have a practical implication. Arthakriyakarita. Nirvikalpaka has, by their own admission, end perception has no action following. How does the Buddhist manage that? In Hetubindu and Hetubindu Tika of Durveka Mishra, Dharmakirti says, well, indirectly, Nirvikalpaka perception, riding, sleeping on the ocean, or on the bed of Savikalpaka, of judgments, also bring about action. So it says, Savikalpa Talpashayini, Nirvikalpaka Dhi becomes Arthakriyakar. Now, why? Ultimately, it is the Savikalpaka perception that gets us into the world and makes us do action, perceptual judgments. And that's why Jadavpur said, Asmakam Nayayika tu Savikalpa Pratyakṣa Maya Prana. Thank you.
We have a question.
Okay.
So recently there is a paper published in Cognitive Science which talks about that, and the conclusion is that the perception is nirvikalpa only.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
There are at least 100 papers who actually say that.
yeah. So one the argument is that, for example, if I see a red apple, right? So the brain areas which first get activated is the visual area to see the redness and the shape, and then the language area to conceptualize that it's red. So both the areas, there is a difference of 150 to 300 microseconds difference. So first the visual area gets activated, and then the temporal area for the language. So that means there is a sequence to how I'm perceiving. It's not something I'm getting everything in one go.
I know. I talked a little bit about it, about the sequencing.
Yeah.
This is always the problem when science, without the proper preparation,
Yes.
gets into philosophy, especially of perceptual consciousness. Now, the causal mechanism, right? If I now go and put a dot here, there are at least 1,000 causal mechanisms that are required for that dot to have come from the fingers, etc., and the makers. But wouldn't it be complete stupidity to say that my cognition of it as a single dot involves in the content of the cognition all the steps which made into the causal history of how that dot came into existence? That's stupidity. That's like saying the taste of a cherry that I take. In fact, the non-conceptual perception people themselves would protest against this, because the taste of a cherry is one pinpoint thing. In order to accept that, the brain has to go through a sequence of activities. But that sequence has no role in the content of the taste. Nothing. That's like looking, when I'm very angry, if somebody says, I have read 5 papers, anger really starts in the amygdala. So the shape of my anger, what I'm feeling is like the shape of the amygdala. That's stupidity. I remember thousands of things because of the hippocampus. The hippocampus looks of a certain size. Is my memory of that size? So, I mean, we shouldn't even read without reading the. But that brain argument is a very bad argument. But there are completely phenomenological. Within the content arguments that the Buddhists give and Baludes gives these days, which are very strong answer. I can answer all the 7 objections myself. So I'm not saying the debate is closed, but let us not get seduced by something. I mean, if you are going to be seduced by those papers, I welcome you to be seduced by mine as also.
Thank you very much, Professor Chakrabarty. Thank you very much. So I would like to welcome Dr. Vaibhav Tripathi, Assistant Professor, Cognitive and Brain Science, IIT Gandhinagar. I would like to welcome Dr. Vaibhav Tripathi. Okay. His online available. Okay.
Hello.
So we are.
Just
Dr. Tripathi, we are audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Am I audible? Yeah, switch on. Okay, maybe just let me.
Yeah, can
you speak?
Yes, hi. Am I audible? Can you hear me? You'd have to probably volume.
He's there. Please unmute it. Mic रखेंगे, speaker से. Also. इससे स्पीकर से इनपुट नहीं ले रहा है इनसे. No?
So why don't you can start? Yeah, you can start.
Yeah, is my screen audible? Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible.
लैपटॉप में आ रहा है.
I'm okay. I'm audible to the.
Yes.
In Zoom, I'm audible, I guess. But I think is my screen visible? Just let me again share it. Is my screen visible now? Okay, it's visible on Zoom. Just wanted to make sure it's visible at the institute. Okay, okay. So I hope I'm audible to the audience in IIT as well as here on Zoom. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Tripathi. I'm a professor, assistant professor in cognitive and brain sciences at IIT Gandhinagar. And today I'll be talking about the cognitive models of perception, perspective from modern neuroscience and Indian sciences as well. And we see how we can actually bridge that gap. So the former speaker talked a lot about the philosophical background of it. We'll try to go a bit more into the neurosciences of it and see what are the current modern neuroscientific models around it. So a brief highlight of what we do. So we here at IIT, I run this lab called the Integrative Neuroscience and Technology Lab. So we integrate ideas of neuroscience and technology across theoretical behavioral neuroscience, include aspects of data science and neuroscience as well. And we, in terms of theory, we also based on not only like modern theoretical constructs, but also philosophical constructs and how we can make model based on these Indian philosophical arguments and frameworks. So before going into that, I'll briefly talk a bit about illusions. So we are talking here about perception, but I like to talk a bit about illusions as such. So I'm not sure if I can get an answer from the IIT audience, or maybe on the Zoom, maybe they can interact. Okay. So what do you see here? Do you see a triangle? Maybe people in Zoom can reply on chat, or I maybe. How many of you do see a triangle? Maybe in the audience there's a raise of hands. I'm hoping people can raise their hand. Yes, okay, Rajivji, good, thank you. Yes, triangles and circles. Effectively, there is no triangle. The triangle you are making in your head. There are circles, but there's no triangle. there is no shape of the triangle, but your mind, your brain is filling it in. Similarly, let's look at this image. So here it's a image of either you can see a vase or a vase, or you can see a face. Now, very interestingly, if you look at the face, you miss the vase. I can unmute and speak. I'm unmuted. Am I not audible in the institute?
You are audible.
Okay. Yeah. Achha. So, if you're looking at the face, you miss the vase. If you're looking at the vase, the vase, you miss the face. And interestingly, this particular perception is going back and forth. If you're looking at the face, the vase is not visible, and it's going back and forth. And interestingly, scientists have understood that there is a rhythm with which it can go back and forth. You're switching between these two concepts in your brain. Again, it's the same image, but your perception is depending on certain concepts in the brain, and then that is going back and forth. Another image, another illusion, so Zoom audience can do it well, but I'm hoping you, so can you fixate on the square, the fixation square in the middle? If you look at this fixation square, and then with, like, if you look at the fixation square and just attend to this movement of the green thing around. If you do that, you might start seeing a green dot moving around. Can you see that?
Yes, we are able to see it.
Yeah, that dot does not exist, but in your brain, it's confounding this after image as a green dot. So are we really seeing reality as it is? Yeah. And okay, another thing. Which of these orange circles is bigger? Maybe people in the Zoom can tell, like, either the left is bigger or right is bigger. Okay, Rajiv ji, same. Who else? Left or right? Which is bigger?
It appears right is bigger.
It appears
but may not be really so.
Okay, right. Very nice. So interestingly, they are the same size. But because it is confounded by these circles around, our perception makes us believe that this is not the case. Yeah. So our idea of perception is, or how we perceive the world is, one, non-stationary. Second, it differs by the context, and we can create these illusions which can fool our system because we are kind of playing with these concepts which are there in the brain. It's all relative. Yes. So now I'll show a video. I hope it runs in IIT and can listen to the sound.
The monkey business illusion.
Is the sound audible at IIT? Yes. Okay. So
count how many times the players wearing white pass the ball.
So in this particular task, you just, some of you might have seen this, it's okay, but still go with the play. We are counting how many times the player wearing the white colored t-shirt are passing the balls. They're passing a basketball. We're counting how many times they're passing this ball. Okay, so what was the correct answer? Oh, video is lagging, can't see anything. Was anybody able to count this? 12, okay, any other ideas? How many?
Around 9.
14, 9, okay, good. So the correct answer was
16 passes. Okay. Did you spot the gorilla?
How many of you did spot the gorilla? Maybe people on Zoom can say, or yes. Some maybe no. Okay. So
yes, no.
Where was the gorilla? So
for people who haven't seen or heard about a video like this before, about half missed the gorilla. If you knew about the gorilla, you probably saw it. But did you notice the curtain changing color or the player on the black team leaving the game? Let's rewind and watch it again. Here comes the gorilla, and there goes a player, and the curtain is changing from red to gold. When you're looking for a gorilla, you often miss other unexpected events. And that's the monkey business illusion.
Yeah, so this what happens is that if we are seeing a part of reality, we often miss other things. We think that we are seeing reality, but survival doesn't care about reality. Survival cares about you surviving in the world. We have been optimized to look at a very small slice of the world that is optimized for our survival in the evolution. Another interesting thing, how many of you can read what is this? Maybe the Zoom audience can tell, or even you can unmute and say.
Your brain can understand this.
Yes, your brain can understand. But the spelling is all the while. If you can just make the first and the last character the same, your brain can more or less understand this. The idea is that your brain is filling in the reality, what there is, we are not seeing in. There is an top-down process that is happening. We'll talk more about that. Another thing. So how many of you see if A and B are different colors? How many of you see this? Okay. Can you see if A and B are different colors? Here it is the A blob, there's a B blob, and they are different colors. Okay, good. But if you see, it's actually the same color. Because of the shadow around, your brain is fooling you that these are different colors. So we think that we see the world. We don't. So maybe I'll just skip this. So we'll talk a bit about the brain. Again, I understand there's a mixed audience here. So I don't, before going into like the concepts of neuroscience, I just want to give like a brief overview. Again, this is high school biology. You might be aware of it. So the brain has these large parts, which is called the cerebral cortex, the cerebellum, the brain stem, the spinal cord. This is the central nervous system. And then this is what is called the peripheral nervous system. In the central nervous system, the brain gets all the signal, does all the processing. It's the CPU. But again, there are these ganglions and different parts, which actually does a lot of this computation, which allows us to survive. Different parts of the brain, again, so we have the occipital lobe, the frontal lobe, parietal, temporal. Occipital is at the back of the head, parietal is top of the head, frontal is again in the front, temporal is on the side. And different parts of these, the brain has different functions associated, some similar, some different. Early part of the what we call the visual cortex is associated with processing visual signals. So about a major chunk of your brain is associated with visual processing. And then there is sensory processing, auditory, somatosensory, etc. Then there are these brain networks. Again, there's this thing that there are brain regions which are associated with some function, but then there are brain networks which are similar in function, but they're spread across different parts of the body. So they do a set of functions together. That's why a network. Again, there are different kinds. Visual network associated with visual processing, attention. You're listening to me, you're paying attention, I hope. So that your attention network is activated. Your default mode, let's say some people of you are thinking, what will we have for coffee in the break? So your default mode network is thinking about the coffee, the imagery around it. So the mind is going in that particular direction. Whenever you think about the past or the future, your default mode network is activated. Brain is a highly dynamic system, which kind of goes between these networks and different functions. So we'll talk a bit about visual perception today, and how and some aspects of maybe auditory perception as well. So somatosensory auditory we'll talk about. So the visual system, scientists have discovered over the time, is a highly complex system. So these are brain regions. So these, your retina gives eyes to these ganglion cells in the retina, which goes to these thalamus, then the cerebral cortex, and it just goes to the whole lot of different places. It's such a complex, convoluted circuitry, it's very hard to understand. And interestingly, all the the latest progress in AI based on these networks called convolutional neural networks is based on these ideas of how the vision networks is organized. Interestingly, vision is just not collection of these networks. It does have very interesting architecture, which I do teach this class called Neuro AI. We try to bridge gaps between AI and neuroscience. And in this particular in the visual cortex, there are two different streams. One is called the where stream, which goes to the top of the head. And there is this what stream, which goes to the temporal parts. The where stream is associated with understanding the spatial processing, the location, movement, spatial relationships between different visual objects. And the temporal processing is the what stream, colors, textures, phase, bodies, shape, size, etc. So, and interestingly, these computations that are involved in the where and the what stream are highly different. And there can be, disruptions happening to these streams. So there are people who can see just half of the world. It's called, so they just like see half a hemiplegia or this thing, something like that. So because there's some of the network connections from the retina to these regions have been disrupted. Some people cannot see movement because this particular stream is disrupted. But again, they are pretty normal people. It's just that because there are these subtle disruptions in the circuitry, they start to see the world differently. So coming to that worldview, we think this is how we see the world. Like the way we see the world is how just like this is it. But just pointing out to this very interesting fact, this is how a retina looks like. Again, this could be a European person, but again, this is how the shape of the retina is same across all people. It's a circular thing, a circular hole where light goes in. But this is not how other animals look like. The perception of other animals is pretty different. Can you guess what animal is this? Maybe in Zoom, or people can shout out in the conference room. Can you guess what animal eyelid is this? Dog, okay. What else? Lion, oh, interesting. And what else? Gorilla. People are still liking the gorilla. What else? Deer, crocodile, leopard, goat. Very nice, Praveshji. So this is a goat. And the eyelid of a goat is elongated. The hole here is kind of elongated. And whereas everyone kind of knows that this is a cat, the cat has a different eyelid structure. So inherently, the sensory data that is coming into the eyes of these animals is different. A goat is seeing a different world than a cat can. So this is a very good image. Again, on the left is a rabbit and right is a monkey. And again, we have a very similar field perception of a monkey. In the left, the rabbit and a lot of these prey animals, which are preyed upon, have a very large field. They want to see the entire world around them. So the left and the right molecular field occupies nearly the entire this thing. That they see very sharply not very sharply, so very sharply in between, but nearly peripheral vision is huge. But for us, there's a huge blind zone behind the head. We don't see behind the head. And there's a sharp left and right molecular field, and there's things in the middle which we look sharp upon. So for these animals, the worldview is very different from what we see. And we think that this is how everyone sees it, but no, this is very, very different. Going from visual to motor regions, let's say, so somatosensory motor regions, is there is this body map. So along our cortex, there is a body map here where different sensory activations for different regions. So let's say hand region activation is this part of the brain. My tongue, which is a very big region, is around this part of the brain. So along this side, you see these activations. And so I'll show another video. I hope it is visible to everyone and it's not lagging. So just a context. So this guy is putting a piece of brush, a soft paint brush, on a rubber hand, which is here, and on the real hand of the person. And he does it for a few times. So if you see that correctly, just attacking the rubber hand, because they stroked it simultaneously, the rubber hand started to feel like the person's body. So the idea of body ownership is very frugal. We think that, oh, this is my body, but that idea could be very easily changed upon. And this is this rubber hand illusion, where you kind of stimulate that. And interestingly, there's a paper came out that this is not only us, but in octopuses as well. They also can get fooled by this rubber illusion. And our ownership of the hand became very easy to transfer, so to say. So this is why a lot of people who have phantom limb pain, because they have had this hand which is removed, but that connections are still there, and they can still feel the movement and the pain in their arm. Why this is happening? Like, the idea is that perception is truly bottom up. All these things should not happen. So the prevalent cognitive model around it is what is called predictive coding. So again, these are different parts of the brain. This is the early visual cortex, where the signals from the eyes through the thalamus goes in raw form. Then there's some computations happening, and it goes up in complex areas. But interestingly, all our parts of the brain have these representations, concepts, again, learned through evolution or development, how these things should look like. If the sensory input comes, there is a prediction error that is computed. Oh, I want, let's say, there's a part of this brain which want to see a square, the edge of a square. So it will compare that with the edge of a square and make that computation and say, oh, acha, it looks very similar. Then it moves on. If it does not, it adjusts this error. So we don't see the world as is. We see a world from our own worldview, our own thought process, what is called predictive modeling, the top-down perspective of the world. And if our priors, if our concepts differ across individuals, our worldview also differs. So this predictive coding idea is based on this Bayesian analysis, is that you have a prior belief of how something should be. Then something comes up, sensory likelihood of a data, then your posterior belief could change. And again, it is based on this data. The more data you get of one kind, your posterior belief tries to change. So the idea that every neuron, every region, and all these levels are actually integrating this sort of a predictive coding model. It's eliminating the surprise, the expectation between what it expects the world to look like and what it is actually looking like. So it tries to fit that model. But again, there is a prior belief that is coded here. If people have seen this image, they can clearly recognize what it is. But can people in the chat or even say, what can they see? What are these dots? Okay, dog. Who else? Roaming. Okay, dog drinking water. Okay, dog. Horse. Okay, very good. Okay, so if I point out, so here it is a Dalmatian dog. Now is it visible? Does it see like, oh, this is a dog? Now the moment I pointed out to you as a dog, this image changed. Just one shot, me saying that this is a dog, this particular image feels like, oh, there's a dog. And that prior belief or random dots would probably change to a dog. So this is what we call as the role of development in understanding the brain. And very interestingly, language is a very interesting idea. So we are from different backgrounds, from different languages. We have learned different languages in school and all. But our innate language that we learn from, we kind of get attuned to it. Very interestingly, like Chinese Mandarin has these particular sounds, which if people who do not listen to them, they cannot recognize them. And interestingly, this ability is there in all kids till the age of 6 or 7. So learning language has become a challenge after a certain age, because you're not, again, have learned like the intricacies of these vowels, of these consonants. So like Sanskrit or Hindi based phonemes or sounds like tha or dha. These become very hard for Western speakers who do not have any, or even bha, like even my name. So I was in the US for 7 years. I had challenged people saying my name, or even like there were tha in my name, because they are not used to this. So for them, that representation does not exist. And until unless they spend a lot of time training their brain to really understand it, it becomes really hard. So learning a language late in life becomes harder. It's not impossible. Like, and if you dedicate yourself, you can do that. Another thing is developing vision. So like there are some people who are colorblind or they have other disorders, and about 2 to 3% people are colorblind. For them, the world is very different. Even people, kids who are born with some visual deficiencies, if not corrected at an early life, they still hold that visual deficiencies, because the role of development in kind of dedicating, like changing these priors is very important. Identifying faces. So there was an example, it happens with people with autism, is that when they see faces, they feel fear. So their visual region is somehow densely, or the face region is somehow densely connected with the amygdala, which is kind of the fear region. The more they see faces in early childhood, they feel fear. So the idea is that for them, social cognition becomes very hard, because they are not able to process faces. They feel fear. They cannot talk to people. It becomes very hard for them. That's why there have been these devices, robot devices, to help them get acquainted to faces. So and social connection. So there have been these studies in Poland where happened, like some dictator did the study that kept children away from any caretakers for 3 years. In those 3 years, these children did not form any social connection, and they were not able to really properly work. They had such mental deficiencies. They're not able to operate in the world. It was pretty bad. So development really defines our priors and our expectations. Some priors are learned through evolution. Through millions and millions of years of evolution, we have learned that. Some priors we learn. So the idea between nature and nurture, some bit it's nature, some bit it's nurture. So one of the philosopher and neuroscientist talks a lot about like these hallucinations, and that the reality is a controlled hallucination. Perception is a controlled hallucination. And when we agree on this controlled hallucination, we start to call it reality. But again, it's like we still have this limited world we are seeing, and we are agreeing, oh, acha, you see red, I see red. Okay, red apple. But for a colorblind person, it's a green apple. So seeing how So these ideas, as again the previous speaker talked about, have been explored in different Indian epistemic models. And so Pratyakṣa Praman, talking about what is really explored very frequently. Anuman, again, inference, and what we did in this predictive coding kind of is built on that Anuman-based analysis. Shabda, understanding. There is this prior you're learning from again, experts in their field, rishis, and who have kind of downloaded this knowledge or talked about it. And then Upaman, again, comparison between what one form of perception and another form of perception. And there are others as well. And different philosophical schools hold authority for some over others. So based on that, these ideas, so me and my colleague, Professor Bharadwaj, we created this thing called we created this framework called the yogic theory of consciousness. And we laid out the system in Sankhya philosophy and used Patanjali Yoga Sutras to find a modern neuroscientific equivalent of consciousness. This was a paper that was published a few years ago. So we wanted to modulate not only perception, but also like the intrinsic states. And I think some people will talk about all these states in the coming talks. So Praman, again, in Yoga Sutras, in the yoga philosophy, 3 epistemic models are understood. The perception, inference, and Shabda Praman. And so the Patanjali says that the mind could actually be engaged in any of these, and he calls it modulation, vritti. And then there are other 4 vritti, nidra, viparya, vikalpa, and smriti, which can actually engage the mind and take it away from the center. And then Patanjali bases his model on Sankhya, where the Purusha or the seer is there, and then the Prakriti, which has these different gunas, different tattvas, Mahat, intelligence being one, Ahankar, Manas, And then the manas gets divided into various tanmatras, different sense organs, different which track different elements. And then there are different action organs or karmendriya. And so we kind of base this yogic theory of consciousness model on these ideas and try to build on neuroscientific principles. So we kind of abstracted these internal and external faculties and modeled it in kind of this sort of framework. And the idea was that the mana is interacting with the sense organs and the action organs, and the antakarana, the intellect, ego, mind, and memory, and then the seer, which again, as has been mentioned in a lot of these Advaita Vedanta texts, is like two birds, one bird watching the other bird engaging in the world. So seer is that one bird which is watching the mind engaging in the entire world. And we try to model these different abstractions in different parts of the brain. Like sense organs are different parts. As I talked of the visual cortex, auditory cortex, motor cortex, and there are these actions organ which are around the motor, premotor cortex. Then there's our internal faculties. You think about the past or the future, your intellect, your memory, ego, encoded in different parts of the brain. Again, it's a simplistic representation. It may not be true, but it allows us to test things using our models. So this particular framework where different connections show information transfer between different entities, we can model how it is in different states. So like smriti, when you're thinking of the past, thinking of something in the memory, your mind is more engaged with the memory, maybe less with the sense organs. When you're thinking of the vikalpa, imagining of the mind, again, your intellect, ego, mind, memory are more densely connected. Viparyaya, when you're kind of more engaged, you're thinking, oh, you're using wrong knowledge to really understand the world. So there is some form of connection changes. Again, we can talk more. I just wanted to go briefly on these ideas. We can also model internal states like pratyahara, dharana, dhyan, samadhi, which Patanjali talks about these different internal states. And so the mind starts to kind of go pratyahara, dharana, dhyan, samadhi. It's just like a turtle taking its limbs back inside. Similarly, the mind tends to go back inside. And then samadhi, Patanjali talks about different kind of samadhi, and this model kind of allows us to frame these from sampragyat, pragyapurvak, nirvichar, and nirbija samadhi, and where nirbija, where the seer just exists and nothing else feels, just being, the feel of like with the non-dual consciousness. And the idea is that experience of these samadhi state, deep meditation states, can actually impact our perception. It reduces the role of priors on perception. It makes us free of concepts, and it makes us live more in the present, free from these constraints of these constructs, and allow you to take the world as it is. So again, the point of this practice to be more in touch with the seer. Again, there are different schools in how it is, but the idea is to just being present, being available more with the world, more with reality around, other than being in the concepts. So kind of summarizing my talk here, we don't see the world as it is. Our brains developed over evolution, and during the development of our organism, the nature and nurture has defined the way we see the world, which is constrained. In German, there's a very beautiful word called Umwelt. We are living in bubbles of our own reality, which we kind of is a very interesting idea. These Indians have vestibular models are robust, and they can be framed in a model called what you call as yogic theory of consciousness, YTC, and it provides an abstraction of mind-body complex. It can allow us to classify external and internal meditative and yogic states, and this theory can enable better understanding and experimentation. Few of the papers based on these ideas we have already published. And again, it's allowing us to create this framework to test out different models as well. And these yogic practices can change how we perceive the world. And again, there's multiple research process that we have started on it. Okay. So finishing up, these are the references, a lot of Google images, medical business, monkey business illusion, and these main papers that were kind of cited here. So I'm kind of running out of time. Thanks for listening. I can take any questions if there are. Okay, maybe I can Jyotiranjan, is there any more time for questions, or we can move along? Okay, maybe one from. Yes, you're audible. Yeah.
Yeah, some questions maybe from here.
Okay, maybe I can stop the screen sharing. Saying development can be related to efficiency or depth. If someone who's perfect in chess can be poor in study, does it mean that he's underdeveloped? Plus, how we can compare a person who's good in studies and good in chess, not perfect? I don't know. Again, someone who's yeah, poor in studies is also very generic. Like he can be great in maths if he's great in chess, and not necessarily in social studies. No, I'll not say it in underdeveloped. These are our own ideas, our own constructs of saying what is intelligence, and I think there's a whole lot of debate on what is and what is not intelligent. Can yogic practices reverse the way of perceiving that we developed over the time of evolution? That's the idea. So a lot of these yogic practices tend to clearing your impressions, clearing your karma from lifetimes. And we don't yet know how karma is stored in the body. Like we do know, stress is one form it is stored, but transgenerational karma maybe through DNA. There have been some studies which have shown effects of transgenerational stress in mice, but humans are so complex. How does the soul affect karma? We don't know. Again, it's the materialistic world based on the body is limited in understanding the transgenerational or how life is changing. So we don't know much of that. Okay. Can I share my email? I can just
Doctor, we have a question in room also.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thanks, Doctor. I think it's already covered.
Does chanting of dharmic phrases, say Gayatri mantra, affect brain activity? Yes, it does. It may be difficult in other religion. I don't know. But yeah, chanting does help, and it calms the mind. It starts to change your brain activity. And there's a lot of research that is needed. We are in the very early stage of how meditative or yogic practices can change brain function. But again, me and my colleagues across the world are trying to build over that. If there are no other questions, thanks a lot for having me. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vaibhav Tripathi. Thank you very much.
Already 25. You can have a tea break and after 10 minutes it's 11:55. So then again they are here at 11:35. See, it's 11:17. That's fine. 11:30 we're going to meet over there. Team is outside 11:35. Thank you. The next speaker is Professor Madhusudan. Penna. We don't think kind of training flow by consistency, right? That unlike the 1% cost. The upper part is the videos. Yeah. So concepts are. Yeah. Now is the challenge.
इन करो भाई एक बार ऑन करो सारे माइक
Hello. Because when we switch down there, it's not like it's nothing like that. Hello. And it's
इसको नहीं आ रहा। देखिए अभी क्यों आ रही है नॉइस?
अपना वाला माइक
हेलो 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 हेलो। अच्छा हेलो हेलो हेलो।
ये वाला ऑन है ना तो
नहीं ये तो इससे से बोलना है। हेलो सही है। वहाँ पे स्पीकर ऑन है क्या? नहीं जूम चल रहा है ना, तो जूम का स्पीकर ऑन होगा। नहीं
एक बार इसमें
हेलो 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 हेलो।
ये ऑफ कर दो, इसको ऑफ कर दो, ये वाला ऑफ करना है, इसको ऑफ करके रखो।
हेलो 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 हेलो।
अब ठीक है, अब नहीं हो रहा।
हेलो 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 हेलो।
प्रभु जी एक बार चेक करना, अब तो नहीं हो रहा।
हेलो 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 हेलो।
वहीं से कुछ ऑन था।
हेलो 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 माइक चेक। हेलो हेलो हेलो।
We have our next speaker, Professor Madhusudan Penna, Director, Sanskrit Academy, Hyderabad. I would like to welcome Professor Madhusudan.
Hello. Take it.
Hello. 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 Hari Om. Hari Om. Hari Om. Hello. 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 Hari Om. Hari Om. Hari Om. Hari Om. Hari Om. Hello.
You can speak on it.
Hari Om. Hello. Hari Om.
Yeah, it's working.
Hari Om. Hari Om. Hello. Hello.
हरिओम सर सर आप ऑडिबल हैं
Yeah, but nobody is listening there. Actually, I have to catch a flight, but they are not listening at all.
Welcome to
I
this
have sent
session.
messages.
So as is clear from the title, I will be discussing this topic from the standpoint of Vedanta. Few things are there, so much of philosophy. I remember my teacher who worked with Bertrand Russell. So he said somewhere that philosophy is talking about the thing known to everybody in a language cannot be understood by anybody. So that is philosophy. So generally, we have been talking about those things, same things everybody experiences, but we means some philosophers, they speak in a language which cannot be understood by all. That is the problem. And especially the Sanskrit works written after 13th century, they reflect this particular feature, that it is replete with all kind of long compounds, all that. So I don't scare you, because I'm not going to quote profusely from Sanskrit texts. Orally, I'll quote. So this is that, and we are all teachers because you had tea. So teacharaha. So one English and one Sanskrit. Teacharaha. So those people who live on tea, they are teachers. So after tea, let us have this session. perception analysis of Vedanta. So, as you all know, this word itself, perception itself, that contains the essence of this discussion. So, you see here, this is actually receiving, gathering, understanding through senses, and the sensory information, organizing, identifying, and interpreting. So, two things are involved in that. The perception is a single word which encompasses all these factors. And now we will discuss from the viewpoint of Vedanta, what is perception, who perceives, what does he perceive, and how does he perceive. These are the basic questions that actually bear a lot of significance in these perceptual studies, because who perceives, who is there inside, how does he perceive, and what is outside or inside, what he perceives, and how he perceives. So all these things need to be discussed here. Now, when it comes to Vedanta, many of the young generation do not know exactly what is Vedanta. So they generally feel that Vedanta is the prerogative of some people after retirement. So only after retirement we should think of Vedanta. Until that, the other Shastras and sciences are there. But the opposite we find in our Vedanta traditions, that Shankaracharya at the age of 12, he mastered all the Shastras, and at the age of 16, he commented on all the Vedanta texts. So because he was Bhashyakara at the age of 16 only. And Jnaneshwar Maharaj in the Maharashtra, so he explained the Bhagavad Gita, that is in 700 verses. He explained that in 9,000 verses, Marathi verses, at the age of 13. And that is really, I should not say, because it's already Bhagavad Gita, I should not say Bhagavad Gita. It's not even Bible, but it is the Veda of Maharashtra. Everybody reads that. Even today, in every house you find a copy of Jnaneshwari, and that is an exhaustive commentary on Bhagavad Gita. So Vedanta has got nothing to do with your age, only your spiritual age, your maturity, that counts there. So Vedanta, what does it mean? So you have two words there, Veda and Anta. So Vedas you all know, Rigveda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, Atharvaveda. And what is this Anta? So people generally think that there may be Sanskrit Veda texts, and some ending chapters of that Veda must be Vedanta. But it is not so. Because in some Veda texts, you don't find the last chapters of the Veda definitely Upanishads. So we have the Brahmana text, Aranyaka text, where the ending parts are Vedanta. So now the other meaning of Vedanta is, Veda means knowledge, and Anta means the culminating point of your knowledge. That means that should be experience. That's what exactly Shankaracharya explained in his Bhashya, Anubhava Vidyaya Phalam. He says in the Taittiriya Upanishad Bhashya, Anubhava Avasanameva Vidyaya Phalam. That means if you really know something in Vedanta, that should take you to the last part of your experience. So only when you experience, it is Vedanta. Otherwise, it is information that does not contribute to your transformation. That is the problem. And even Lord Buddha said in his Pali text that knowledge should not be taken as a burden on your head, lest it should be taken as a boat taken for sojourn. So it should be your companion. You take the help of knowledge and you cross something. But if you take it as a burden on your head, then you will be unnecessarily troubled. Ego, jealousy, all these feelings. So Vedanta ultimately says that if you know something, if you believe, you are convinced, then it should mature into experience. And that spiritual experience is Vedanta. And according to our masters, spiritual masters, somebody says, Sarvam Khalvidam Brahma should be the Vedanta. Somebody says, Aham Brahmasmi should be the Vedanta. So whether you put yourself, the subject, and say that my experience is ultimate, or you see everything as part of this cosmic reality. So there differs, the perception differs. So Vedanta ultimately is that spiritual experience, and we have the traditions here, basically two, the Dvaita tradition, Advaita tradition. So To the people who do not know these words, let me just explain. The Sanskrit scholars know that, but other Dvaita, the word comes from Dvi. In Sanskrit, Dvi, you know, two. Dvi ita. Ita means that which has evolved or emanated from. Dvi ita, dvita actually. But there is a Sanskrit suffix which says, in the same sense, you can have the word like dvita. It can be said as dvaita also, the anpratyaya. So dvaita ultimately means that which is based on two. What are the two realities? Subject, object, prakriti, purusha, or drik, drishya. So that. But Shankaracharya philosophy says ultimately it is nama rupa. He doesn't take Chaitanya or Drashta. He says Nama Rupa. Both are Drishya only, Nama and Rupa. So Nama Rupa, Asti Bhati Priyam Nama Rupa. These five constitute the entire cosmic reality. So if you have an experience, it should be within these five. The five are Asti Bhati Priya. In other words, they are Sat Chit Ananda and other Nama Rupa, name and form. So all Dvaita pertains to name and form. And other three, Sat, Chit, Ananda, that is Advaita. So within that you have Dvaita and Advaita. So name and form, Dvaita. And beyond that, Sat, pure absolute reality. Then Chit, Chaitanya, that is cognition or consciousness. Then above that Ananda aspect, especially the Madhuradvaita tradition, even in Ramanuja tradition, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu tradition, they have taken that particular aspect of Ananda. Others focused on Chit, that is Jnana aspect, while some other focused on Sat aspect. So when Ananda aspect is more explored, then it takes us to the Madhuradvaita or Ananda Bhakti Sampradaya. So here, this Dvaita Nama Rupa, Advaita Sat Chit Ananda, and some people believed that there is only Advaita reality. That means they base their theory on this Brihadaranyaka, that Antaryami Brahmana and Maitreyi Yajnavalkya passages also. They say that is ultimately Tadaksharam, Asparsham, Arupam, Agandham. So everywhere it is negated. That means whatever you perceive, that is negated, and they are trying to point to a particular reality which is beyond all this. So beyond all this. So that particular reality is Advaita, and the matter of experience is Dvaita. And you have there Visishta Advaita, Shuddha Advaita, Dvaita Advaita, and all schools come in these only. So you have a list like Bhaskara, Shankara. Actually, Shankara comes first, some people say, but Nimbarka Sampradaya says he belonged to the Dwapara Yuga. So such controversies are there. And this Vedanta you find in three major texts. One is Upanishad, other is Brahma Sutra, other is Bhagavad Gita. So these three texts carry the sacred tradition of Vedanta. So in Upanishads you find the spiritual experience in their naive form, then logically explained in the Brahma Sutra, then practically explained in the Bhagavad Gita, because the Brahma Sutras cannot be rightly understood by everybody. They require a lot of interpretation, all that. So therefore Bhagavad Gita came into existence, which explains all these theories in a very understandable language. Then you have all this, okay. Then when we come to the sensory perception, so much has been talked about, multidisciplinary field. You have their biology, you have their neuroscience, psychology, philosophy, all these are involved in that. How you take that particular subject and analyze, that depends. So you have there, as Tripathi sir explained beautifully, you have there the Western view, the Indian view. The difference is very conspicuous, that through senses, whatever is obtained and stored in the brain is perception. So they stop there. As cogito ergo sum, Descartes also says that everything is there only, the cognition. But our Indian view, especially the Indian knowledge system, that shows something beyond that and says, as Arindam Chakrabarti sir quoted from Kenopanishad. So that is Manasana Manute Yenahur Manomatam Tadeva Brahmatvam Vidhi. Nedam Yadidam Upasate says the Kenopanishad that something is beyond all the senses, and that is the reality. So you cannot entirely depend on your senses, and your perception, as Tripathi sir said, can be deceptive. So, like words are deceptive like appearances, this is also deceptive, that the world you are perceiving is not as it is. That's what exactly Veda says. Pado osya vishwa bhutani tripadasya amritam divi. So the Veda also says that only 1/4 you perceive. So whatever is matter of your experience is only 1/4, and 3/4 of the universe is unknown to you. But you apply your all human laws everywhere and think that the rest of the universe should be like this. So we only believe. So in our Indian knowledge systems, through senses, that is Atma Manasa Sanyujjate, Mana Indriyena, Indriyam Arthena. This is the process. And okay, Manas, Buddhi, Ahankara, they are not different. According to Vedanta, they are all Antahkaranam Ekameva, Vritti Bhedat Chaturdha Uchyate. The Vedanta says. So through senses, it reaches the mind part, then intellect, then in the self. This self is different from all the senses, vital breath, Ahankara. So it is something above. That's why the 4th chapter of Yoga Sutra also says, Sada jnataha chittavruttaya purushasya tat prabhav purushasya aparinamitvad, they say. That means there is some observing consciousness that is different from your mental, all thought waves, mental operations, intellect. So it is something beyond. It is the observing. And Vedanta says it is the Sakshi Chaitanya. The Sakshi is the Pramata. Even this Shastra Siddhanta Lair Sangra, Appaya Dikshita explains in the same way that Sakshi is the Pramata. He is Antahkarana Upahita Chaitanya. That's a difficult concept. Now, in this Western view, you have coherent experience, but through a process like transduction. So sensory receptors, like receptors on the skin, everywhere, the receptors are there, receive the stimuli from outside, they respond to that, and the neurons they carry, and finally it reaches the cerebral cortex part of the brain, and there it is stored. But nothing can be seen exactly. It is there, stored. And all memory, all recognition is possible from that only. Then neural transmission, and finally it takes to perception. And in this transduction, we have this. First, some object, then the light falls on that and reaches the retina part. Then through the optic nerve, it reaches the brain part, received, and it is stored, and it is retrieved. The interpretation takes there. This is the Western analysis of the perception. But when we come to the Vedanta spectrum, we have to accommodate everything within these three. They are Brahma, the supreme consciousness, Jiva, the individual consciousness, and Jagat, the world, the material world, the inert world. So everything should be accommodated there, and there are problems. Because if the world is believed to have come from the Brahma or the consciousness, then the world is not conscious independently, it is inert. And if you say the Brahman is the cause, the Brahman should be inert, because there should be a kind of relation between the cause and effect. Such thing is not observed here. So many problems are there. The ancient thinkers had discussed all these things, and finally they said that it is only two, that is subject and object. Then when you believe that there are two, subject and object, druk drishya, then you land in Dvaita. So it amounts to theory that you accept Dvaita. Do you accept? Shankaracharya says, no, we are Advaita. What does it mean? That means we believe only in the subject. Then what about the object? He says, the object doesn't have any independent reality. Pramatru Chaitanya Satta Atirikta Sattakatva Shunyatva. That's what he says, that the object that is Drushya, which is Vritti Vyapya, it doesn't have any independent existence. If there is no subject, you cannot say that the object exists. So therefore, ultimately, the subject should be taken as the absolute reality. Therefore, it is Advaita. But other people say, including the Sankhya Yoga, Nyaya Vaiseshika, Madhva Vedanta, they say that it also has independent reality and it is outside reality. So therefore, they believe in two, subject and object, they are Dvaita, and Shankaracharya and his followers believe only in one, that is subject, therefore it is Advaita. And in this particular Advaita, you have the world experience, basically two, matter and mind. The external world is not found to be unreal, but the real is found to be not external. That is the enigma here, that the reality is not external and external is not unreal. Then how to justify that? How to put all these things in a coherent manner? So there, the Advaita Vedanta especially, because this focuses on Advaita, all appearances are illusion. Because according to the quantum physics also, when you reach the quantum vacuum till that, so there you have the exact Brahma concept. Edgerton also worked on that, and when he had to deliver a lecture in an assembly, so he said, when you come to the subtlest part of the matter, okay, atoms, then you have the nucleus, electron, neutron, proton, then quarks, quantum, all that, even fermions and even ECG Sudarshan had said something can travel beyond the photons also. So all this is okay. But he said that when you further go, you don't see any matter, only fields, and further if you go, there is only mind. That is the cosmic mind. And that is Hiranyagarbha in the Vedanta. That is the first thought, the initial vibration that caused the creation, they believed. So there, everything else is only game of colors and sounds. Because our senses are tuned to that, because our senses are trained, our genetic code is so, as Tripathi sir said, this is actually very typical that the animals have a different world. The animals, and between two animals, different perception. So the perception differs. Similarly, among us also, perception differs, because how we look, with what training we come, and how we are trained, yadha vitpannaha tadha pashyati. That's what Shastra says. So in this a game of colors and sounds, and senses and nerves, they play there. A false show kept up by the jugglery of Maya, they say. What is that Maya? This is cosmic force. And this cosmic force attached by Shankaracharya to the absolute reality Brahma, but others, they like Vallabhacharya, they don't accept it. That Maya they remove. And they say that without Maya also the super consciousness can work independently. It is all powerful, omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. Thus, we have the play of nerves because the particles bombardment on the senses that actually causes all this Maya, and Shankaracharya philosophy believes in that Maya. The qualia, especially in the quantum physics, you come across this word, qualia, that outside one, as presented, is not the way it is. It's only presented. So your senses are actually presenting something and you believe in that. And ultimately your life is Jivanam. So it goes on till the last moment. So unified properties of the outside world. So as we dissect everything, what is color? The wavelength, different wavelengths, decibels, the sound. So as we dissect everything, we come to a particular point where nothing can be properly explained, inexplicable, and that is Anirvachaniya. And Shankaracharya says that is actually the cosmic force Maya. And everything else is qualia, brain function. And there, the perception involves three things: pramata, pramana, prameya. Pramata, the subject; pramana is the senses; and prameya is the object. But one Dharmaraja Adhvarindra, he explains that actually everywhere there is Chaitanya. Without consciousness, no pramana, no prameya, no pramata. Because when everything has come from the Brahman, which is consciousness, you cannot say that something is away from the consciousness. So when you say pramata, it is consciousness. Pramana, consciousness. Prameya, consciousness. The only difference is that one mental, you say thought wave, the mind operation should be there, and that is drishti, the thought wave. So once that particular chitta vritti arises, it is drishti, and it projects something, it is srishti. And drishti srishti is thus properly understood in this, that everything else, world, perception, everything is srishti, but it is based on the vritti, because if there is no vritti, there is no srishti. This is one theory called drishti srishtivada in Vedanta, and the base is, of course, Brahma, because without the Brahman, supreme consciousness, the ultimate absolute consciousness, there cannot be any experience, any perception, nothing. And thus Vishaya Chaitanya, Pramana Chaitanya, Pramatra Chaitanya, everything is taken. And you have there within the Chaitanya all the valid means of knowledge, the perceiving consciousness, and the perceived consciousness. Because when everything is taking place within the ocean of consciousness, you cannot take away anything. So everything should be understood with respect to this. Thus you have three. And Pramatra Chaitanyameva. It is explained that Prama is nothing but consciousness. That means your knowledge, your cognition, you are receiving the things outside. All these things are only consciousness, but it is through vritti. There should be some mental operation, and this mental operation is called as jnana, vrittau, jnanatva, upacharaha. And consciousness is not born, but your thought wave is born. And when thought wave is born, you say, oh, I got knowledge. All apperception takes place there, that I know this. So all this is a result of that. And in Yoga Shastra also it is called as the chitta uparaga. Uparaga is there. Chitta and chitta, they are so closely connected that the consciousness, the prime energy, that with the mind. So they both reflect each other. This double-side reflection is accepted by Vijnana Bhikshu also. So that is ultimately Pramatru Abheda. He says when there is complete non-difference between the perceiver and the perceived, it is called as perception. So this is Abheda, but that Abheda is not to be taken in another sense, but it is absolutely not having independent existence. This is Abheda. So thus we have in Shankara's Advaita this discussion, Pramata, Pramana, Prameya, all these three factors involved in the perception, the process of perception. So the perceiver, perceived, and the process of perception, all the three are deeply discussed in our Advaita philosophy. And in Vishishtadvaita of Ramanujacharya, of course, he has followed the same thing, but he has added Dharma Jnana, that is the limited knowledge. Dharmic Jnana is the unlimited. So Vishishtadvaita Ramanujacharya explains that the Dharma Jnana at every place, like Pramata, Pramana, Prameya. So everywhere the Dharma Jnana includes, and therefore you have the perception, this much added. And in Shuddhadvaita of Vallabhacharya also you have the same process of perception, like Atma is there because all are Astika. Atma, then Buddhi, then Manas, then Indriya, then the outer object. So this way they say that the inner energy flows and it connects with the external object, and thus there is the reflection of the external object within, and that particular reflection is called as Chiduparaga, and that is Jnana, they say. Thus we have all this analysis in our Vedanta system. And very typically Shankaracharya in the Bhashya, Shankara Bhashya, he says, Sarvani Pramanani Laukikani Vaidikani cha Ajnana Vat Purusha Vishayani. That means it's actually only for the ignorant. Something is Pramana, Pramata, Prameya, all that. Jayanta Bhatta in Nyaya says, all these are included. Samagri is Pramanam. He explains there. So Shankaracharya's perspective is different. He says that all this is because he bases his understanding on the Sundara Pandya's Karika. He quotes in the fourth Brahma Sutra. He says there, this is Laukikam Tadvedevedam Atma Vinischayat. So all pramana are pramana only in the empirical sense, and till Atmanishya everything is pramana, he says. So thus all the pramanas, they actually talk about this only the Shabda Pramana talks about the ultimate reality, and all perception is within this. But as we have seen in Tripathi sir's lecture, there is Yogaja Pratyaksha. Nyaya Shastra also considers that and explains Yogaja Pratyaksha. A yogi can have such a experience, perception, and that he says, as the Yoga Sutra says, Shrutanumana Prajnabhyam Anya Vishaya Tadanya Vishayatvat. So that particular prajna, that particular perception is different from your inference, from your verbal knowledge. It is something different and beyond. So such perception they have accepted, the yogic perception, they said. And the Advaita also accepts that. So this is the Vedanta considering some schools, and basically Shankaracharya's understanding of that.
So, thank you very much, Professor. So we'll take only one question, seeing the times.
Could you repeat that enigma that you mentioned? I didn't catch the whole thing. Reality is not external, and then there is something which is not fitting together. Can you just elaborate that?
See, actually in the quantum physics also there is the same thing. That's what Tripathi sir explained, that what is presented to your senses is real relatively, but the reality is beyond that. So that's what Vedanta tries to tell. Otherwise, the entire Kenopanishad will be Upanishad will be meaningless. So the Kenopanishad says the same thing, that you have some experience, sensory experience, but beyond that there is Tadeva Brahmatvam Vidhi Nedam Ididam Upasate, it explains. So you have something, and the Vedanta, entire Vedanta is trying to show to that only. Otherwise, if we depend on our only the sensory perception, all that, so even a common man is happy, he can live, no philosophy, nothing, no science, nothing, but it is trying to show something beyond, like scientists. So what the world knows and what the scientist knows, difference is there. Similarly, what the world knows and what the philosopher knows, difference is there. Okay, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Namaste.
Thank you very much. Now our next speaker is Professor Srinivasa Varakhedi. He's a Vice Chancellor, Center Sanskrit University, Delhi. And his topic is, does Smriti recollection different from Pratyakṣa perception? I would like to welcome Professor Srinivasa.
Namaste, namaste to everyone. Am I audible? I just check whether I'm audible. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Great. So, thank you very much. Bhavati yadunubhavad edamopopi vagmi jadamati jantur jayate pragyamolihi sakala vachana cheto devata bharati sa mama vachasi nidhattam sannithim manasecha. I'm happy to be part of this program. In this academic session, we had many lectures by well-versed scholars, and Professor Chakrabarty and Professor Penna and others. I'm taking a different topic. Normally, in our understanding of philosophy, perception is separated from the smriti. Now, smriti, the recollection, and that we recognize as memory, is not the perception. So that's how it is defined. And perception, the cognition that is generated through our sensory organs is the perception. And memory comes from our samskara. That means traces of our experiences. So we know that smritis are part of cognition. Therefore, jnanam dvidham smritihi pratyakṣa cheti. This is the general understanding. But why this is so? Smriti, memory or recollection is a cognitive event that comprehends the past. Atita vishayakam jnanam smriti. So this the content itself differentiates the smriti from the perception. Normally in the perception, the cognitive event of perception, the content is present. So when we see something, I can see. So this visual perception objectifies the content which is present in front of me, or which is present in the time of the cognition. Memory, the recollection, objectifies the content, the object, which is not present during the event of the cognition. So this is atita. Therefore, for four reasons, the perception and smritis are not considered the same. One is basically it is karana. Smriti karana is samskara, and pratyaksha karana is indriya. And the second content is different. One is atita and another is vartamana. In perception, we have content is vartamana, and in the smriti, the content is atita. The second one is sannikarsha. What is sannikarsha? Indriyartha sannikarsha. When we see something, when we perceive, when we hear something, some sound, there is a direct sannikarsha, contact between the sound and the indriya. Similarly, when I look at something, perceive something, some object in front of me, and my sensory organ and the object will develop the contact. This is called sannikarsha. But in the case of smriti, the object, yesterday I had seen something on the street, that today that vehicle is missing. That means yesterday when I recollect something, today when I see the empty space, I can say that yesterday I had seen a vehicle standing here, parked here. Then my memory is in contact with the object which is not present, because today the space is empty. Therefore, smriti always will have the contact with the past, not with the present. Therefore, the smriti and perception, these two cognitions are totally different. This is the argument. But there are certain problems. When we look at our various kinds of Puranas, especially Bhagavata, we come to know that Atitanagata Pratyakṣa. See, our rishis yogis have the perception of Atita and Anagata. They can perceive the future. They can perceive the past. They can perceive the dharma, adharma. I mean, the imperceptible concepts like dharma and adharma all these are cognized by, perceived by the rishis. How it is possible? Even in dhyana, dhyana is a kind of perception, because one can perceive something during the time of dhyana. Then how come this is called perception? So now, keeping this in mind, when I saw the definition of Pratyakṣa and the Smriti in the text authored by Jayatirtha, the commentator of Madhva, we could see that there are some certain the new ideas that are very interesting. So one is, Smriti is nothing but Pratyakṣa. This is very very radical statement. Manasam hi tadhi vijnanam. Smriti is nothing but manasa Pratyakṣa. That means Smriti is not just generated by samskara, but it is generated by manas. Manas is an indriya. So Indriyartha Sannikarshan Jnanam, Sannikarsha-janyam Jnanam Smriti Pratyaksham. This definition goes into Smriti also. If I perceive something through my eyes, then this is Indriya is my sensory organ, and I can object is in front of me. With the contact of object, if my Indriya generates a perception, and that is visual perception, that is called Chakshusha Pratyaksha. So this is Pratyaksha because this is generated through Indriya and Artha Sannikarsha. Similarly, in this case, in Smriti's case, the case of Smriti, the Indriya is Manas and the Artha is the Atita Vishaya. Then there is a contact. What is the contact? Samskara is the contact. Through Samskara, my Manas is in contact with the object of the past, and then it is getting, therefore it is a perception. The second one is, so when here it is not samskara matra janyam. Mere sanskar cannot generate without any indriya like manas. The sanskara only cannot generate the smriti. This is highly impossible. So therefore, you have to bring the manas also into action. When this is the case, then manas itself is the indriya and manasa pratyaksha is smriti. And this one, the problem of Nayayika is they have separated them. Smriti and pratyakshas are totally different because anubhava cannot be smriti. This is just a problem of definition. You can change the definition. And when we include this smriti into manasa pratyaksha, how do you then define the perception? How do you then define the smriti? So one is king karanam, manaha karanam. What is the object? Atita vishaya is object. What is sannikarsha? Samskara is sannikarsha. And now I will add one more thing, one interesting point. The vishaya in the pratyaksha, in the case of pratyaksha, vishaya is vartamana, vishaya is present in the present tense. But in case of smriti, vishaya is in the past. How do you define this? See, sannikarsha is important. Whether the object is in contact or where object is far or it is distant, that is not the real problem. Today, see, when I'm in Bangalore and you are all sitting in Delhi, and this distance is not a problem because this barrier is removed by the sannikarsha. Contact is established. So distance is not a problem. Similarly, when the distance is not a problem, the change of the time is also not a problem. Even the object is present in the past time. The contact is established. Therefore, when the contact is established, it can reach beyond the time limit. Therefore, Sannikarsha is to be established, not the object is present or not present. And moreover, Atitatva. I'm audible? Atitatva is present. For example, how do you know that the time has changed? When my mind is comprehending one idea that was present yesterday, then I also got that time has changed. When I saw the vehicle on the street, that time was different. And today, when I'm again recollecting it, during this point of time, that time has changed. So this kind of change of time is noted by the Smriti. This is present tense, because if the Manas does not cognizes the time, then you cannot say that it gets the Atitatva also. Therefore, in one sense, Atitatva is in the present tense. This is cognized by the Smriti. Therefore, Smriti cannot be rejected that it is not a perception. The one more problem is, how come then the object which is not present here, how come then Smriti can be called Prama? The answer is very simple. See, when I perceive something in the present tense, how do I say that my perception is Prama? Because the content which is grasped by the perception is present and it exists. When I go and test it, it exists. Therefore, I can say that my perception is Prama. Similarly, when I get some recollection, after recollecting, when I go and check whether the object when it was grasped was present or not. When it was present yesterday, then it is not that the time of the cognition is not important, but the time which is grasped in the cognition is important. Therefore, that really makes the Smriti as Yathartha. So ultimately, what is that we are going to get with this? See, Yatha Ham Pashyami, Ham Chakshusha Pashyami, Manasa Smarami. So Hastena Sprushami, Manasa Smarami. All these our experiences are similar. Therefore, if the Chakshusha Pratyakṣa is a perception, then Manasa Smriti is also a perception. And with this, we can establish that Khanda Smritir Dharana Syat. Akhanda Dhyana Muchyate. So definition of dhyana is called as a smriti. It is also a smriti. First it is Akhanda Smriti. When it is Akhanda Smriti is dhyana, then we need to understand that dhyana cannot be rejected as ayathartha, and also it is a smriti, it is not anubhava. Dhyana is an anubhava. Therefore, to make dhyana as anubhava, we should say that dhyana is a manasa pratyaksha. When it is manasa pratyaksha, then smriti also is manasa pratyaksha. And with this, we can also justify that our rishis could see bhavishya and through yogaja sannikarsha, and past through samskara, and dharma also through other abilities. With this, we can say that smriti is not separated from, it is not different from perception. It should be included in the perception itself. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Namaste, sir. I have a question.
that can dream also be considered as Pratyakṣa?
Yes, dream also is considered as Pratyakṣa.
Thank you, sir.
During dream also, Manas he is having Sannikasha with the object. Can we call it dream experience as Pratyakṣa? Yes, dream experience is Pratyakṣa. Pratyakṣa of the object that are created by Vasana. Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, audible.
Yeah.
So my question was, why are we considering Smriti as memory when we know that memory can be distorted by a lot of factors? There are experiments like constructive memory. Constructed when something was
Hello, you are not audible. I think there are double login.
Pranam sir, am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Question is how can we consider Smriti as Pramad when we have proof of humans constructing their memory? We have experiments like constructive memory in psychology where we know that they consciously generate memory which is not true. So how can we consider it as Pramad when it is not always true?
See, even perception is not always true. Even when I can perceive something as otherwise, right? I can see rope and I can construct that this is a serpent. This is a serpent. Then how can even illusion is possible everywhere. That is not a rejection. You cannot say that since construction is possible in Smriti, the construction is possible even in perception.
All right, sir.
Hello. So my question.
Yeah, somebody is using
My
double. I
question is
think double.
that
Yeah, please continue.
sir, speaking something.
Please continue.
Okay. So my question is regarding Yoga Sutras. When Patanjali ji discusses about Yoga Sutras, he talks about 5 kinds of vrittis and he considers 3 kinds of pramana in that. And he's putting the smriti and the like smriti and also the dreams that we are having in a separate category. He's not considering them under the Pratyakṣa. He's making a separate category for that. And also when we discuss about Pratyakṣa, so we often focus on right perception rather than illusion. He has created a separate category for that perception. When we talk of Praman, Viparya and Vikalpa, he talks of Vikalpa as something that we are making an illusion about it. So we are not actually putting the illusion part or the part we are misinterpreting something or misunderstanding something, like we are understanding the rope as a snake. So it is quite like we are putting it into a different category. So I think it will, as per my understanding, I'm not able to grasp this smriti under the perception. I understand your points, whatever you are saying, that that a yogi can have atit anuman, atit anagat pratyaksha. I can maybe a yogi can have that, but for a normal person it could be, because our smritis are usually distorted. We can't actually have the 100% recollection of whatever happened at that moment. So this is my question, that in case of a normal person, is it possible for a smriti or dreams to be Pratyakṣa?
See, there are different models that can be visualized. So one model could be under Pramana category. You can make the illusion separate, dream separate, because in dream you don't have any freedom. So whatever is shown to you, you can see. But in the Smriti, there is a will. I mean, willfully I can recollect something, right? And in the category of illusion, there is something which is visualized, which is illusion. So keeping them separate, he has only considered pramana, and then under pramana he has only considered pratyaksha, anumana, and agama. Pratyaksha is one sort of, only he has considered external perception, right? External perception only is considered. All other things he has removed. This is one model, because in understanding of the whole cognitive structure, so one model could be pratyaksha, anumana, agama, and the other model could be include smriti in the pratyaksha, and you can keep them in one place. For example, this is kind of Kuru Pandava Nyaya. Pandavas also are Kauravas. No, right? Pandavas, when you say Kauravas, then Pandavas are included. Sometimes you can say Pandava and Kaurava to show them there is something different from them. So in that sense, Prati is also Pratyaksha, but in some sense, it has got some different characteristics. Therefore, we can make it separate. So both are possible. You're not audible, actually.
Professor Varakhedi, can you hear me?
Yes.
For some reason, you can see the back of my head. But we were told that the occipital lobe has all the visual perception, so maybe it's specially. I found the most fascinating part. Of course, this is a topic you and I have discussed for at least 10 years. I found the most original part. Of course, as a good Madhva, you are attributing it all to Jayatirthaji. But I think there is a little bit of novelty that you talked about what exactly is that nature of that additional property called atitatva, pastness, which in the technical language of all the schools, it is called the tatta. Right? Tat means back then. The difference between idam and tat. Tat is remote. So the reason why this is important, I want you to explain that. So, like you answered the previous person's objection very nicely, her problem was Smriti is often mistaken. So how can you call it Pratyakṣa? And your answer was, all sense perceptions are often mistaken. So how, if you can call them Pratyakṣa, so even if once or twice perception is correct, then Smriti also is once or twice correct. So that was a good answer. But Tattva Chintamani Pratyaksha part ends with Savikalpakavada. The last sentence of Savikalpakavada is a killer sentence by Gangesha. It says, Tasmat Uktam Acharyena. Acharya means Udayana Acharya. Smriter yatarthyam api kutaha. Kasya api smrite. Kasya api smrite. Not a single memory can ever be veridical, can be correct. And here is the argument that Udayana gives both in Kiranavali and in this Nyaya Tatparyatika Parishuddhi. He says that there is a dilemma. This has nothing to do with Agyata Jnapakatvam, it has to have a new topic, etc. Anubhavatva jati nahi hai, not these kinds of objects. But the problem is that there is a destructive dilemma. Ubhayata pasha rajju. Yesterday you saw the car on the street, today there is no car. You are having this, let's call it Manasa Pratyakṣa. But what is the Manasa Pratyakṣa? It is that yesterday I saw a car. If that is the form, then of course it is a certain report of what you did yesterday. But if you don't add Maya Drishtam part, if you say Tatra Tailajanam Asit, there was a car. Udayana's question is, Anubhavena Vina, without a past experience, you can never have a memory later. Did you experience yesterday Atra Tailajanam Asit? You did not. You experienced, the Anubhava was Atra Tailajanam Asti. So he puts it beautifully. Yadi yathanubhava syat, tada yathartho na syat. Yadi yathartha syat, yathanubhavo na syat. So smriter yathartham api kutaha. How would Jayatirtha or Varakhedi answer this?
So this is interesting explanation by Professor Chakrabarty. Am I audible now? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah, it is a very interesting explanation and also very nice question. Yatharthatvam, yathanubhavatvam. These two are not possible in Smriti at a time. So the answer could be, see, yatharthatva is not that smriti kale vastunah tathatvam bhavediti nemo nasti. Smrtau yah kalah grihita tasmin kale tasya vastunas tathatvam pramanyam. Jnana kale vastunah tathatvam na pramanyam. Apitu jnane yah kalah grihita tasmin kale tasya vastunas tathatvam pramanyam. In that sense, in the smriti, in memory, the time is the time that is grasped by the cognizer is the past time. It is past. Therefore, during that time, that object, whatever we have seen, was present and it was in that form. Therefore, it is. So, in that sense, yathanubhava anubhava smriti is the smriti never becomes yathanubhava. It follows. Yeah, it follows anubhava, but it is not yathanubhava because atitattva is not present in the anubhava. So, therefore, it follows the anubhava, but it never yathanubhava. It is never yathanubhava. It is not considered yathanubhava. It is yathartha.
The atitattva, this pastness is not added by the rememberer, recollector, by the smarta. It is not added to his current experience. It is added to the car, the object. But when it is added to the object is absent. You are saying that Anubhava Kale Atitatvam Ayati. Kutra Ayati. Natu Mama Anubhave. Anubhavatvam Atitatvam Nama Kena Samyujyate. Yat Tailajanam Yah Drishtam Maya Tena Samyujyate. Parantu Katham Samyujyate. Tailajanam Jada Asti Tada Atitatvam Nasti. Jada Atitatvam Asti Tailajanam Nasti. Uvayo Sangyoga Katham Bhavati.
See, that's where the mind plays role. Atraiva manasaha karyam. Anyatha samskara matrajanyam yadi syat, samskare yavan vishayah tavane vishayah smrtau syat. Parantu samskare yavan vishayah tavane vishayah smrtau bhavati iti nasti. Ateva manaha tatra karanam ityuchyate. The mind plays very important role here. Therefore, see, it can add something which is, see, how I am getting the present tense, it is the time of the cognition. The time of cognition is noted, and the time of the samskara janana is also noted, and the distance between them is also noted, and that's where it is added in the smriti. Therefore, this difference is also.
This is what I congratulated you, that you are giving us a research program, that this gap, the passage of time itself becomes for the manas indriya, manas shashthan indriyani. So this manas indriya can perceive that passage of time also. But that is a separate area. In cognitive science, a lot of discussion of passage of time perception and which area, temporal lobe, this, that, there is a. But still, eka sangshayastu shishyate. In your, so we go back to the previous lady who asked the question, very pertinent here. Yadi samskari yadasti tavan, without getting confined to that, tad atirichya kinchit samyujyate. Why can't you call that constructive memory? That you are, once you allow that kind of samyojanam, then manas can embellish anything. You know, somebody will say in childhood, somebody saw you. Now that person, you know, knows that you are a vice chancellor. He may add and claim that I have got a perception. You know, when I saw him, I saw the vice chancellor. But he did not. So that's a false thing. Once you allow the manas to add stuff, then in Shankaracharya's language, it is not perception. Why? Because it becomes Purusha Tantra rather than Vastu Tantra. Because coming from the subjective side.
Yeah, I just very briefly, because positive time, I just close it. But definitely, I'll answer this way. I'll take this question also, and again, I'll try to answer here. See, this there are permissible additions. For mind, the time is the object which is only grasped by the certain internal organs. It is not conceivable by any external organs. Therefore, this is permissible. That much which is grasped by the only internal organs can be added, not the things which are external. Therefore, these permissible additions are not a problem for the yatharthatva. This is what my argument. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, Ahalya ma'am. Are you there? Yes. She is present.
Dr. Ahalya Sharma is there.
Namaste, am I audible? Namaste to all of you, am I audible? Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Nangu screen.
Audible.
Yeah. Good. Am I audible, sir? Can I begin?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Vagarthaviva sampraktau vagartha pratipattaye jagatah pitarau vande Parvati Parameshwarau. With a deep sense of gratitude to ISS for giving me this opportunity, and pranams to all the scholars there, the erudite scholars and the academic leaders present in this platform. I would like to present the views from Ayurveda. In fact, the Vyavaharika Satta is what I would actually be presenting, as the Paramarthika Satta is already being presented and will continue to be so in the other lectures today. Very basic aspects from the Roga Rogi Pariksha that Ayurveda actually puts across this as. In fact, when I saw this brochure, the first thing that came to my mind was, we have everything regarding Pratyakṣa here, but Ayurveda looks at Pratyakṣa as a pramana, and how do we bring that here, as the technology of all this is in Ayurveda, and as the Indian knowledge system, where we actually use this aspect of pramana of Pratyakṣa, as he has already saved everything for us, saved the aprama, the pratibhasa, the branti, all that has been taken off, and only Pratyaksha pramana leading on to prama is what Ayurveda here considers, is what I would like to start off with. As we all know, this is an offshoot of Atharva Veda, though there are people from the Chaturdasha Vidyasthana, we look at it even from Rig Veda, but however, main evidence to us comes from Atharva Veda. The basic tenet of Ayurveda is that Yad Brahmande, Tat Pindande, man as an epitome of universe, made up of Panchamahabhuta. Everything that we study in this Shastra is basically from the Panchamahabhuta, is made up, believed to be made up of, is made up of Panchamahabhuta, whether it is the Ahara, the Aushadha, or the Indriya. Everything must have some common Tulya Yonitva, as we call, must have some common base, and that happens to be Panchamahabhuta. In fact, the three doshas, the biohumors we talk of, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, are also made up of Panchamahabhuta. And we also realize that it is from the avyakta to vyakta that the science actually progresses in everything, right from the aspect of the origin of the universe, tasmadva etasmadva atmanaha akasha sambhutaha. This is where Ayurveda has its own school of thought, that it uses all the darshanas, but uses it to the epistemology for the purpose that it is actually stating. And the purpose is swastasya swasthya rakshanam, aturasya roga prashamanam. So here we have to maintain the health of the healthy and to take away the disease. So for that, what are the pramanas we need, and how do we construct the darshanas, to what extent? So basically Nyaya Vaisheshika giving the basic format of it, Sankhya Yoga filling in the functionality, and Vedanta wherever relevant at the realm of moksha, etc., that he brings. In fact, the Samanya Vishesha Siddhanta that Ayurveda states is also from this aspect. Pravrittir dukkham nivrittir sukham iti yat jnanam utpadyate tat satya buddhihi. So a reflection of the Samanya Vishesha Siddhanta. I would like to draw the attention here to the word swastha. which is explained as Swasmin Atmani, Ananda Rupena Tishtati iti Swastaha. So the highest level of philosophy is actually embedded in this word, and everything else we go on to talk about Pratyaksha from here as a pramana. This is the actual goal, the distance that we have to walk. So whatever we are doing, Sharira Madhyam, Kalu Dharma Sadhanam, so Pratyaksha from the Roga Rogi Pariksha. As I already mentioned, Prama is taken here, and the technology of Pratyaksha is used in Ayurveda. Sharirendriya Sattvatma Sanyogo Dhari Jivitam. A man is a conglomeration, is an union of body, mind, sense organ, soul. It is something very similar that we also find in the definition of Pratyaksha, where we say Atmendriya Manorthanam Sannikarshat Pravartate. The soul, the mind, the sense organs, and the body. We'll look at the body as the substratum for mind and sense organs and the soul, of course. So what does this actually mean? Pratyaksha is the aparoksha jnana, the immediate knowledge, which we also have in this term, vyakta. Yat chakshusham tat pratyaksham, said Charaka. Whatever is visible immediately, gained through the akshay, here is the indriya. Pratyaksham tu kalu tadyat swayam indriyair manasacha upalabhyate. I don't have to get into the details. Atmendriya manortanam sannikarshat pravartate vyakta. That which is manifest, expressed, made clear explicitly, that is vyakta. Tadatve, at that moment, in that state, condition, time. So, tat and atva. Atva, this is the tadatve, ya buddhihi, pratyaksham sa niruchyate. The classics give us the types of pratyaksha mainly to understand the differential diagnosis, etc. So the savikalpaka, vikalpa being the types, and nirvikalpaka with no type. When a patient walks in and I just have a first look, I know it is anemia, but I do not know the further details of which comes under the savikalpaka pratyaksha. So savikalpaka pratyaksha. In fact, just going back to the Atma Indriya, one word out here that I want to again stress on, because Sannikarsha is where we will actually be dealing with. This is the continuum that the body and the mind continuum is what actually the text tells us through and through. And the sentient soul and the insentient body must have, they belong to two different realms, but must have an interface, and that is where mind. In fact, I recollect what Vaibhavji Tripathi was mentioning. So all the different aspects of the brain, why, what, where, all that here, along with the antahkaranas, antakarana chatushtaya, all that can be brought in this context. So mind is an interlink between the inert body and the sentient soul through the intermediary faculties, which the mind is also one. So the mind that is actually a Chaitanya, and because of the permanent association with the soul, that is, we call it the Samanaska Atma, through and through. Therefore, according to Ayurveda, it's the soul which actually gets it, and all these serve as the instrument for the same. So with that, we would probably look into the direct anubhava that pratyaksha brings, the types. And coming on to the savikalpaka and the nirvikalpaka pratyaksha, we have here that the different kinds that are brought about, laukika and the alaukika. The laukika and the alaukika depend on the way in which the sense organs come in contact with their objects. So in laukika pratyaksha, analysis of the knowledge by the mind on the perceptual experience is limited. Whatever one's sense perceives on the contact with their respective objects alone is there. But in alaukika pratyaksha, this primary knowledge will be elaborated. In fact, Madhusudan Penna dealt on that topic, interpreted and analyzed further. So laukika again is of abhyantara and bahya. So abhyantara is the manasa pratyaksha. It could be that eureka moment of Archimedes or Aryabhata. It can be the perception of love, happiness, desire, etc. So all that is actually put a poem that comes to our mind, that the answer for a problem that can come. So this is abhyantara. And the Bahya is very, very gross one related to the 5 sense organs that we have. Something that would interest us here is the concept of Pancha Panchaka that that the classics mentioned. They knew the difference between the Adhisthana of the Indriya and the Indriya per se. The ears are fine, but the hearing could be impaired. So that way they looked at the Indriya, which is the 5 sense, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, skin, etc. Panchendriya Dravya, which was the 5 Mahabhutas that were given. In fact, students usually used to ask us in college, why do we have only 5 Mahabhutas? And the easiest answer we would give them was, there are 5 sense organs, so we can look at only 5 Mahabhutas. Maybe there is a 6th which we don't know as humans. So Panchendriya Dravya, Panchendriya Adhisthana, the mechanical apparatus of the sense organ, and the Panchendriya Artha, the objects of the sense organs, which the stuff that the objects Indriyas perceive, and then the Panchendriya Buddhi, the 5 types of Buddhi, which spell out the understanding or the interpretation of perception, which needs a union between the object and the perceiving apparatus. It is then conveyed through the special senses to the soul through the means of mind. So this is the Panchendriya Buddhi that we are actually talking of. This is the Pancha Panchaka. Coming back to the Jnana Lakshana Pratyasatti, the Yogaja Pratyasatti, the Alaukika here would be Pratyasatti or Sannikarsha, either of the two that we use. It would be the common, the generality, principle of generality that we apply, that you see 1 or 2 grains of rice is cooked, so you know the whole thing is cooked. Or the Jnana Lakshana Pratyasatti, the knowledge obtained through the use of one sense organ, but the other is also got, like it's the grass looks soft. So though it is the Sparshanendriya which should actually be doing it, but you also know it, maybe because of Smriti, the earlier Anubhava, but you're able to get the knowledge of the second one also. And the very important is Yogaja Pratyakṣa, which has already been dealt. They talk about 2 kinds of Pratyakṣa here, 2 kinds of Yogaja, Yukta Jnana and Yunjana Jnana. Yukta Jnana is being established in that state of complete knowledge for the Trikala. Yunjana is the temporary, the fleeting knowledge which comes at those particular moments of Samadhi, probably. Ideas of Nadi, ideas of Prana Shakti, the 72,000 Nadis that we talk about, or the so many of the intangible things that we actually discuss, actually comes from this realm. In fact, I always was wondering, we would say the fetus gets its heartbeat from the 4th month is what Sushruta tells. Dvihridayantanarim daukhridanim achakshate. He says this is when it is actually manifest and you can hear. And today we know it. That is exactly when the fetal heart sounds are heard. I was wondering, if it is a dead one that he is dissecting, he can't get it. If it is a live one, how would he be able to hear it without the apparatus required? So when we look at all of these and many such examples that the Samhitas are full with, I think Yogaja Pratyasatti is where we get a lot of our knowledge. So it is intuition, different and beyond the normal experience, which is also given a lot of understanding. The other important one, as I said, Nirvikalpaka was taken not just to mention it, but he says, this jnanam is nirvikalpa. He goes on to give us clinical examples. Or savikalpa, when he talks about it, drishtva prameham maduram sapicham madhupamam dvivido vicharaha. Or he says, this could be of 2 types. Now look at what it is and then start the treatment. So savikalpaka, nirvikalpa, every bit of it having the practical application is what is important. Or we have the Sannikarsha, the Indriya and Vishya Sambandha Vyapara, and the 6 types that are actually mentioned as the contact between the patient and the physician, the eyes, when you look at him. Identifying the color of the eye and the patient, the color of the eye, Sanyukta Samavaya. Identifying the degree of yellowness that is present in the eye, Sanyukta Samaveta Samavaya Sannikarsha. Now these 3 are usually for the Indriyas except the Shrotrendriya. Till here we apply to all the others, but when it comes to Samavaya Sannikarsha and Samaveta Samavaya, we clearly refer it only to the Shabda and Karana. and the Sannikarsha there, the quality Akasha and Shabda, and the quality of sound, whether it is Karkasha, Madhura, what melodious, etc. As physicians, it becomes important that we realize the Visheshana, Visheshya, Abhava Sannikarsha, whether the presence or absence of a feature that we saw yesterday is there or not. So mainly used in the negation of it, jaundice not present or etc., that we write the swelling, whether it's decreased, whether it's there or not, edema present, absent. So it was there yesterday, not there. So in that way, it becomes important to us, and that's how we use this particular one. So the 5 Sannikarshas help us in visualizing the Bhava Padarthas. In fact, Charaka clearly tells us, Dvividameva Kalu Sarvam Satcha Asatcha. Tasya Chaturvida Pariksha. Pratyaksham, Anumanam, Upamanam, Yuktischeti. So here he brings in the 4 Pramanas where Pratyaksha becomes the basic for the other ones. So this is how we practically use this. Again, as they talk about all this, a lot of ideas are given about the Indriyas, the Jnanendriya, how do they work, etc. That is all given in detail. The importance of Indriya, because it's only through this that prana is manifest. The difference between an inert object and me is probably the Indriya. Indratma tasyalingam Indriyam, and talk about Karmendriya, Ubhayendriya Manas, mainly taken from the Sankhya Darshana here. So this is the classification of the Indriyas is dealt in detail mainly. The evolution of it can be taken from the Sankhya part, because the Ahankarita is for the production and the initial origination, the Sattvika and the Rajasika Ahankara coming out. But we recognize the Bhautikani cha Indriyani Ayurvede Varnyante. We look at the Bhautikata for the maintenance and sustenance of the Indriya, because the medicine or the food which nurtures it must also be Panchabhautik. So we look at it as Panchabhautik being a part of Sharira. Indriya derives its nourishment from Ahara, which is again Panchabhautik. And Sarvam Dravyam Panchabhautikam Asmin Arthe. They do not say it is not Brahman, it is not. Asmin Arthe, in this text, in this context, it is only Panchabhautik, is that what they are the sages are very clear about. And again, Tulya Yonitva of Indriyas, that we already mentioned. Prapyakarita Vichara is something very, very important. So he says, the text actually tells us the state of being in an activity or function that is accessible to the reach of the sense organs. Except eye, all the others, the Vishaya comes and hits the organ. When it is to the eye, it is the eyes which go reach the object and bring it back, is something very interesting to read from the commentators of Charaka. Again, though they have said Pratyaksha is the most important pramana, they started off with Pratyaksha. They realized the limitations of Pratyaksha taken from Sankhya Karika, but adopted slightly differently here in Charaka. Ati Sannikarsha, when the object is very close, one cannot see it. When the object is very far, we cannot see it. And look at the beauty, each one of it has been overcome today. And the Avarana, when it is covered, again, all our scopes, the MRI scans, etc. Then Abhibhava, then Karana Daurbalya, this is something very important. If the organs of Jnanendriyas are not good enough, then you cannot have Pratyaksha, is what he is trying to tell us here. Mano Anavasthana. When one is not present at the time of observation of the object, or there is anxiety, fear, then even then it is not possible. Samana Vihara, among the major number of objects, we may not be able to pick up one. Abhibhavat, there was already an example given, again, sun and the stars. Ati Saukshmat, when it is very minute, we may not be able to get it. The applied aspect in the Rogarogi Pariksha, we look at it from Rogamadau Pariksheta, Tatonantaram Aushadam. The direct observation of dosha dhatu and lakshanas, if all the diseases are manifest through their symptoms. If there is no symptom, he says it is not worth treating. This is one of the ideas we find in Ayurveda. In treating a silent disease, how important is it, is a question that is often taken. This forms the basis for our diagnosis. Lakshanam pratyaksha gamyam. The symptoms are what are available to us, and we look at Pratyaksha through that. Darshana, Sparshana, Prashnaihi. These are the three means of understanding. We see the patient, we touch the patient, the pariksha, auscultation, etc., examination, and the history taking. They form the basis of it. And we have the Dashavida Pariksha Bhavas, Karana, Karana, Karya Yoni, all these, which give us the complete assessment of the situation in which the patient is there, looking at the dosha, the dhatu. All these again must be understood through Pratyaksha. They are understood through Pratyaksha. Ashtavida Pariksha. In fact, the Ashtavida Pariksha also, we have the Nadi, Mutra, Mala, Jikhva, again, all of it, Sparsha, Drik, Akriti, all of this come under Pratyaksha Pramana. The complexion, the pulse, gait, skin, Sharira Pariksha. It is used in therapy, observing the direct effect of medicines. Now, all this happens with the word, when we look at the word Siddhanta, we say, Siddhanto nama saha yaha parikshakaihi bahuvidam parikshya hetuvischa sadhayitva sthapyate nirnaya. Ayurveda is a Siddhanta. And what are the hetus that we use to bring it here? Ata hetu nama upalabdhi karanam tat pratyaksham. So the means to get this Siddhanta is through Pratyaksha, is what he says here. And practical study, application of Pratyaksha, the physiological, diagnostic, therapeutic research grounds. In fact, the Arishta Lakshanas, that is predicting when death is likely to happen. It could be Kalantara, over a period of time. It could be Sadhya, immediate. When is it going to happen? It could be in a week's time, in 10 days, in 15 days. That's the clarity with which one can mention that. And the Arishta Lakshanas are also Pratyaksha Gamya Bhavas. And then we have the Punarjanma Siddhi by Pratyaksha Pramana. I've just quoted some of the important ones there. Pratyaksha for Vaidya, Pratyaksha for Roga, and Pratyaksha for Rogi. We can understand it from all these aspects. So, Drishta Palatvat, Agamat cha. Important and interesting is that it is not that only Pratyaksha is mentioned. Pratyaksha is like, it's like air. You have everything. And all of this goes simultaneously, but understanding wise, we look at Pratyaksha Pramana and the resultant part of it as Drishta Palatva. Then we have Yat Jnatva. In the first chapter of Charaka Samhita, Maharshayah te dadrushuhu yat jnana chakshusha samanyancha visheshancha gunan dravyani karmacha. So in fact, we have the 4 kinds of chakshu that is mentioned: the jnana chakshu, dhyana chakshu, charma chakshu, and divya chakshu. So jnana chakshusha, this could be again the alaukika. So we have the jnana lakshana here, in the jnana chakshusha. He talks about the importance of Pratyaksha in this aspect. Pratyaksha for Rogi, where he is able to observe the day-to-day changes that come, and he is able to, Smriti comes in here, but Vrishta Smritanubhutanat Smaranat Smriti Uchyate. So he should be able to recollect, he should be able to notice, observe immediately. So need healthy sense organs. The limitations are many. It is limited to present and manifest. Though we say Pratyaksha forms the basis, Pratyaksham alpam, Apratyaksham analpam asti. Cannot perceive the past, present, and future, for which Charaka comes up with a pramana called Yukti Pramana, where he says Trikala can be understood. Buddhif pashyati yah bhavan bahu karana yogajan. Yuktis trikala sadhneya trivargaha sadhyate yata. So past, present, and future being hidden, being deciphered, he says you can plan an action. So how do you go ahead with your methodology of treatment? There comes Yukti Pramana based on Pratyaksha. Of course, it is subject to illusion and error, but when it becomes Prama, we don't look at this. Otherwise, this is quite a possibility. So Pratyaksha is the foremost, as I mentioned, very, very essential in Roga Rogi Pariksha, in the diagnosis and in treatment. It complements Anumana. Pratyaksha Purvam Trividam Trikalam. Only based on Pratyaksha we go for Anumana. Based on Pratyaksha, Upamana is, the comparison comes in. Or even for Aptopadesha, we need this. Foundation of the Ayurvedic diagnostic science is Pratyaksham Pradhanam Pramanam, as he says. But again, I would like to end with what Acharya Shankara still said, which Ayurveda also agrees with, and it is from the Ekashloki.
you're not audible.
Dr. Ahalya Sharma, you're not audible. Madam, are you there?
Sir? Yeah, understanding that ultimately we are the light of lights, where a student says, I realize that I am the light. And this is the idea put forth by Charaka and Sushruta. And for the grosser aspect and the diagnostic aspect, Pratyakṣa Pramana is used thus, though this is the founding idea on which Ayurveda is built up with. With these words, I would like to thank the organizers and all of you for a patient hearing. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma. So, seeing the time, we would not be able to take any question. So, we would like to welcome our next speaker, Professor Sachchidananda Mishra. His Member Secretary, Indian Council of Philosopher Research. I would like to welcome Dr. Sachchidananda Mishra.
Thank you very much. Namaste to all. So I have been given the responsibility, or you can say that I have chosen to speak on this topic. Nature of perception, the Charvakian viewpoint. Actually, there are only a few texts available on Charvak philosophy. Why I have chosen this text, this topic, due to the reason that I have written a book, Nava Charvaka Karikavali, 2 years ago. And due to this writing, it was considered that I will be a good person to speak on the Charvaka viewpoint on perception. The Charvaka philosophy is very unique philosophy. Very unique in the sense that this is the single philosophy which is bold enough to accept that it accepts only veracity of perception. Other philosophies make room for other pramanas. However, Charvaka philosophy, as it is understood, as it is presented in the simple way that it believes only in the empirical world. There is another name for this philosophy, Lokayata. Why it is called the Lokayata? There are two connotations. One idea is this one, that this philosophy is Lokayat philosophy because this Lok means common people, and common people accept this philosophy, therefore it is called a Lokayat. But I am of this different opinion, and I think that is the sense of this philosophy, and that Lok means what is perceptible world. This philosophy is limited to the perceptual world. What is perceptible? this philosophy limited itself to that world. Nothing beyond that acceptable. Therefore, this philosophy is a unique philosophy. But this is ridiculous. What to understand the nature of perception from this philosophy? Because we do not have any text. While writing this text, Navacharvaka Karikavali, this idea I left opened. Because I have not discussed this idea, what is the nature of perception according to Charvaka philosophy. That idea I have left open because of two reasons. One is that, as my understanding goes, I think that the Charvaka philosophers and the scientists follow the same path. Because the Charvaka philosophers say that we believe only on the perception, and changing only a little bit, the scientist would say that we believe on experiments. But later on, what could be the situation? In Tattva Chintamani, inferential chapter, Gangeshopadhyay says, Anumana pramane pratyakshasyapi apramanyat. The connotation, this is not the exact line, but the intention is this one, that if you do not believe in the inference, you cannot establish the authenticity of perception. When you say pratyakshatiriktam na pramanam, you have to use a one pramana, because without, the question can be asked whether your following the line of Chattopadhyay, when he was explaining that sentence, he classified Charvaka philosophers with Socratic Buddhist philosophers. Buddhist philosophers make a distinction between Surakshan and the Samanya. And the Buddhist position is this one, that only perception is paramarthik and inference is vyavahara. Therefore, many places it is said pratyakshmeva praman, tatra in Buddhist philosophy also. Because anuman is actually empirical perception, empirical. So should we try to understand Charvaka philosophy very much akin to this Buddhist philosophy when we are discussing about the nature of perception? Or there is any other way around to understand Charvaka philosophy? There is another point also which is very much discussed. When the Charvaka philosophers refuted the perception, they refuted the inference, and it is said, Shatashaha Sahacharitayorapi Devichara Darshana. When we have observed something 100 times or more than 100 times, we cannot be sure that in the future the same will happen. Therefore, inference is not pramana. So while rejecting this statement, the authenticity of inference, and it is actually many times said that this position of Charvaka is actually the gist of Charvak philosophy, because there they produce their novelty in refuting the inference. Let me take one point. There is a Brihaspati Sutra which says, Pramanasya agamunatvad anumanad artha pratyayo durlabha. Praman is agauna, and anumana, it is difficult to get ascertainment from inference. The point is this one, that this ascertainment is achievable only through perception. Therefore, perception is pramana and anuman is not pramana. And if we take this Brihaspati Sutra, the whole argument which is presented by Didhitikara appears to be misleading, appears to be going in a different direction. And the Charvaka philosophy should not go in that direction. The argument many times presented from the side of Charvakas, it is many times doubtful whether the same argument was put forward by Charvakas or not. Because the rejection of inference can be very well found in Vakyapadya. And while rejecting rejection of inference, the Vakyapadya, the author of Vakyapadya, Bhartrihari, accepts the authenticity of Pratyakṣa and also Shabda Pramana, Agama Pramana. So what could be the position of Charvaka while explaining this situation? So here I think the Charvaka philosophy of perception should be a philosophy of naive kind of perception, because he is always accepting the veracity of our day-to-day life. It is a realist philosophy. And we can observe very clearly, if we put Charvakas on the same boat with Sautrantikas, there could be the idealistic problem. Because we can see in Pramanavartik, there is idealistic situation is also available. But the Charvaka philosophy cannot go in that direction. Secondly, when you are accepting that only perception is pramana, there could be a question, how will you believe that perception is pramana? Because there are so many cases where perception is considered, one's perception is justified, that it is not pramana at all. For example, when you are confusing a rope, a piece of rope as a snake, and later on you discover that this is not actually the piece of rope, this is not snake, but piece of snake, piece of rope. So in that situation, perception can also be many times confusing. So how to understand this Charvak philosophy when we are discussing the nature of perception? We should take into consideration 2 points. One, should we follow the path which is being explored by the scientists, neuroscientists, who are considering how our brain functions? Or should we take into consideration the Charvaka viewpoint? I think for the Charvakas, the knower is the body, not the brain. Brain is not the knower because there is an identity. Who is knowing, the same person is doing. So brain, if brain is knower, then you have to say brain is the doer. But I think it would not be acceptable to the Charvak philosophers, because they would say that body is the doer. And what is I, that is simple way can be understood as you. When we are interacting with other persons, what is the other? The other person is the body. Different bodies are other persons. And I am also the body. So this is the Charvak philosophy in gist. Accordingly, they will have to explain their philosophy of perception. So the philosophy of perception, if explained in this way, I think there will be necessity to accept two types of perceptions. I think following the footsteps of Nayayikas, where they accept that there is a kind of nirvikalpak perception, and nirvikalpak means there could be the questions, and Professor Chakrabarty presented this viewpoint very beautifully explained, and he argued that nirvikalpak perception should that point, which can be explored by the scientists or brain scientists, neuroscientists, because which part of our brain gets activated, this is not the business of the philosopher. The business of philosophers is this one, what they get. So here, in a simple way, I see the person coming to meet me, and accordingly I will have to act. Because the Charvaka, as he propounded the theory of evolution of consciousness, this is a kind of evolutionary theory. And here they can accept very well the evolution propounded by Charles Darwin or others. How we are evolved accordingly is perceived. You can see, we perceive the colors, but many people are there who are colorblind persons who cannot perceive the colors. Even the dogs cannot perceive the colors. But dogs can perceive so many things we cannot perceive. That's why so many types of smell. The example was given so long because they need to pursue. If they do not pursue so long, they will not survive. The survival is dependent upon this perception, and the perception is the basic thing on which we can survive. So how we perceive and what we perceive, so who is the perceiver? The knower is the perceiver. The knower and perceiver, these two are not distinct persons. And knower, perceiver, who desires and who acts, these are identical. So how we perceive? For example, I perceive there is a book on the table. So this perception, and accordingly we utter the sentences also. Accordingly we infer also. So the idea from the Charvak perspective is this one, and I also propounded in this book, that when the Charvak philosophers say that inference is not a pramana, they are not saying that inference doesn't provide us any piece of information. Inferences do provide us new piece of informations, but they are not ascertained in that sense. Because unless you experience it, you cannot be sure that this cognition is true. So for the generation of inference, we have to depend upon perception. And also for the verification of that inference, we have to depend on perception. And in the same way, there could be a room for verbal testimony. However, this verbal testimony is not a kind of pramana. However, here there is a distinction between Charvaka philosophy and also Buddhist philosophy. Because Buddhist philosophers made a room. What is grasped by inference, that cannot be grasped by perception. And what is grasped by perception, that cannot be grasped by inference. The objects of these two pramanas are completely different, exclusive. But in the day-to-day life, how the example is there, we perceive the fire, we perceive the smoke, and also we infer the fire, seeing the smoke. So the whole idea of inference can be accommodated in Charvaka perspective with a modification that it is not certain. Therefore, it cannot be certain because this perception is always inductive. What you call it deductive, this is alien to Charvaka philosophers and also alien to Indian philosophical tradition, as I understand. Because for the Indian philosophical tradition, inference is something you move from one to another. One, when you are perceiving some cases, later on you come to the cognition, what is known as deduction, the general rule, what is known as Vyaptik Jnana, and through Vyaptik Jnana you conclude. So here it is acceptable to Charvaka philosophers that Vyaptik Jnana cannot be so much sure. Wherever there is a smoke, there is a fire, you cannot always be sure. Because there could be some situations also. And then whenever you are concluding that there is a fire, this vyavahar is there, empirical usages are there, but going in this direction will not be sufficient and it will not be justified very well. Therefore, the Charvaka's viewpoint is this one, simply that this our experience which goes in our day-to-day life, that is actually savikalpak, vyavasayatmak, nishchayatmak. And there is a stage of perception, which one is not in the kind of sense data, and if you are explaining in that sense, there is no problem at all. That is grasped, and later on, there is savikalpak perception. So this praman, what is considered as perception by Charvakas, they will have to accept that this savikalpak perception is praman. And on the basis of that, all our experiences, all our actions go on. So I think in this direction, we should develop this Charvaka philosophy. And I am not taking much time because much earlier I had been given this piece. Thank you very much.
Okay, we can take only one question.
So I should have been there. Oh, good. 1 minute, sir. The point is this one, what you understand from the term intelligence. Because nowadays we are being aware of another term, what is known as artificial intelligence, isn't it? So what is the artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence, in the same way, according to Charvak philosophers, all intelligence is actually artificial intelligence. No intelligence is natural. Every intelligence is artificial because every intelligence is product of inert. Every intelligence is product of inert. So if every intelligence is product of inert, so every intelligence is artificial intelligence for the Charvaka. Okay.
Sorry, we have time constraint. So we can discuss this personally. Mr. Mishra would be available in the lunch, right? So can we have one more speaker before lunch? Maybe? Is it fine to everybody? Next 30-35 minutes? Okay, let's have one more speaker. So nobody, raise the. Can we? Yeah. Okay, let's. So our next speaker is Professor Madhumita Chattopadhyay. She's a coordinator, Center for Buddhist Study, Jadavpur, University, Kolkata. Welcome.
Is that okay?
Good afternoon, everybody. Without taking much time, I will start my paper. The title of my paper is Ashoka's Account of Perception. In this paper, my plan is to discuss why should the Yogacara Buddhist care about correct knowledge. The second point that we'll discuss, the 4 different concepts of Vijnanam. The third is 4 different concepts of Tattarthas and how mind cooks and tampers with the sense-given data. And last but not the least, the alternative account of perception and the concluding remarks. This is my plan. Now, we know that in the Indian knowledge system, which is talked much in nowadays, what is meant by knowledge or pramana was not spelled out in clear terms prior to the aphorisms of Gautama, whose time is believed to be 6th century BCE to 2nd century CE. Though this time span matches with the period when Buddhism was becoming popular throughout the country, Buddha did not concentrate much on providing any definition of knowledge. Maybe because such discussion was not relevant in the goal of his philosophy, namely complete cessation of human suffering. With the advent of Mahayana thoughts, discussions on logical and epistemological issues started in Buddhism. In the early days of Mahayana philosophy, logic was employed to refute the view of the realists and establish that everything is essenceless, nishabhava, and in that sense, shunya. Naturally, any affirmative discussion on knowledge was not done by these group of Mahayana thinkers, especially Nagarjuna. Though in the text, Vigraha Vyavartani and Vaidalya Shastra, we find this refutation of the Nyaya concepts of Prama, Pramana, and Prameo, along with other categories. With the belief that the aim of the Mahayana thought was the removal of the Gya Varana, that is the misunderstanding regarding the Gyas, that is the objects of knowledge, the Yogacara thinkers from the early days concentrated on the attainment of knowledge. This becomes clear when you go through the different texts of Asanga, who, though not the founder, attempted to establish the Yogacara ideas on a solid foundation. The interesting feature of his works is that the element of realism inherited from the earlier Hinayana tradition and the critical exposition of Shunyata of Nagarjuna have been blended with the Mahayana emphasis on meditative practices. This has brought in a new flavor to the notion of cognition or jnana prevalent in his time. In his philosophy, Asanga tries to focus on all-encompassing nature of cognition, since by possessing such knowledge, the Buddha has been regarded as the Sarvagya. The Buddha knows directly the essential nature of each individual object in itself as it really is, which in the term of Asanga is Bhutata, and also the entire realm of dharmas, Sarvata. However, Asanga admits that not all people can have such knowledge. Hence, prior to Vasubandhu, he recognized the necessity for admitting other types of knowledge of reality. In Asanga's different works, we come across 4 different ideas about knowledge. Without pronouncing the Sanskrit statement itself, I am stating the English translation. The first one says that knowing is the characteristic of consciousness. It is consciousness by which one knows different objects like color, sound, smell, taste, touch, and the mental objects. The second concept we find, the term is a bit different. He says he is talking about samadhi. Samadhi here does not mean meditation, it is concentration. So in the second point, we have the idea that what is concentration? It is the one-pointedness of mind on the object to be investigated. Its function consists of giving a basis to knowledge. What is wisdom? He is here using the term praya. It is investigation of the qualities of the object to be investigated. Its function consists in the elimination of doubt. So here we have one notion of cognition, namely in cognition, there is no scope of doubt. Sorry. Bijanona. Bijanona lakshanam biyan. Yes, bijanona. To know. No. Bijanona, knowing.
Okay.
That is the from Gyano, the term I think is derived. It is not Bijanona, it is Bijanona. The verb is Bijano, Janati. That is from that it is. Because in the second line you find the expression Bijanati. Vishayan Bijanati. So here in the first one, I will explain it later. We have a very ordinary idea of knowledge. That is, knowledge is nothing which apprehends different objects. Nana Vishayan Vijanati. But in the second state, in the second definition, what I have written in bold is Upaporiksha eva bostuni dharmanam pravichaya sangsaya vyavartana kormika. So it concentrates on the just any kind of knowledge which comes to our mind through the looking at the object is not regarded as knowledge proper. Knowledge proper is that when we properly understand the characteristics of the object, and such a characteristic will be able to remove all the doubts. Sangsaya vyavartana kormika. The third one, sorry, the third definition says pure knowledge, shuddha jnanam. Pure knowledge is knowledge of everything. It is unimpeded knowledge. Together with the complete destruction of all the traces of mental afflictions and the complete abandonment of the forms of ignorance that are unrelated to the mental afflictions. Such knowledge collectively are referred to as unsurpassed, true and complete enlightenment. As I mentioned earlier, that perhaps you all know that the objective of the Mahayana thinkers or the Bodhisattvayana thinkers was the removal of the Jnana Varana rather than of the Klesha Varana conceived by the Sravaka Jana. That is why here the expressions, the emphasis is given on Klesha and others. Okay. And the last analysis that we get is here he is specifically speaking about the bodhisattvas. So in the fourth notion, we have the wisdom of the bodhisattva is cultivated in order to realize the truth, starting with the ineffable, non-substantial character of all entities. Such wisdom is free from all sorts of conceptualization, and all false impositions get eliminated. This form of wisdom leads to the realization of the sameness of all entities and also the great general characteristics. And he says such wisdom is cultivated to enable one to realize the ultimate reality. Now, when we look at these four formulations of knowledge, we find that the first one speaks of knowledge of ordinary beings, and the second variety presents that type of knowledge where the individual has been successful in concentrating his mind on a particular object. The remaining two constitute the level of higher beings who have stepped into the stream leading to the goal of nirvana. Obviously, in the Tattartha Patala chapter of the Bodhisattva Bhumi, Ashoka starts with a description of the 4 varieties of Tattarthas, that is, 4 types of realities, which he says, Loko Prasiddha, Yukti Prasiddha, Klesha Varana Vishuddha, and Jnana Varana Vishuddha. Of these 4, the first 2 are possessed by ordinary beings and logicians respectively, because the logicians deal with the yukti. The third one by the Theravada practitioners, namely the Sravakas and the Pratyakṣa Buddhas, and the last one by the Mahayana thinkers, that is the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas. Now, for the ordinary people, knowledge is that by which one is able to apprehend different objects like color, smell, taste, word, etc. In accordance with the nature of the object apprehended, the particular sense organ is employed as the basis. And depending on the supremacy of the particular sense organ in getting related to the particular object, there occurs the apprehension of that object. And the apprehension gets its title or appellation from the name of the sense organ, which acts as its basis. For example, a particular cognition is regarded as visual cognition, chakshur vijnana, which has eye as its base, color as the object, alambana, store consciousness, alaya vijnana, of the results of past action as the seeds. This contact results in the transformation, which then gives transformation of the sense faculty, which then gives rise to a threefold union. This is the first time we come across the word union in Indian philosophy, in Buddhist philosophy, to a threefold union which takes place among the sense organ, object, and the mind. The function of such contact consists in giving a basis to feeling. Here the term samskarsha is employed because generally in Buddhism, we think that epistemology or the definition of perception started with Dingnago's work, namely the Pramana Samuchaya and the Pramana Vartika, etc. And nowhere in these 2 texts we find that the word samskarsha or perception is defined in terms of the contact. It is here in Ashoka's work that we find this definition. And naturally, for the occurrence of perception, Ashoka admits the role of mind. Ashoka does not consider that mind, consider perception to be nirvikalpo or indeterminate at all. That is for, and especially for the ordinary persons. For the ordinary persons, perception is determinate perception, and such determinate perception can occur only when the mind has a definite role to play, because as we all know that our sense organs can never identify what the object it is apprehending. Okay. So I think this is very important. That is how mind works or how mind produces knowledge from the sense acquired data. Ashoka explains the mind as the stored consciousness of all the seeds, sarvo bijakam alayogiyanam, impregnated by the residues like Bashona Puribhavito of the aggregates, skandhas, elements, dhatus, and spheres. It is because of these resources that the mind can cook the data received through the sense organs into a piece of determinate cognition, having the form, this is so and so. In the text Abhidharma Samuchaya, Asanga explains elaborately the passage, the process, by which our ordinary perception takes place and leads to different practical activities. When the eye comes into contact with a visible form, the consciousness arises that there is something in front of the eye. This consciousness is only a kind of reaction or response intimating the presence of some color, but it does not perceive or recognize what the color is. It is perception, sonya, that recognizes it as red, blue, etc. This passage from the Abhidharma Samuchaya clearly indicates that the early Yogacharo philosophers, especially Asanga, did not believe that perception or pratyakṣa should necessarily be indeterminate or nirvikalpo or kalpana poro in character. In both Abhidharma Samuchaya as well as in Bodhisattva Bhumi, it has been shown that knowledge of the ordinary person is leaning towards some external reality. And in holding such a view, Asanga exhibits his affiliation to the Mahishasaka sect of the Sarvastivadin tradition. But as the individual, that is the ordinary individual, progresses through meditative practices, samadhi, from the world of forms to the world of formless, and ultimately to the world of chitta matrata or vigyapti matrata, he becomes conscious of the functioning of the mind. Awareness of the functioning of the mind is the highest form of meditation, where the object visualized by the mind is created by the mind and is nothing but the mind itself, chittam evo. And this is the direct realization of the shunyata, the realization of the voidness of both subject and object. There appears to be an object outside, but this is realized in meditation to be nothing but the mind or awareness. Thus, in these above-mentioned texts, perception is understood as direct realization, which has later on been recognized by the Buddhist philosophers as Sakshat Pratiti. As the individual progresses through meditative practices from the world of awareness of the functioning of the mind is the highest form of meditation. Thus, in the like the Mahishasaka's belief that there are no transcendental abstract meditation, Asanga believes that the journey through the four dhyanas of the realm of form, Rupodhatu, and the realm of the formless, Arupodhatu, is the mundane path, Laukika Marga. The supramundane path, or the Lokuttara Marga, involves the intense contemplation of the Four Noble Truths. Both the mundane and the supramundane paths require the concentration of the mind. But it will be wrong to believe that this is the only view of perception admitted by Asanga. In other texts like Sravaka Bhumi, we have other definitions, and these definitions come much more closer to the definition of perception, which we find in the Pramana Vartika or the Pramana Samuchaya. I am not explaining this alternative definition much. I am only presenting the definition, namely yad aviparaksham anubhuitam anubhujyam avibhrantam. That is, perception is that which is not indirect, which is not inferred, which cannot be inferred at all, and which is non-erroneous in character. Analysis of this characteristic of perception indicates that Ashoka is admitting the characteristic which was recognized by Gautama in his Nyaya Sutras of Bhavichari. However, in his enumeration of the list of errors or delusions, he has shown his originality. The addition of the 2 errors to the original list of 5 errors in the explanation of the term Abhibhrantam, which we find in the definition given in the Sutomoyi Bhumi part of the Sravaka Bhumi text. There, it has been said that there are 5 errors. Of them, 2 recognized by him are Chitta Bhranti and Drishti Bhranti. The former one is more psychological, metaphysical in nature than the epistemological one. According to Professor Tucci, they have a more dogmatical than a logical bearing and belong rather to inference than to direct perception. Of the other errors, the first one, namely Shanya Bhranti, which has been defined as Ya Atal Lakshana Tat Sanya, that is possession of a characteristic which is not actually there, provides a generic feature which is common to all the varieties of error. Ashoka himself has not provided any justification for including such a generic feature as one variety in the list of errors. It may be noted that the later Buddhist logicians like Dharmakirti included only the remaining 4 types of error as cause of erroneous perception. Thus, the Shankha Bhranti corresponds to the Timira of Dharmakirti and Indriyagata Vibhrama Karana of Dharmottara. The Samsthana Bhranti to the Ashu Brahmana or Vishayagata Vibhrama Karana. Varna Bhranti to the Samshava of Dharmakirti or Adhyatmagata Vibhrama Karana, and Karma Bhranti to Nojana of Dharmakirti, which we find in the text Nayavindu, or Vajjastraya Sthita Vibhrama Karana. This indicates that when Dharmakirti added the adjective of Bhranto or non-erroneous to the definition of perception formulated by Dignago simply as Kalpana Pura or free from conceptual constructions, the idea might come from Ashoka. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can have one question.
So we missed the
this one.
the alternate view on perception. Yes, yeah.
Yad aviparaksham, that which is not indirect. That is, earlier he has explained perception as a direct realization. Here also, this directness is emphasized by the word aviparaksham. That is, it is not paraksham. Anubhuikam, that is, it is not inferred, and which cannot be inferred at all. And the last expression is abhibhranta. So he has used the term here in
Yes, and
abhuhitam.
Anabhu.
From no abhuhitam.
Yes.
That is anabhuhitam. And again anabhujam.
So wisdom meaning. So you cannot, not even inferable.
It is not even inferable. Might be here he is referring to the Four Noble Truths or the ultimate truths of the Buddhas, which can be known only through
perception,
direct realization. Yes, this is direct perception. So perception means direct perception.
Actually, it is not inferred.
Yes.
And it cannot possibly be.
But here
and it is not
making...
indirect. That means it is direct.
Immediate.
It is immediate, direct, but not in any way inferred. So it is not like ordinary perception. It is
actually here it refers to the highest form of cognition.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
Where, as I had mentioned earlier, the Mahayana thinkers, the objective of the Mahayana thinkers is Gya Varna Vishuddhi. So this true nature, that is the anitya nature, the anatma or shunno nature of objects cannot be known by inference. It can only be realized by the highest, by the monks, only through their meditation.
Okay.
So in that sense, the term is used.
Thank you very much.
Just one more remark, please. Just in addition to what ma'am was just saying right now, I would just like to connect what Professor Chakrabarty said, that the objection that Professor made earlier about perception not resulting in action, and thereby perception not resulting in arthakriya and not being useful. And then Professor had also quoted one of Dharmakirti's verses saying that Nirvikalpaka Pratyakṣa rides on Savikalpaka Pratyakṣa to result in arthakriya. But the point that ma'am just made about Nirvikalpaka Pratyakṣa being the only way, non-qualificative Pratyakṣa being the only way of accessing the anitya nature, the true nature of reality as such, is the only way. I mean, like, there, of course, action is not really the domain as such, is what my observation is. And perhaps what would you like to say?
Actually, here also the notion of orthokriya is there, because he say in Asanga we find that when our mind produces the knowledge that this is so and so, by such a knowledge we are led to activities which can be regarded, which can be judged to be kushala, that is good or bad. So unless we have this knowledge, that is this determinate knowledge, we cannot make this distinction. So the morality, which is very much emphasized by the Buddhist logicians or Buddhist philosophers, is never possible with indeterminate cognition. For that, we need determinate cognition. And such determinate cognition can happen only when mind enters the scenario. And the role of the mind in ordinary level, it is in producing the determinateness of the perception, and in the in the higher level, it consists in the giving us the direct realization, because it is nothing but concentration of the mind on a fixed object.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So we are breaking for lunch. We'll again gather at 2:50. Lunch coupon is there in your kit. Kindly show that lunch coupon. I would really appreciate if you would fill the feedback form as well. So we'll again and submit at the reception. I really appreciate it. So we'll again gather at 2:50 sharp. Thank you very much.
Bhavi, I hope I'm pronouncing it correct. Professor of Indian and Comparative Philosophy, Tel Aviv University, Israel. And the topic is Pratyakṣa in Patanjali Yoga System.
Thank you. So, can you hear me? Yes. You can hear me, okay. So, of course, I wish to thank the organizers for inviting me. And I wish to thank Arindam Chakrabarty, Professor Arindam Chakrabarty, for inviting the organizers to invite me. And it's my great pleasure to meet old friends and wonderful scholars like Professor Madhumita, Chattopadhyay, and Professor Sachchidananda Mishra. And I'll read to you something short which I wrote for this occasion, Pratyakṣa in Patanjali Yoga. Patanjali opens the Yoga Sutra with a striking definition of yoga as chitta-vritti nirodha, or cessation of the modifications of consciousness. Subsequently, he lists a fivefold vritti scheme, which the process of yoga aims at stopping or suspending. The initial component of Patanjali's scheme is pramana. The initial chitta-vritti is pramana. In Yoga Sutra 1.7, he elucidates that it is based on Pratyakṣa, Anumana, and Agama. In Yoga Sutra 148, I'm jumping from Yoga Sutra 1.7. 1.7 says Pramana is based on Pratyakṣa, Anumana, and Agama. And then in Yoga Sutra 148, Patanjali introduces the notion of Retambhara Pragya. Yogic knowledge carrying truth, or a sense of order or harmony, Rita, developed in the course of meditation, and more precisely in the subtle meditative stage called Nirvichara Samapati. You know that Patanjali lists, he has a list of 6 stages of meditation, Savitarka, Nirvitarka, Savichara, Nirvichara. The first 2 apply to stula objects, to gross objects. The second 2, Savichara, Nirvichara, apply to sukshma, to subtle objects. And the difference between the sa and the nir is that language, apropos Arindam's talk, no longer exists in the nir vitarka, nir vichara. And then the 5th stage is meditation on an object which is so sukshma, so subtle, that it is alinga. And then the question is, what makes an alinga object still an object? But then perhaps we are talking about the alinga notion of Sankhya philosophy. Please enter and sit down. I'm repeating what I've done for the sake of this man. I started with Yoga Sutra 1.7, Patanjali starts with a list of chitta-vrittis. One of them is pramana. Pramana is based on Pratyakṣa, Anumana, Agama. And then I'm jumping to Yoga Sutra 148, where Patanjali introduces the notion of pragya. Pragya, yogic knowledge. I'm referring to this as yogic knowledge. And Madhumita can tell us something about the Buddhist roots of the notion of pragya. Actually, Patanjali speaks about retambhara pragya, which is carrying. Sohom is here. Yeah. So this is more or less what I said so far. And then I was listing the 6 meditative stages in Patanjali. The Savitarka, Nirvitarka, Savichara, Nirvichara, which I explained. And then the 5th one, which is meditation on an object, which is subtle to the extent that it is alinga. And then the commentators, of course, trying to understand the notion of alinga. Alinga without qualities, without linga. And then the last stage of meditation is, of course, empty meditation. Nirbija Samadhi, and the commentators. When I'm saying the commentators, I'm talking about Vyasa, Vachaspati Mishra, the Vivara Nakara, little bit Bhojraj and the Vijnana Bhikshu, the late 16th or early 17th century commentator. So with regard to Nirbija Samadhi, the commentators, starting with Vyasa, and usually the other commentators are taking his line, suggest that this is empty, not only from the chitta-vrittis, but also from the sanskaras. even empty from the psychological substratum, if you want to call it this way. So in 148, in Yoga Sutra 148, Patanjali writes that Retambara Pragya is essentially different from knowledge based on reliable testimony and inference, as it has particulars as its objects. Shruta Anumana Pragya Bhyam Anya Vishaya Vishesha Artatvat. I'm trying, Arindam. Reading Yoga Sutra 149 in light of Yoga Sutra 117, we see that something is absent here. Patanjali does not say that Pragya is essentially different from or has a different object than knowledge based on Pratyakṣa. By not mentioning Pratyakṣa, Patanjali in fact implies that there is something Pratyakshik in Pragya. The classical commentators, I just mentioned their names from Vyasa to Vijnana Bhikshu, use this verse, Yoga Sutra 149, as a platform to discuss the concept of Pratyakṣa, which is present in the sutra only via negativa and is not mentioned explicitly. They build a threefold Pratyakṣa ladder, consisting of Loka or Laukika Pratyakṣa, worldly, ordinary sense perception, Yogi Pratyakṣa, perception based on extraordinary senses, which the yogin develops. This is chapter 3 of the Yoga Sutra, and will have to renounce if he aims for Kaivalya, as explained in Yoga Sutra 3:37-38. And the last stage of Pratyakṣa is the last Pratyakṣa, if you want, is Yoga Ja Pratyakṣa, perception born of meditation, namely born of Nirvichara Samapati, or the commentators refer to it as Parapratyakṣa, higher perception, namely Pragya, which is not based on the senses, and reveals what? Are you following? What is the object which is revealed by this Parapratyakṣa, the Parapratyakṣa, which is not exactly Pratyakṣa because it is not based on the senses, but there is something direct and immediate like Pratyakṣa in it. So what does it reveal? What is the object of this Parapratyakṣa? The commentators offer a myriad of possibilities. The miserable or pitiable shochya, human situation, which the yogin managed to climb out of, or otherwise, the inner details of human consciousness, or even the particularity of each Purusha, which distinguish him from other Purushas, apropos the Sankhyan Purusha Bahutva framework. The commentators' discussion raises pertinent questions about the relation between Pramana and Prameya, the role of Ishvara in every episode of perception, the impact of the three gunas on our perception, and the categories of particulars versus universals. The list of objects. Actually, I'm coming to it in detail as I move on. I said the miserable human situation, the inner details of the human consciousness, and the distinction between the different Purushas. This is Vijnana Bhikshu. This is his addition to the previous commentators. But I'm coming to it in a second. I just came to this line, Arindam. Let's get into the details. So let's get into the details. By not mentioning Pratyakṣa in Yoga Sutra 149 or through its presence in absence, Patanjali alludes to a common denominator between Pragya and Pratyakṣa. Despite their different scopes, Pratyakṣa depending on and working within the range of the senses, Pragya beyond the reach, both are of the capacity of capturing particulars. The special status of Pratyakṣa in Sutra 149, its presence in absence, enables the Sutrakara to use it as an illustration for Pragya, namely to clarify what Pragya is through sense perception as its phenomenal parallel, and simultaneously to underscore the profound difference between the two. Patanjali cannot say that Pragya and Pratyakṣa are similar, each belonging to a different consciousness mode, internal opposite external, or yogic as opposed to mundane. But he nevertheless, Patanjali allows the reader of the Yoga Sutra to feel I wrote quote unquote, to feel the quote unquote similarity between these two notions. Moreover, where am I? I lost my line. Okay, moreover, through the comparison of the two, Patanjali introduces pragya as the means of yogic knowledge, not just insight, pragya, or wisdom. I saw that our friend Pradeep Gokhale, in his book, The Yoga Sutra of Patanjali, a new introduction to the Buddhist roots of the yoga system from 2020. I don't know if you saw this book. It went a little bit unnoticed because it was published in a horrible time during COVID. So Gokhale Sahab is trying to reveal the connection, Madhumita, between yoga, Patanjali's yoga and Yogacara, and we can discuss it separately. So Pradeep Gokhale translates pragya as wisdom, truth-bearing wisdom. So I'm suggesting that it is not just wisdom, it is actually not just wisdom, and I wrote, or any other term lacking epistemological commitment, but knowledge in the full sense of the word. Pragya is yogic knowledge. This is the noetic dimension of the meditative stage at hand. In Yoga Sutra 147, Patanjali depicts the meditative setting in which Retambhara Pragya arises. I'm translating. When the meditative state called nirvichara becomes lucid, clarity emanating from the inner self occurs. This is a very long translation of four words in Sanskrit. Nirvichara vaisharadye adhyatma prasada. Nirvichara vaisharadye adhyatma prasada. This is 147. According to Vyasa in his Yoga Sutra Bhashya, how did I translate adhyatma? Inner self. Inner self, yeah. According to, I'm explaining in a second. According to Vyasa, in his commentary, the clarity prasada under discussion reveals things as they are, bhuta artha. This clarity, he suggests, resembles a clear vision from the top of a hill. From his inner, I wrote in brackets, inner, hilltop, the Bhashyakara explains the yogi who climbed up from Shochyata, from the miserable condition of worldliness, is in a position to see those who are still down there, in the Platonic cave, if you wish, as suffering. It enables to see suffering. The Pratyakṣa shows the human suffering. This is a Vyasa. Hence, Adhyatma Prasada, clarity emanating from the inner self, is presented as an outlook from above, or the gaze of a yogin no longer involved in or determined by phenomenal or mundane experience. It is an outlook which reveals the phenomenal realm as it is, namely as full of shoka or sorrow. Vachaspati Mishra in Tattva Vaisharadi 147, his own commentary on Vyasa and the text itself, clarifies that Adhyatma Prasada does not have the self, Atman, as its object, Vishaya, but rather as its substratum or base, Adhara. Therefore, it is not clarity which reveals the self, i.e. Purusha, but clarity of which Purusha is the source. The Vivara Anakara and Vijnana Bhikshu suggest that it is clarity with regard to the distinction between Purusha and Prakriti, or Purusha Prakriti Viveka, as they put it. This is to say that to see Prakriti as it is to see it as different from Purusha. Pragya then is a special type of knowledge, facilitated by the clarity emanating from Purusha. Since Purusha is always there as the origin of awareness, a phrase which I borrow from Ian Witcher, a Yoga Sutra scholar, whether acknowledged or not, whether we acknowledge the light of Purusha or not, covered by clouds of avidya or revealed through the yogic process, the clarity of prasada originating from it is also there, available, waiting to be disclosed. Patanjali himself in Yoga Sutra 252 and 344 speaks of the process of yoga in terms of prakasha avarana. Prakasha avarana kshaya, the kshaya, the removal of the covering of the inner light. Patanjali's commentators, I suggested in the beginning of my talk, portray Retambhara Pragya as Pratyakṣa, or higher perception, or even perfect perception, as K.C. Bhattacharya calls it, in his essay Studies in Yoga Philosophy, based on a series of lectures delivered by him at the Indian Institute of Philosophy, Amalner, in 1937. Hence, since the light of Purusha is always there, I would like to suggest that Pragya is implicit in every episode of ordinary Pratyakṣa, waiting to be unveiled. So every time we perceive another perception, a deeper perception is hiding there, if we are perceptive enough, which of course we are not to sense it. How do the commentators read Yoga Sutra 149? Vyasa opens with the attempt to explain why reliable testimony and inference cannot capture particulars. In brackets, let me say that Patanjali and his commentators do not question, as others might do, and here I'm again appealing to Madhumita, as others might do, they don't contemplate the possibility of perceiving particulars even through Pratyakṣa. Maybe Pratyakṣa cannot reveal particulars at all. So according to the commentators, only Pratyakṣa can reveal the particulars and not the universals like Anumana and Agama. The problem with reliable testimony, Vyasa suggests, is that it is based on words, Shabda. He echoes Patanjali's stand with regard to the vikalpic nature of language. See Yoga Sutra 1.9 and 3.17, Vikalpa. Vikalpa is one of the Chittavrittis. Yes, exactly. An interesting definition of vikalpa. This is not the Buddhist vikalpa. It has nothing to do with the imagination. So vikalpa, now I'm quoting T.S. Rukmani, our dear friend who passed away so recently. Vikalpa, T.S. Rukmani, a wonderful yoga scholar, explains, depends on understanding the meaning of words and does not depend on the words referring to an existent object. Language, therefore, is too far from its reference, remaining always in the sphere of approximation and generality. Anumana, as per Vyasa's gloss, cannot touch on particulars because of his inbuilt indirectness. I mean, this, of course, you know, it's the same in most of the darshanas. When someone reaches somewhere, Vyasa writes, we calculate through inference the motion that has taken place. Hence, Anumana is portrayed as a second-order pramana, which depends on the first-order Pratyakṣa, namely on Pratyakṣa as a mula pramana. Vyasa further argues that loka Pratyakṣa, worldly or ordinary sense perception, cannot capture subtle, sukshma, hidden, vyavahita, or distant, viprakrishta objects. He employs the exact words of Yoga Sutra 326, a sutra which discusses the activation of extraordinary senses, which can perceive such objects through yogic meditation. Yogic meditation, not to see through yogic meditation, the development of the extraordinary senses is done through meditation. Vyasa then distinguishes Pragya not just from Shruta and Anumana, but even from Loka Pratyakṣa and Yogi Pratyakṣa. Yogi Pratyakṣa is the special senses. And then I wrote in bracket, let's forget my brackets. I was actually trying to think about extraordinary senses, suggesting that maybe even musicians have extraordinary, you know, yes, even musicians with absolute pitch or skilled sommeliers, experts in wine, maybe they also have these special senses. Vyasa further engages in a debate with the Purvapakshin, the philosophical opponent, who argues that a particular Vishesha, the knowledge of which cannot be ascertained through Agama, Anumana, and Loka Pratyakṣa, does not exist. The Bhashyakara firmly answers that such a particular, whether pertaining to a subtle element or to one's own consciousness, Bhuta Sukshma Gatova, Purusha Gatova, Bhuta Sukshma Gatova, Purusha Gatova, can definitely be grasped grasped through Pratyakṣa, which is developed through meditation. The term Purusha in the Sanskrit phrase, Purusha Gatova, in the present case does not refer to the Sankhya Purusha. Hariharananda Aranya, another famous early 20th century commentator of the text, in P.N. Mukherjee's translation into English, I don't remember if from Sanskrit or from Bengali, glosses the term the Purusha-like receiver, Mahan, namely the first evolute of Prakriti, the Mahat. The inner details of the human consciousness are subtle, hidden, and remote, as much as certain objects out there in the world. Pratyakṣa developed in meditation can be outer-facing, namely Yogi Pratyakṣa. And here I recall Sanjaya or Sanjay of the Gita with his Divya Drishti, allotted to him by Vyasa, a different Vyasa, not this Vyasa, or inward-facing, outer-facing or inward-facing, namely Pragya, the Yoga Sutra Pragya. But Chaspati Mishra adds to Vyasa's commentary that knowledge obtained through any of the conventional pramanas is inevitably infected by rajas and tamas, hence intrinsically unclear. Moreover, if Vyasa's Purva Pakshin has argued that particulars which are beyond the scope of Shruta, Anumana, and Loka Pratyakṣa are non-existent, since there is no pramana to capture them, then Vachaspati Mishra replies that the pramana is not the cause, karana, of the prameya, the object of knowledge, in the strong sense that when the former ceases, so does the latter. He illustrates, even when the moon is just a single kala, namely 1/16 of a full moon, and the deer, harina, on the moon cannot be seen, no one doubts his existence. The illustration is interesting as it raises the fundamental question of the relation between pramana and prameya. Does the pramana reveal a quote-unquote independent object to the perceiver, or does it actually shape the object revealed? The Vivara Nakara brings a new player to the game board, Ishvara. It is a good question which I cannot delve into at present. What is the role and status of Ishvara in the Yoga Sutra? Is he Purusha or Prakriti? Purusha Vishesha, special Purusha, Patanjali answers. But what does it mean? What is Purusha Vishesha? The Purva Pakshin, written by the Vivara Nakara in Yoga Sutra Bhashya Vivarana 149, implies that if subtle elements, or even one's own consciousness, can be known through pragya as higher pratyakṣa, Ishvara becomes redundant or jobless, if you wish. Vijnana Bhikshu follows the commentators before him. Pratyakṣa maintains is needed for perceiving subtle elements both in the world and in one's inner, both in the world and in one's inner world. Again, Bhuta Sukshma Gatova, Purusha Gatova. But for Vijnana Bhikshu, the term Purusha does not refer to one's consciousness, but to the Sankhya Purusha. To the Sankhya Purusha himself, I wrote, the other of Prakriti. He glosses the segment Purusha Gatova as suggesting that the quality of particularity is there in Purushas as well. T.S. Rukmani again explains that each Purusha has its own particularity. Vijnana Bhikshu thus draws on the Sankhya narrative of Purusha Bahutva. The multiplicity of Purushas, verse 18 of the Sankhya Karika suggests, is inferred from the different circumstances, birth, death, different experiences of different individuals or embodied selves here in the world. In other words, according to the Sankhyan position, if one denies difference and plurality at the Purusha level, plurality and difference at the phenomenal level cannot be explained. Another explanation for the necessity of plurality at the Purusha level is found in Yoga Sutra 222. I'm translating, even though she, meaning Prakriti, ceases to exist in respect of him, a certain Purusha, for whose sake her purpose has been achieved, namely that has been enlightened, she continues to exist for others. I'm writing in brackets, namely for other Purushas still afflicted by avidya, being as she is of a common nature. In other words, the plurality of Purushas sustains the world. The unliberated as yet Purushas Despite Prakriti's effort in tune with her role in the Sankhya Karika, she is for him, right? Purushartha, for the sake of Purusha. So the other Purusha that are not enlightened need a place to be, to live, to exist, namely the world. The novelty of Vijnana Bhikshu's gloss is that according to him, alongside its function in revealing subtle elements in the world, which are beyond the scope of conventional Pratyakṣa, Pragya is of the capacity to illuminate the individuality of each Purusha. Purusha then in Vijnana Bhikshu's reading is indeed a particular, a singular universal, or a universal singular, as Gerald James Larson beautifully puts it, to be perceived by Pragya as yogic perception. Vijnana Bhikshu, following Vachaspati Mishra, continues to explain how Pragya as higher Pratyakṣa works. It removes, he explains, the tamas or unclarity inherent in a phenomenal, non-yogic or pre-yogic consciousness. When tamas is dispersed, direct contact with every object, ordinary, subtle, or even the particularity of Purusha as object is established. However, this direct contact is not the sense organ and object contact, which ordinary Pratyakṣa is based on. We are back with Pratyakṣa as an illustration of Pragya. One can only speak of the latter of Pragya in terms of the former, despite the essential difference between the two, underscored by commentator after commentator. I'm coming to the last segment of my short paper. Another junction in Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, which is relevant for our discussion, is Patanjali's debate with an implied Buddhist opponent in chapter 4 of his treatise, Yoga Sutra 4:19 to 21. The bone of contention here is the necessity, or not, of postulating an essentialist selfhood such as Patanjali's Sankhyan Purusha. Patanjali argues in these verses that the consciousness, citta, cannot perceive both an object and itself simultaneously. Therefore, it perceives objects and itself is perceived by Purusha. The metaphysical I called Purusha, I, or the metaphysical I, if you wish, this I, the I that sees. The implied Buddhist opponent, implied because we don't read the Buddhist opponent, we read only Patanjali's answers. The implied Buddhist opponent counter-argues, or so we deduce from Patanjali's answers, that Patanjali's postulation is unnecessarily uneconomic. Instead, it would be more economic, philosophically speaking, to infer that the consciousness is perceived by another consciousness, or even other consciousnesses in the plural. In such a case, Purusha as a meta-perceiver becomes redundant. This is the implied Buddhist Purvapakshin. Patanjali's response is that the opponents move implying a network of consciousnesses perceiving one another. This is a complicated one, but if you want, I can say something more about it. Implying a network of consciousnesses perceiving one another is unacceptable, Patanjali says, because it leads to infinite regress, atiprasanga. I.e., if one consciousness perceives another, we must postulate a third consciousness to perceive the second, a fourth to perceive the third, and so on. And this is interesting, why atiprasanga is such a terrible fallacy. And moreover, it leads, if we postulate one consciousness, second consciousness, etc., and moreover, to intermixture of memories, smriti sankara. And this connects to the talk of the Vice Chancellor in the morning, intermixture of memories. I cannot even make a first step into the question of memory in Patanjali Yoga. Actually, there's a three-layer memory. Regular, ordinary memory, if you want to call it, I don't know, deep memory, sanskaras and vasanas, and then the memory of Purusha, which is a Platonic-like memory of our, I don't know, inner self, true self. So I just said that I cannot even start to delve, but I said something about memory in the Yoga Sutta. It's interesting and of course more complex than what I just presented. Vyasa opens his commentary on memory by raising this this pertinent question: does the mind, chitta, remember the presentation, pratyaya, of an object? Or, as Patanjali implies, the object's vishaya itself? This would be a first step of discussing memory. I cannot make the second step and the following steps. The point for our sake is that our perception, the point for our perception's sake is that the mind perceives objects and is perceived by Purusha. But these are two different types of perception, right? Vyasa dedicates his gloss of Yoga Sutra 220, which I'm translating quickly. The seer, drashtre, is nothing but pure seeing, drishi. Although pure, namely contentless, he sees mental activity. Sees mental activity, pratyaya, anupashyaha. So Vyasa dedicates his gloss to the similarity and difference in the perception of the mind, the buddhi, by Purusha, in the perception of the objects by the mind. The mind perceives object, he writes, as long as they come in touch with it, through the senses, or color it. In the same way, but altogether differently, the buddhi is perceived by Purusha. In the same way as Vyasa puts it in his present gloss, and Vachaspati Mishra in his commentary on Yoga Sutra 1.7, since Purusha is the introspector of the buddhi, buddhehe prati samvedi Purusha. So this is the interesting notion here, prati samvedi. The verb prati samvedi conveys the link between Purusha and the buddhi. Owing to his, Purusha's, unchanging presence, the ever-changing buddhi is seen. Moreover, in the light emanating from him, from Purusha again, the buddhi is not just seen, but also perceives objects. When his light is reflected in the buddhi, the light assumes the latter's shape, just as the buddhi itself assumes the form of the objects perceived by it. The buddhi is hence depicted as a prism through which the light of Purusha is refracted and transforms into a chittavritti. Similar as Purusha's perception is to the perception of objects by the mind, Vyasa also underscores the difference between these two perception types. The buddhi as Purusha's object, he suggests, is not perceived or not perceived, grehita agrehita, as the objects of the mind are by the mind, but is rather constantly perceived, the light of Purusha being ever illuminating. Vyasa in his gloss of Yoga Sutra 220 cannot but speak of Purusha in terms of the buddhi. Perception is a function of the buddhi or the mind. This was the end of my talk. Perception is the function of the buddhi. He speaks of Purusha in terms of the buddhi. We cannot but speak of the metaphysical in terms of the physical. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
So many thanks for your enlightening scholarly talk on perception in the yoga. I'll act as the devil's advocate here. So you acknowledge yoga's Pratyakṣa as not being sensory and yet being a legit case of perception. Just precisely in the sense that even Buddhaghosa, one of my proponents that I speak of, understands extrasensory visual perception in precisely the same way as arising from Divya Chakshu and not just Chakshu. But acting as the devil's advocate, akin to Kumarila, one of my other proponents, I ask, what is it that makes Yogaja Pratyakṣa not born of the senses, sense perception itself, for, as you mentioned, quote unquote, immediacy of resultant cognition, as stated by you, does not serve as a sufficient enough condition for the devil here itself. For something akin to the senses remaining and retaining connection with objects to yield perception is sufficient enough for the devil to qualify as perception. But that in this case of Yoga's Pratyakṣa for yoga and as well as Buddhaghosa is thrown out of the window, as such perception is exclusive of sense involvement at all. So perhaps if you would like to say something about it.
This was interesting, and plenty of devils were there. So what's the bottom line? What's the question? In what sense meditation? I mean, the Pratyakṣa, which is born of meditation, is at all Pratyakṣa? This is what you're asking?
I'm just saying there's a sufficient condition you mentioned. It's not sense born, yet it is immediate, therefore it is Pratyakṣa.
Yeah.
But that's not a sufficient enough condition. Would you like to offer another sufficient enough condition?
Basically, what I was repeating again and again is that we are trying to use language to describe very subtle meditative experience, which is either impossible or almost impossible, but needed for the sake of pedagogical yogic progress. So what I was suggesting is that we are using a day-to-day language like Pratyakṣa in order to capture or to point at what I refer to as the noetic dimension of meditation. But then it's also interesting to notice that Patanjali is very focused on meditation, whereas his commentators are, at least in my impression, are more interested in philosophy than in meditation, and they take the Patanjali's verses, which refer to Nirvichara Samapati as an occasion, as an opportunity to discuss the whole question of Pratyakṣa, from the ordinary Pratyakṣa to the highest, the perfect Pratyakṣa, as K.C. Bhattacharya refers to it. And then basically I was summarizing for you the commentators. This was the main thing that I was doing here, but I wanted to also to suggest something, to bring something more to the table. And then I suggested that maybe in every episode of Pratyakṣa, of ordinary Pratyakṣa, seeing you as the devil's attorney standing just next to me, maybe there's a Samadhi Ja Pratyakṣa which is waiting here somewhere around me, which can be disclosed through the act of perception.
Right.
But what you said about, basically you imply that there is a very strong connection between Buddhism and Patanjali, which of course I agree. We can see from
No, that's not the ramification of my comment, sir. The ramification of my comment only is that Kumarila relegates, does not regard Yogaj Pratyaksha of Dharmakirti, of Buddha Ghosha as Pratyaksha at all, because he says the sufficient enough condition for Pratyaksh to be Pratyaksh is the Sat Samprayoga, connection with the present.
So this I understood. So then the commentators use the notion of Pratyakṣa as some kind of a metaphor in order to refer to this subtle meditative state.
Precisely, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this learned question.
Any other question?
I see your point, which doesn't mean that, yes, I see. Like we say, I see, which is not literal.
That's the only thing that you wanted to say. Say something.
No.
Go to the mic to say something.
Can I say something? It's a very ordinary one. At the beginning, you told that the pramana is based on Pratyakṣa, perception, inference, and testimony. Yes, but my question is, are they, is the yoga system making a distinction between pramana and prama? Because when you say is based on, means that these are the coroners. Whereas pramana then would mean knowledge. So on the basis of perception, inference, and agama, which you translate as scriptures or anything, we have some knowledge, and that is, so here we find that the yoga system is following the Nyaya tradition of making the distinction between pramana and prama. So that is my question.
I'm leaving your question open. It's a good question. And the question is, when Patanjali says that yoga is the stoppage of the chitta vrittis, the first one is pramana. Maybe you can think, how do we understand pramana? Do we understand pramana as knowledge, as right knowledge, or do we understand pramana as means of knowledge?
Actually, in narrow system, it is understood as a means of right knowledge or valid knowledge.
Yeah.
But in Buddhism, the pramana is knowledge itself.
Yeah, so I think that also in Patanjali it would be right knowledge. Sir.
Identified here. Yes. Here.
This is, I find, very complicated. Complicated in the sense that yoga is defined yogas chittavritti nirodha. And in 5 chittavrittis, there is one pramana vritti. And you are talking about yogaja pratyakṣa. So it is a great contradiction, doesn't appear? Because it is said that yoga is chittavritti nirodha. Yoga is chittavritti nirodha. So if all the chittavrittis are stopped, how there is a possibility of perception? And how it will be? Yogaja pratyakṣa, how yogaja pratyakṣa will be possible?
So actually Vyasa, in his commentary on Yoga Sutra, the second verse says Yoga's chitta vritti nirodha. The first verse says Ata Yoganushasana. It's like the title of the text. So Vyasa, the Bhashyakara, in his commentary to Yoga's chitta vritti nirodha, says the word sarva does not occur in this verse. He doesn't say yoga is the cessation of all the activity of consciousness. Sarva does not occur in this verse. And now, because you are such a close reader of texts, Sachchidananda, you understand that when Vyasa says the word sarva does not occur here, he means it occurs somewhere else. And of course, it occurs in the last verse of chapter 1. In the last verse of chapter 1, when Patanjali speaks about Nirbija Samadhi, then suddenly the word sarva occurs. So actually, the process of yoga, you know that the Bhagavad Gita, how do I jump to the Bhagavad Gita? The Bhagavad Gita was first translated into Hebrew in 1956 by a wonderful scholar. And when the word yoga occurs in the Bhagavad Gita, he translates the word into Hebrew. Why does he translate the word yoga? Nowadays, no one would think of translating the word yoga, right? It's an international word. Everyone knows what yoga is. But in 1956, of course, in Israel, when the text was translated, no one had a clue what yoga is. And then he translated the word yoga as pressing the how do you say it in English? Pressing the brake, like in a car. We were giving all the examples of the missing car. So now we have a missing brake. You press the brake. Now, my friend here doesn't drive, but you drive. So as a driver, you know that when you press the brake, it takes a while until the car stops. How would you take this as an answer to your question? In verse 2, Patanjali is pressing the brake. In verse 151, the missing car from the Vice Chancellor stops. So, of course, the whole business of talking about yoga will stop in 190-something verses. So this is my answer to you. So it's not a contradiction in terms. It's like this is another example from a context. Yeah. Is pragya a chitta vritti? The answer is, this is like asking if Ishvara is Purusha or Prakriti. It's a Vishesha, it's a Chitta Vritti Vishesha. It's a special Chitta Vritti. And I'll tell you why. Because even Pragya has to be dispersed as you go on in the process of yoga. The whole discussion, as implied by Sachchidananda, Patanjali says everything has to be stopped, but then you ask what? And then he's giving you a very elaborate map of everything that has to be. It's like deleting something if you want from a computer. So tell me which items have to be deleted. But even now my illustration is problematic because when you delete something, it can be restored. And now the question is about the Chittavrittis. And then the commentators talk about it. Are they just dormant? Are they permanently distinguished, etc., etc.? Finally.
No, I really think that this discussion was crucial, very crucial, because many of us here have been spending our lives on these texts, including you. But this is a contradiction which has never been so properly, clearly articulated. But then the answer actually makes me reflect on the entire course of the, the Samadhi Pada, Sadhana Pada, Vibhuti Pada and Kaivalya Pada, all of them, until the end of Kaivalya Pada. And I think we have solved the problem. The problem was, it seemed, Sarva Chitta Vritti Nirodha, all the modifications of the mind. And you ended your paper by saying that prajna, perception, even yogaja perception, is a function of buddhi. If all of them have to be completely nirodha samadhi, then to say that prajna and all will come when you have attained samadhi is like saying that you will have the best bowel movements when you are completely constipated. And it doesn't make sense because you have stopped everything. But the answer you gave, I think, is very revealing, because indeed, prajna perhaps will also go. Even Ritambara prajna.
Even the sanskara which is created by prajna, even this will go.
And
this is the most quote unquote positive way.
And this is why the Kaivalya, the yogic liberated person, is not trying to become God. Because in God, Tatra Niratisham Sarvajna Bijam, God is omniscient. He is stuck with his maximum knowledge. But the last but one verse, Sutra of Kaivalya Pada says, Prasankhana, which is the final samadhi. Prasankhana is nirbija and everything. Prasankhane api akusidasya. Somebody who is not interested, even in prasankhana, will be liberated. So that will be not a yogaja perception. It is all chittavritti is gone.
Yeah.
And that is liberated. No buddhi left. Only purusha matra.
And this is the last temptation of the yogi. This would be the last temptation of the yogi, to give up even knowledge itself, which was acquired through such hard effort. You wrote about it, the notion of vairagya, para-vairagya.
Okay, that's a wonderful discussion on Patanjali's yoga perception as per Patanjali system. And we thanks Professor Daniel for the wonderful talk and also the discussion which happened later.
Thank you to the Pandits for the enlightening their comments.
Yeah, wonderful talk. Okay, so now we invite the next speaker, Dr. Jyotiranjan Furia, and the topic is so Professor Daniel, this lecture which Dr. Jyotiranjan is presenting now, this is something akin to Yoga's Pratyakṣa, and the topic name is non-vision visual perception and empirical and philosophical investigation. Combine my part of the thought process.
Okay, so very good afternoon, everyone. So thank you for being here. I'm really grateful to all of you, all scholars here. So it has been a pleasure. Of course, please excuse us for all the hassles that happened since morning, and I hope you will carry the positive vibes from this place. So as Professor Daniel Rabe was speaking about Yoga Pratyakṣa, two things I noted. One is Yoga Pratyakṣa he was mentioning, and the second aspect very emphatically he established that all perception is a function of buddhi in some rational decision making. So I would try to, yeah, what he wants to do. Okay. Okay, so welcome once again. This presentation is going to be very brief so that we have some time in the second half for discussion. So I'll touch upon two aspects. One is the Yoga Pratyakṣa. These are empirical studies that we have been doing for last 2 years, and some of our team members, they're already here. So Mr. Parveen Kumar, who was supposed to present, but I'm taking his part, and I'm Jyotiranjan. And there are other members, Mr. Binay and Dr. Venkatesh Simral from IIT Mandi, Lokeshwar Vijayanapalli, again IIT Mandi, and Professor Lakshmindra Behera, director there. So it's a joint project. So it's actually started from a YouTube video. 2 years back, we came across certain kids who can see objects, recognize objects with almost 100% accuracy, even if they're blindfolded. So to me, it was complete absurd, maybe cheating. But Parveen Kumar, he insisted on, and he said, let's investigate whether it is true or false, whether they're cheating, whether they can do really. So that led us to investigation about these different aspects of, you can say, Yoga Pratyakṣa. You are all experts in this. You have better explanation maybe. So you can see the kids here, they can recognize objects. We try to blindfold them in many different ways just to ensure that they're not cheating. So multi-layer blindfold, I would say. The first one you were seeing, the right side kid. So with orange cover on his eyes, and then beneath that there are cotton swabs fully covering his eyes, and then eye occlusion patches also. And then another method where we are completely blocking out the vision using black paper. So yeah, so there are different examples, and this kind of studies have been done for last 50-60 years, starting from Robert Boyle in 1664, and usually this is attributed to some kind of cheating, some kind of sorry. You can. It's being presented. Minimize it. Yeah, it's been presented. Okay. So this is not new that we are first time doing. There have been a lot of attempts to understand them, but probably I would say the neuroimaging studies that have become very popular these days, we leverage that thanks to setups that we have at IIT Mandi and of course at ISS. So we call it non-vision visual perception. It's a name given by Dr. Venkatesh. So, and we found that the kids, they can identify objects by touch, by smell, without touch also. Some kids, they can identify even with the barriers, and some even can identify with different angles of vision. Angular vision means this is 0-degree angular vision. I rotate the object up to 75-80 degree, where a normal person cannot even see. So those kids, they can identify even with 75, 80 degrees of deviation. And of course, some kids, they can also see objects in dark room. May not be perfect dark, but very little amount of light to recognize objects. Of course, in that they are also blindfolded. So, and different behavioral studies we performed. We try to assess the degree of their correctness by identifying the shape of the identification, color, texture, the number of objects they can count, background, foreground discrimination, and reading of text, and many other such things. So, and we found some kids who are very much into this practice, regularly doing, and they're very sattvic in nature. So they can do it almost like 100% accuracy. And some who are new to this and learning, so sometimes they fail. Some cases you can see 0% accuracy. And we perform certain easy experiments on them, considering words, numbers, images, and try to see the neural markers. So if you see here, there are different frequency bands within the neural activity. Delta is the slowest and gamma is the highest. It's 30 to 45 hertz. So when they're blindfolded, you can see their beta and the gamma frequency ranges are very high. And then at IIT Mandi, we are developing instrument called, it would be called dodecanogram. So it captures signals in the megahertz frequency. The usual neuroscience doesn't operate in megahertz frequency. It operates in some hertz, 100 hertz up to. So that's the brain model people use. But we used that machine to detect even in very high frequency signals, the people who are exhibiting this so quote unquote yoga cha Pratyakṣa, and they have a very unique signature. The blue curve you see, it has the highest power in that compared to the resting state and closed eyes or open eyed. So it's a distinct nature. So I'll again rush through. So then we wanted to see whether it is just a form of imagination or intuition. They're just guessing. It's not actually the case. With fully randomized studies, it rules out that possibility. And if I again quickly go to the neural markers, here we studied with 64 very high density EEG setup. So there we see the beta and the gamma frequency bands again very highly activated, and this is the normal vision. You see they're so dull, and here it's so active. So that at least conveys the message that this is not cheating. One gives a first impression, and second, the brain activity is very heightened when they are trying to recognize the object in front of them when they're blindfolded. So then, to eliminate the possibility of cheating, we took the trainer to one of the popular eye hospitals in Noida, and there we performed this electroretinogram test. Electroretinogram test measures the electrical activity on the retina. It's a little painful experiment. The electrodes are inserted within the retina, touched into the retina, and so there we found that when the person is recognizing the objects with open eyes, just normal vision. So this is the upper curve is the normal vision curve, and the lower one is the blindfolded one. And this division is 2 microvolts per division. That means this is almost 5 microvolt. So it has been seen that a normal person with closed eyes, that's the typical range of electrical activity on the retina. So that means the person is not actually cheating. Somebody may say that this is just another case of fraud. This is not. There are people we found they cheat, but many of them, they are genuine and they really do this. So this phenomenon is very much real. So we classify them into different categories with touch, no touch, and then hidden. So this is an ongoing experimental study we have been doing. So the first part, and where I described some examples of empirical examples of yoga cha Pratyakṣa. Then I would like to jump onto another part which I would have covered in the part of my talk, but I clubbed to this talk so that we have more time for discussion. So this is a theoretical study, mathematical study followed by some simulation. So there we studied collective motion of collective behavior of different objects. Here in this case, the birds. So birds, you see, they form very spectacular patterns while they move, while they navigate. So how do they form these collective patterns? What guides them? So there have been several heuristic theories predicting that. So they're all very classical theories. So in my studies in human decision making, I came across that human decision making usually doesn't follow the Boolean logic. It's completely non-Boolean. Non-Boolean means it immediately defies the classical probabilities laws, the Bayes laws, the complete probability law. So that means we need a different paradigm to describe this behavior, whether it is human decision making or in the case of birds and animals. So
the human being single human or collective?
Usually there are two ways to study. One is you can perform on one human and repeatedly you perform many trials, and that also, and you collect a sample, say 100 people, and perform certain cognitive tasks and measure the deviation from the usual classical probabilities. So in either case, this works. I mean, it doesn't follow the Boolean logic, and the classical statistics do not follow. So one popular choice is quantum mechanics. It has been there for the last 100 years, and people have been connecting consciousness and awareness to quantum laws. So because of the unique idea of superposition, means two possibilities can exist together. So here, Professor Daniel's talk really intrigued me. He said perception is always a function of buddhi. So buddhi means the decision making is a process of buddhi, if I'm not wrong. So here the model that I attempted, of course now it is accepted for publication after a long fight with the reviewers. So that inspiration came from my little bit of reading of Nyaya Sutra, where and of course there are deviation in this also. The mind being atomic, it cannot perceive two things simultaneously. So simultaneity is not a possibility. So and of course the model that I came up with, it has both aspects, simultaneous and non-simultaneous both. So I'll briefly touch upon that. So here is the model. So let us say there are several agents. Agents mean say one agent is a bird, for example. There are 6 agents and 6 birds, and one agent is recognizing 2 neighbors. So in his vision cone, the way I can see my vision cone, there are two birds, and in its vision cone there are 2. Like that, I made a model, and I make an ansatz that let us define the percepts of that bird. What could be the elementary percepts? So the one bird may actually decide to follow all of the neighbors. The bird may decide to follow none of them, or the bird may decide to follow either of them. So these are the 4 elementary percepts that the bird has. So when I say they're not, so I actually make a connection that here when Nyaya Sutra is talking about the function of mind, so it's actually talking about the percepts, the elementary percepts that the mind is recognizing, or the Buddha is apprehending, whether it is there or not. So these are the elementary possibilities. And in the 3-number case, it could be multifold, 2 to the power 3, and 2 to the power n possibilities in n-number case. So there we defined something called perception operator. Perception, how to encode the perception. So we made a model for perception, and what came out is that the perception is very much linked with the decision making. So of course that is our construct, so it has to be there. So but the important thing is that here we discuss 2 aspects. One is the pure superposition in quantum laws. Pure superposition means the 2 quantum objects that are independently behaving. I mean, there is no correlation. Only classical correlation may be there, but there is a possibility called entanglement, where identity of 2 objects is non-separable. That means I cannot describe either of them leaving out the other. So they have to be described together. That means if I translate to this case, that case says that the 2 percepts are not independent, they have to be described together. So what it actually means, I do not know, but this model, when used, it actually very precisely predicts the popular law that is heuristically used in classical nonlinear dynamics, that is called Wicksec law. So it has been there for the last 30 years. And of course, when written, this looks like very simple formula. So here I say the momentum, the force acting on the bird is proportional to the average of the perception. So, and it actually makes a feedback loop. So once the neighbors change, so the perception changes, and so also my decision making, and then the loop follows, and after some time the flocking happens and the collective behavior follows, and we see the wonderful patterns of the birds. So I'll not go into the technicalities. So with this, I would like to conclude my talk. In summary, first I discussed about non-vision visual perception, where certain kids, they can identify objects even if blindfolded. Maybe that could be a case of yoga Pratyakṣa. And the second one, where I discussed about how action and perception are they're related to decision making. And maybe Dr. Venkatesh would talk about more on action and perception mechanism when he would describe the theory of cognitive agents. So thank you. I think any questions of any sort we can have. Yes, please. One question. We can have a common discussion with everyone so that I made it short.
Two topics, two lectures in
15 minutes.
So we have discussion time.
Yeah. Or maybe one question if you want. The mic, somebody can pass on. Okay, can solve them. Here is the mic. Hope it is on also.
The first part of the talks, you talked about non-visual perception, from that mostly beta and gamma waves are active.
Yes.
So they came as after analysis, or you have chosen those movements particularly?
No, it's not chosen. It came out. I was expecting alpha band because that is responsible for attention. But more than alpha, it is. I found it is beta and gamma. So beta and gamma, they are usually, particularly gamma is associated with very intense meditation. So because these kids, they are trying to identify the objects, they're very much into a meditative zone. So probably that's the signature we see in the brain. So yes. Here they're theta. This is delta, this is theta, this is alpha, this is beta, gamma. The 5 columns, they are different. It's not so visible, but they are there. So delta, you see, there is a difference. Theta, there is a difference. It has reduced actually. Alpha is quite similar, but beta and gamma, they are strikingly different. The blindfold case, the brain activity has heightened up like anything.
So basically, we mean to say that when the person is blindfolded and we are given him the object to perceive, so the person is in a deep meditative state, and in that state, the person, even if your physical organ is blocked, still you are able to perceive because of the heightened state of meditation. That's what Professor Daniel was also, I think, speaking. And in the heightened state, a certain level of probably, because even 15 days back we were studying another subject where that subject is actually Professor Arindam. When I asked her, when she was meditating she's blindfolded, and she's trying to, and we completely covered her, so that even the possibility of light getting reflected and absorbed by the skin, and somehow the signal is reaching the mind, and that was blocked completely. Even in that state, and she was sitting in meditation, and we were also discussing lot many things. For 5 minutes, she kept on meditating, and then she finally completely 100% with accurate 100% accuracy, she completely told what is the object in front of her, but she could not hear what we were talking. So and also she later on in different talks she explained that she has developed such a strong meditation. For example, if she is in the the playground, and somebody is talking something about her in the room, which is maybe 500 meters away. She is able to hear that. That heightened state of hearing and also smell. So when we gave this target object to her for perception, and when she blindfolded, she said that you have covered me, but you have not covered my nose because I am able to smell the shape, and color. So then I thought probably maybe because colors also have some smell, because we can also smell. So then she said that even if you will close my nose, or still I can hear the color. So this is a completely different kind of perception which is happening here. So now next stage we are trying to do is that we completely obstruct the ear. I don't know how we obstruct this well, but this is different. So that's what we wanted to hear from you and Professor Daniel and also from other scholars. What is happening here?
I think we can move on to next.
Maybe you can obstruct in a certain way. It's like putting the object in some other thing closer.
Yes.
So there is just one doubt. What was the control in this case? The control condition?
Control condition, it has a self control in the sense normal vision was one control, and then they're not blindfolded and just close the eyes. If you see this one, first one, closed eyes without blindfold. We use that as control compared with that.
So they were not specifically asked without blindfold to not do any object recognition.
They were just imagining. We asked them to whatever you want to do.
Because the condition here is object, not exactly blindfold is one condition, but another condition is object. So they are specifically asked in case of blindfold to do the object detection or object recognition. Yes. But was that case for the without blindfold? That was the instruction or no?
We said whatever you want to do. You can close your. Actually, experiment pipeline. Let me explain. So here, is it visible clearly?
Yes.
So the person came and there is a resting state. Then the stimulus was shown, and then it's a normal vision, and then it was rest and then blindfolded. So this was extracted the normal vision and blindfold vision. The person with open eyes seeing the object, and with blindfold eyes saw the object, recognized the object. So this is one study, and then the other one was this one, where the person observed the image with open eyes and then closed the eye and imagined the object that it has recognized. So I made a mistake while mentioning. So, and then the second, give some rest to the subject and then blindfold it. So once blindfold, ask the subject to recognize what the image is. So then once it has recognized, ask to imagine the image with closed eyes. So with blindfolded. So these are the 4 conditions I just reported to you.
Okay, we will have later discussion. Thank you. We will have discussion.
Yeah, thank you. So I think we should proceed to next speaker. Aja, Professor.
I have a small suggestion, which is directly not related to his presentation, but your explanation. And I have a question to you. Obviously, neither I nor Daniel can meet your challenge or request. Tell us what is happening, because that's obviously you're not expecting us to just tell you from the top of the mountain as to what is happening, because we don't have that prajna. But a small correction or comment, I don't think we should make the mistake of explaining or calling this in Yoga Sutra terms as any states of samadhi except in the generic sense, that there is a very peculiar comment in the Vyasa's commentary to the second sutra, Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha, because the first one is Atha Yoga Anushasanam, and then Chitta Vritti Nirodha. Under that, Vyasa says every state of mind has a little bit of samadhi in it, which is very interesting. There's that comment there. Do you recall? Okay. But what is happening when you described in detail nearby conversation she is not hearing, but willingly she's focusing on one thing, and even unwittingly they are sometimes developing remote sensing abilities, which is not willed. All these three are explained by another Chitta Bhumi. So if we go through the analysis of Patanjali, so there is distracted, Vikshipta, there is crazy, Kshipta, there is Mura, which is confused, and then there is Ekagra. I think what is happening here is the Vibhuti of, this is a Vibhuti no doubt, but not Vibhuti by long Abhyasa Vairagya Abhyam, not with a, because obviously these children were not put through long Abhyas or Vairagya, no question. Yeah, but obviously 40 hours will not establish Vairagya, forget about that. So, I don't know. I hope you did not give them any rewards, because that would ruin the entire. That's fine, but if they do it, if they get it right, are they getting any carrots? And if they get it totally wrong, are they getting any sticks?
We are not remunerating. Usually in cognitive science experiments, we remunerate the subject.
I would like to find those kids in the whole of India. I don't find anybody without motivation to focus. Even with motivation, they don't focus. Okay. Well, that's not relevant to my question, because Gurukul girls or anybody, even in a great ashram, they have sticks. They don't have carrots, but they have sticks. So that's a motivator. And so the statistics of scientific result is slightly ruined by threatening. I mean, if they all, suppose these Gurukul girls, en masse, they get it all wrong and they're not able to focus, I'm sure they will have a bad time in their Gurukul. So that answers my very serious question to you, which might help all of us, is that, of course, you sandwich two talks. If you are asked sincerely, what is the connection between this blind sight of people, this occult phenomenon of an alaukika Pratyakṣa, even Jnana Lakshana, like smelling colors and, tasting shapes and so on. What is the connection between this first part and the non-Boolean decision making?
Two different things. I just because of
no, but deliberately, if I ask you,
okay.
With enough focus, do you think there is a connection?
Yes, actually,
you didn't put any two papers together. You put these two papers together.
Yes.
Why?
There is a deeper reason behind it why we did. It's a part of bigger projects that Dr. Venkatesh and we are part of, where we're trying to model. Usually in cognitive science and neuroscience, they say mind is just a making phenomenon and similar such things, where the perception and all these things are not taken as fundamental. rather derivative of just the molecular action or like stuff like that. So we wanted to create a counter narrative where we start the dynamics from a subtler level and try to predict the usual classical behavior in the experimental domain. So that's the primary backdrop for all we're trying to do. In the first case, where we're trying to show that this phenomenon occurs, the blindfolded children recognizing objects. The subtle reason of doing is to show that maybe there is a alternate mechanism of perception which is not otherwise understood in neuroscience and usual science, that the mind or maybe Sukshma Indriya, if you accept, it can bypass the usual channel of understanding the objects in the world. And once we found the mechanism of perception, then comes the action. So we are not silent observer, we are acting on the world, and there's a and that's sandwiched by the decision that we're doing. So so that's why I thought of, and that the other paper was explicitly on decision making and modeling using non-Boolean logic. So that's why I tried to put them together.
The point I was making in the morning about vikalpa, because the bird's behavior shows the direct need for connecting perception with action.
Exactly. That is the primary motivation that we did. And Dr. Venkatesh will describe that in more detail. So when we describe the model. So I think now time for next speaker. Thank you. I think we proceed for the talks. It's already quite delayed. We can discuss. We'll have time. Dr. Sohom. Nice one.
Yes. Okay, so now we have our next speaker, Dr. Sohom Chakrabarty, Associate Professor, IIT Roorkee. The topic is Perception of Truth as per Patanjali Yoga Sutras. Thank you.
I hope I'm audible. So I'm sort of filling in between Jyotiranjan, Praveenji, and Venkatesh, just to give you a break from what they are trying to say. And but I'm also continuing on the discussions that were happening around all different sorts of perception, and they're trying to understand them from majorly from Patanjali Yoga Sutra. Many speakers already talked on that aspect and other texts. And I have giants here on philosophy, and I am a newborn, I should say. And because my background is from engineering, and I'm trying to understand all the different ideas that we are thrown into by our parents, various philosophical ideas that we are brought up with from our childhood, and then our own insights that I have developed over time, going through the practices of yoga, and then reading on the texts of Patanjali Yoga Sutra and Sankhya Karika. All these things come together as I will try to present the same ideas that has been presenting from the morning, but I will try to present them from a more technical point of view. And I would like to just assess here who are more technicians or technologists or engineers in the crowd like me. Please raise your hand. So I will like maybe resonate with you guys more rather than people from philosophy here. Because I would like to describe the philosophy more with diagrams and all, which usually you will not see. But I would like to just go through some of the discussions that happened today, some of the things that I noted and that struck me, maybe some questions, maybe some doubts, and I would like to pose them as open questions here. So I heard on the definition of perception that it requires sense organs to be involved, and also I heard that there is acknowledgement of yogic perception, which is perception without sense organs. So what is going on there? Abheda, Advaita, some very interesting thought given by Penna ji, that subject-object perception is a single compound, hence subject-object sustain each other through perception. But usual understanding is that the subject or the Sakshi is a fundamental cause, and this is somewhat conflicted in the above statement. And another thing is that knowing is a characteristic of consciousness, and I would like to say that it may be using certain tools in order to know. So that may be a possibility. And some other things like, this is my understandings, is perception same as Pratyakṣa? So maybe we can make a distinction. Pratyakṣa requires sense organs, whereas perception can be more general and subtle as well without the use of sense organs. What is the fundamental cause? So do we need that everything originate from the same substance in order for it to be a fundamental cause? So this is a question. Pratyakṣa, the only praman, can others, so we have heard Sachchidananda ji was there talking about Charvaks, and they were relying on Pratyakṣa as the only praman. So even if we rely on Pratyakṣa as the only praman, can others be taken as praman like Anuman and Shabda if they are tenable to Pratyakṣa? So this is something I want to ask. So suppose there is an inference made by someone, and if that inference is tenable to Pratyakṣa, someone can do Pratyakṣa sometime, then I say that this inference is some praman. If there is a shabda or an agama, some statement, some qualified statement, and right away you are not able to apprehend that statement, but there is a way, someone at some place, at some time, would be able to do Pratyakṣa of that statement, then I will say that this is a qualified statement. So if that is possible, then I think those inferences and statements will also qualify as praman. So here we can have a merging of these concepts of Pratyakṣa as well as the others. So I start with my talk with some expecting some background on these things. So I expect, even if you're from engineering and technology background, maybe you have heard about three gunas. So the three guna theory, and then some understanding of the three Shariratraya, that there is a sthula level, the gross level, and the sukshma level, and the karana level. So people don't usually talk about the karana level, but I usually talk more about the karana level. And these ideas of Purusha, Prakriti, and Mula Prakriti, some bit of idea is fine. We don't need to get into exact definition in order to understand what I am trying to talk about. And some working definition concepts, because some words are used in very specific ways, but to mean very different things by different people. So what I would mean by self is Atman, observer, and Sakshi, and I will never mean self as soul. They are not the same thing to me. And soul, if I ever refer to soul, I usually don't refer to that word. I will mean it as the causal body. And the self is something that is not bound in Ahankar identity. Soul is bound in Ahankar identity. So these are something that I will start with. And the topics of discussion will go like this. I'll first try to explain about Chitta and Atman, and there will be a lot of concepts covered in there. And then the ontology of perception as per Patanjali Yoga Sutra, and then some things which has been described in the Kaivalya Ultimate Freedom, that chapter of the Patanjali Yoga Sutra. And then I would like to give this disclaimer. You all know probably about this. The knowledge is one, and the knowledgeable try to describe it differently. So I am trying to just describe the same thing that is out there in the book in a different way. So with that, I would like to start. So what is Chitta? Chitta, as defined in Patanjali, if you have some, so my understanding and some other people's also understanding is that it is the field of consciousness to which objects are presented as perceived. So you see a diagram here, object outside this blue oval shape. The blue oval shape is the field of consciousness. The object is presented in that field of consciousness, and then it becomes a percept in that field of consciousness. Chitta is not Atman. Chitta is a field of consciousness, whereas Atman is the self or pure awareness, the observer Sakshi, and it is that black dot you are seeing there. And the black dot I have placed inside the blue oval. Okay, so it is like the blue oval, the consciousness, the field of consciousness is surrounding the self. So the self, along with the field of consciousness, is there, existing out there, and the object has been presented to the field of consciousness. Okay, now this percept are presented in the chitta to be perceived by the self. Why they are presented in the chitta, in the field of consciousness? Because they will be perceived by the self. Okay, the self comes with the field of consciousness, wants to perceive the object out there. The object gets is presented in the field of consciousness to be perceived by the self. And this is an analogy that we all have heard about from our very childhood, that there's a lake and things are getting reflected on that lake and we're seeing the reflection. So chitta is like that lake where reality is reflected as percept. Self is the one perceiving that reflection. Self is the one perceiving that reflection. So you see the object and the percept are like some reflection. So you see the lighter and the darker side. So some gradient is there. So just to make that idea that it is a reflection. Now, what should be the arrow relationship between self and the percept? So I have drawn an arrow from the object to the percept as if it is presented there. Now, if the self has to perceive the percept in the chitta, what sort of arrow diagram should be there? So there's an open question out there. You can try to answer maybe. Anyone of you would like to answer? What type of arrow relationship should be there? Should it be from the percept to the self? Should it be from the self to the percept? Percept to the self, raise your hands. Percept to the self, self to the percept. Both? Anyone both? Why both?
Once the interaction happens, it's not a one-way process.
The
object also influences us.
It would be like this, because who wants to perceive? The chitta, the self wants to perceive. The self would go towards the percept, and it is perceived by the self again. The self wants to perceive, and it's perceived by the self. Self goes to the percept and brings the percept back to the self. This is the way it happens. Any percept that is presented to the chitta, now the self is going to that percept and coming back. So I'm going to the table and coming back. If I close all my the tools of perception, I'm not going to the table. I open the tools of perception, I'm immediately reaching out and then bringing it back to myself. This all is happening through my field of consciousness. Because I have a field of consciousness, everything can happen. So everything is getting reflected in that field of consciousness. Self is the Purusha utilizing the chitta for perception of objects in Prakriti, whereas it is independent of the need of such perception. So you have to remember this, that the self is actually independent of the need of such perception. The self does not need to perceive. It perceives, but it does not need to perceive. Okay. So the field of consciousness is also, this blue oval is also the repository of our innermost attitudes and desires, giving rise to our thoughts and feelings. So this is general idea. So you hear the word chitta, chitta bhumi, all these things will give you an idea that this is the place of our innermost desires and feelings and thoughts arising from there. So it basically forms the makeup of the human being we are, composed of the three guna in varied proportions. So this gives the color to our chitta, and through this colored chitta, the objects we are, the percepts we are perceiving. A non-empty repository, so something which has these thoughts and feelings, so has these attitudes and desires, is like a lake with ripples and currents, and the perceptor accordingly modified when presented to the self. Whatever that reflection is coming there, that reflection will be shaped by these ripples and currents in the field of Chitta. So my ripples and currents, your ripples and currents, a dog's ripples and currents will all be different. Okay. And accordingly, the reality that they're observing will be different. The percepts that they are perceiving will be different, but they will be of the same thing. So what Patanjali Yoga Sutra says is that with sublimation or tranquilization of these other contents in the field of consciousness, all these different contents that we are having in our field of consciousness, the self remains the only content shining in this field. The self remains the only content shining in this field. So you see, gradually this thing will happen if we are able to do the sublimation, tranquilization of the other contents in the field of consciousness. Gradually we will reach to this particular state where the self is the only content in the field of consciousness. And in the presence of the other content, what happens? The reverse thing happens. The self is unable to shine through in the field of consciousness in its complete glory. So it shines through all these different percepts. It shines through all these different percepts. So right now I am shining through, myself is shining through all these different things, the tables, you, other people's words, and other people's whatever they are thinking, they're speaking aloud, all these things, myself is shining through all these things and coming back to me. Myself in its purity is not shining within me at this moment. Okay. Now, I would like to present this idea that these other contents are temporary and changeable by their inherent nature. They will keep on changing. These other contents, they will keep on changing. Hence, they are non-absolute. So, and hence they are non-absolute. And what is the only absolute? The self is the only absolute truth that is experienced in the field of consciousness. So I present the idea of the absolute truth and the non-absolute truth. So all these which are temporary and changeable in character are non-absolute truths. They are truths. Right now, this is true. But they are non-absolute truth. They will change over time. What is not changing over time is the self which is there, although it is not able to shine through in its complete glory. But if I know some way, somewhere, sometime that I experience the self shining in its complete glory, I will know forever that it is there, although it is shining now through all these different percepts. So it is like people in England, maybe a kid in England will not know that there is something called sun in the sky unless one fine day the sun comes out, because in England most of the time it is cloudy, right? So the child will not know that there is a sun in the sky, but one fine day the sun will come out when the clouds are not there. And from the next day onwards, even though the clouds are there, the child will know that the sun is also there. He will never doubt that the sun is there in the sky, ever again. Even though for the rest of his life he sees cloudy skies. Okay, so this is like that. So so you know when the absolute truth you know and you experience, you will know that it is the absolute truth and the others are non-absolute truths. So again, a question. Should not there be some arrow here? Because I am already saying something like this. The self remains the only content shining in the field. And so what do you suppose? So look at all these arrows. Self-loop. Self-loop could be there. So it's a self-loop, right? The self comes back to the self. So it is the only content. But who is perceiving? The self will perceive only, because it is the only perceiver. And what is left to be perceived? Self is only left to be perceived. No other thing is there in that field of consciousness. Self comes back to the self. This is a very peculiar state, and this state is the state of yoga as described in Patanjali and maybe in many other textbooks. So what we usually experience is not this last state, but the other states, which are modifications. So we can say now, if this is the absolute truth, these all other three are modifications of the absolute truth. These are modifications of the absolute truth. The absolute truth, which is the self, trying to come back to the self, but through these percepts. Through all these different percepts, they are coming back. So it is modified. The absolute is modified in some way. So they are modified truths. And why they are modified? Due to materialistic contents clouding the chitta. The vortices of these materialistic contents are termed as chitta vritti. And then Patanjali defines in the second sutra that the sublimation of these chitta vrittis, the restraint of these chitta vrittis is yoga, is defined as yoga. So when these chitta vrittis are restricted, then we come to this particular state. Yes. Let us see how it remains there, or what remains there. So what is the new thing here? In this state of yoga, the observer of the self is established in its true nature. The observer of the self in the state of yoga is established in its true nature without the modifications. It is established in its true nature. The experience is of the pure self only, devoid of any imposition or corruption of materialistic contents. So what will be the experience? Experience will be the pure self only. You will experience yourself in all its purity, without any imposition of any materialistic contents. So where the materialistic contents were? In that blue part. So that blue will not be there, right? The blue should not be there. Logically, the blue should not be there, because it is devoid of any imposition of or corruption of the materialistic contents. So there is nothing. So I represent it with black again. Okay. And we'll see what it means later on in my presentation. So when not established, so now I go back to this. So we are talking about the state of yoga, but when we are not established in yoga, most of the time, most of our lives, we are not established in yoga, and perhaps all of our life we are not established in yoga. The experience in the field of consciousness is that of modifications brought about by the materialistic contents. And these modifications are termed as chitta vrittis in Patanjali Yoga Sutra. And since the unmodified state I have defined as the experience of absolute truth, I can now define these chitta vrittis as modified truths. The absolute truth getting modified in some way. So these are modified truths. And I present these English translations that I have made, not translations, but some phrases in order to understand these Sanskrit words. I present it to you, and I welcome your comments and other things. That pramana are valid truths. This is pramana. This is valid, completely valid. That I am experiencing all these things, completely valid. Valid truth. Vipadaya are false truths. Vikalpa are invalid truths. Nidra, unreal truth. And smriti, remembered truth. So we go to this one by one and try to understand why I coined these terms. Pramana is valid truth because Pratyakṣa Anuman Shabda are considered as pramana. They are valid perceptions of reality. They are considered to be valid perceptions of reality. But obviously, they are not reality as it is. Because we have already understood that reality as it is only the pure self shining in the field of consciousness, that absolute truth. So it is not that absolute truth. but it is a valid truth. It is a valid perception. So we call it a valid truth. And we can understand that it is different in different living beings with different endowments of their sense organs. So the pramana will be different. So it cannot be considered as the absolute. Okay. So that is one way to even understand that. Viparya is false truth. It is where the perception itself is false. So the percept, which is a reflection of one object, so something is coming in your field of consciousness as a percept, but you are taking that percept in yourself, but you are mistaking it to be the percept of another object. This is what is happening. So this is what is that common example, that mistaking the rope as a snake. Mistaking the rope as a snake. The rope came in your consciousness, but you're seeing it, you're perceiving it as snake. Okay, so that is what is happening, and this I can say is false truth. Then invalid truths. Invalid truths are like words and statements that correspond to no valid perception of reality. So like as people in science, we would appreciate that we can make a mathematical model which is all complete by itself, but it does not have any correspondence to reality. It is perfectly valid in itself, but we cannot say that it is a truth in the sense that it represents something in reality. So we will say that it is an invalid truth. Similarly, this sentence is that there is a unicorn race tomorrow. Perfectly correct sentence in itself, but it does not have any correspondence to reality. So we say that it is also an invalid truth. These are vikalpas. These are vikalpas to what there is in the for normal way of perception. Nidra, why I call this unreal truth? In the state of sleeping, we are switched off from our usual experience of reality, but still there is some perception, like dreams come and all these things. This perception is not situated in reality. This perception is not situated in reality. Okay, and hence we can call this unreal. Both dream and sound sleep falls in this category. Even I can make the daydreaming and imagination fall in this category, because when we are daydreaming and imagining, we are cut off from the otherwise usual perception of reality, and the daydreaming and all these things are like unreal truths. Okay. And Smriti, the remembered truth. So Varakhedi was mentioning that Smriti is also a form of perception. It is perfectly a form of perception and considered by Patanjali. Smriti, remembered truth, but whether it is Pratyakṣa or not, there can be a debate around it. So all previous forms of perception are sometimes recalled in our memory, and this forms a new perception, because whenever you recall these perceptions, they are recalled in a slightly distorted way. They are not recalled exactly in the same manner. So it forms a new perception within you, which is distinct from those before, and this can be called smriti or remembered truth. So these are the modified truths which we experience in our life. Patanjali says that we have the ability to restrain these modifications through two things, which are abhyas and vairagya. Abhyas means practice, vairagya means non-attachment. And I am writing down the shlokas, also numbers in below, which talks about this. So what is practice? Continuous effort to restrain the modifications, and non-attachment is continuous effort to be desireless of all forms of perception. And how are these attained? These are attained through the power of devotion to the end that is to be attained, which is in Patanjali Yoga Sutras, the end is self-realization. So he is talking about that. And attained through the power of renunciation through all that is not self, till the true self is discovered. So these are some ways with which he starts the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, different methods that he keeps on describing in order to come into the state of self-realization, the state of yoga. And he goes on talking about many other different methods. And I think the final methodology that he talks about is the Ashtanga Yoga. And after that, he starts on talking about the effects that this bring to us when we go into the journey. And the final effect that they bring to us is Kaivalya, or ultimate freedom. And what he is saying here is that in this shloka, in this sutra, he is saying that once the luminosity and transparency of consciousness have become as distilled as pure awareness, they can reflect the freedom of awareness back to itself. So this is the sutra that gave me the confidence to draw that diagram where the self is coming back to itself through the field of consciousness. So here it is saying that once the luminosity and transparency of consciousness have become as distilled as pure awareness. Distilled as pure awareness means there is nothing, no more such materialistic contents, vrittis, etc. in that field of consciousness. The field of consciousness is completely black, so as to say. Then they can reflect the freedom of awareness, the self coming back to itself. So this is the diagrammatic representation that we can make of this particular state that happens. Now, usually we are in this state, even when colored. So this they are again mentioning about this state and trying to bring out some property of consciousness. After actually in the Kaivalya Pada, he is trying to bring out this new property of consciousness. After we understand what is Kaivalya, he is saying that even when colored by countless latent traits, all these chitta vittis and other traits and impressions, all these things out there, consciousness, like every compound phenomenon, has another purpose, which is to serve awareness. The purpose of consciousness is to serve awareness. And we can maybe understand that that is why the consciousness as a field is always surrounding this awareness. It has the purpose to serve that awareness. So it will always remain associated with that awareness. Next, another Sutra 4.25, as soon as one is able to distinguish between consciousness and awareness, the ongoing construction of the false self ceases. So when one has attained the Kaivalya or the self-realization, after the self-realization only, they will be able to distinguish that the self is something and the field of consciousness was something, is something through which the self is perceiving everything in reality. These two are not the same. So there will be this gap created between the self and the field of consciousness. This gap does not create within us before we attain to self-realization. We cannot perceive, we cannot even understand what this gap is. It doesn't come in our experience, in our realization. Only it comes after self-realization. This gap comes, so one can distinguish between consciousness and awareness. And then the ongoing construction of the false self ceases, although you are able to perceive all these perceptions in the field of consciousness. Although the attained yogi can come here and see all of you like that, and the same phenomenon happens as it happens to me and you, that the self goes through all these percepts, come back. For that attained yogi, this is also happening, but that attained yogi does not construct his false self through these perceptions that we are trying to do. We are doing it that automatically. Okay, so that construction of the false self ceases in that attained yogi. So this is how the process actually goes. We are first in that state in the left hand side, then we come to the state of self-realization, then our state changes. In Kaivalya, ultimate freedom, what is the freedom? The freedom is that the false self ceases to construct itself. That is the freedom. We get free from the perceptions that try to do something, try to do some change in what we understand we are. Okay, so that is from where we get free. Consciousness, now oriented to this distinction, can gravitate towards freedom the fully integrated knowledge that pure awareness is independent from nature. And this realization extinguishes both the causes of suffering and cycles of cause and effect. If you have read Sankhya Karika begins with the question how we can remove the pain and suffering, and Patanjali Yoga Sutra ends with the answer. And this is the conclusion, that this is the first. So this is a takeaway sort of thing. This is the first. This is the state, the left hand side, the state where we all are. We are all in the state of false perception, which we can call chitta vrittis, which we can call modified truth. Then we can come to the state of true perception, self-realization, absolute truth. Then we move to another state, which is some other different state of living, where there is a distinction between awareness and consciousness, and it causes end of suffering and cycles of cause and effect. So you don't associate cause and effect anymore to events, and it leads to end of suffering. So with that, I would like to end my presentation, and if you have any questions, I would like to take. Yes, please. Thank you. So more philosophical questions, I would possibly, only Madhumita ma'am is here, who might be able to take on my behalf if questions become more philosophical in nature. Anyway,
Hi, sir.
please have the questions coming in. Yes.
Sir, I would like to ask like how this will actually help some of the problems in consciousness science. We are actually having a problem of understanding what is the exact role of brain and the consciousness. Some people generally use the word it produces, and many terms are being used, but is the exact role? Since you mentioned the forms that appear in chitta, what is any kind of reference to what is the exact role of brain in doing that?
Exact role of brain in perceiving these forms of consciousness, that you want to understand, or your question is something different? You want to understand the role of brain in perceiving these chitta vrittis, the 5 different modified forms.
So when you say percept is having in chitta, this percept is forms, colors, and those type of things. But this is not actually happening when you check the pathways in the brain. Brain contains only electrical signals, molecules, chemicals, also all type of signals are happening. But we perceive forms, colors, smells, everything. So this is what happening in chitta. So brain should be sufficient, but not enough to produce this, right? So this is the fundamental problem of called as hard problem in consciousness. So which is yet to be solved now. So what is the Indian references giving to solve these kind of problems?
The solution, like you cannot really associate the brain functioning to these forms and shapes that are coming in. So how these forms and shapes are coming in, you cannot really have the answer coming from brain functions. Brain is doing some function as we are experiencing these forms and colors and forms, and all these perceptions are coming in us. Okay. And as you mentioned that, yes, it is true, it is the hard problem of consciousness. And what is the solution, or what is the answer to it? The answer, like there is some way to answer it, is that it is a function of the consciousness. Now, one has not been able to model the consciousness in a mathematical way, but one understands that this field of consciousness is there, and how we perceive things is dependent on that field of consciousness. This we understand. But how this field of consciousness is mapped to the brain, this, I think the people who are working in that brain functioning and trying to relate consciousness to it, they would be right persons to ask whether they have solved it or not. I don't think they have solved it so far, but at least we can have this understanding that it is a function of the consciousness, and it will depend on one consciousness to other. One being to another being will have this field of consciousness very different, and the perception that they will be having will be very different. And one talk also pointed out that the sense organs are also very different, and that may be leading to these perceptions being very different. So that may be an external cause, but there is an internal cause, which is the field of consciousness as well. And we modeled, so we did a small presentation where we modeled everything as a lens of consciousness. So the Purusha is there in this body. The entire embodiment we can call as a lens of consciousness. Even the physical, so you see the retina changing and all these things, is changing the way it is perceiving, it is experiencing the world out there. So the qualia changes, not just because of this causal body, but also because of the other bodies which are there, starting from the physical body. So everything that is out there is a lens of consciousness. Everything that is out there comprises of the lens of consciousness. This is how we try to model it. Yes, next question. Yes, sir.
Regarding this slide, sir, false perception, chittavrittis, true perception, self-realization. So if you take chittavritti pramana, it's not a false perception.
Pramana is a valid perception.
So false perception, you have written all chittavrittis. So that should exclude Pratyakṣa. That is pramana. Pramana should be valid. No?
Pramana is also there in the chittavrittis.
But pramana is not false.
I think I should modify. This should be modified perception, not false perception.
Yeah, and a simple observation in the beginning slides. Somewhere you mentioned that self is experienced by, so that sentence, my observation, in the state, the observer of the self is established, and then
the experience is of the pure self only. This one.
No, in blue, in one slide, there is one sentence in blue. Next, maybe next or previous one. Just the self is the only absolute truth that is experienced in the field of consciousness. My observation is self is the experiencer, and Sankhya Yoga philosophy says it is never experienced. Avishayaha. So just an observation that self cannot be the experienced according to Sankhya and Yoga, because everywhere it says it is only experiencer. So that I have found here. And last one, sir, with due respect to your understanding of the subject, I'm just adding that.
Any slide?
Yeah. Just a minute, sir. Yeah, the Yoga Sutra says in the fourth pada that sadajñātāh chittavrittayah tatprabhuv purushasya aparinamitvat. So it says that nothing is there, and that is, as you said, the kaivalya, ardhat kritardhanam gunanam pratiprasavaha swarupa pratishtava chitshakta is the last sutra. So there, nothing is there, it remains. That's what they were discussing in the afternoon also, that actually yastu ekagre chetasi sadbhutam ardham pradyotayeti kshinoti cha kleshan karma bandhanani shladhayeti sa samprajñātah. So that yogaja pratyaksha comes under this samprajñāta. Then there is the higher state asamprajñāta. Then as you mentioned dharmamega samadhi, then only kaivalya. So there actually the arrow need not be taken. That's my observation.
That self loop yourself.
Because self does not come to self. It is actually alone. That is kaivalya, that itself says it stands aloof or lone. That means nothing is coloring. Simple addition. So see this in one slide you mentioned that self characterizes or something like that particular verb. My problem is in Sankhya Yoga philosophy, self is not the karta. So no kriya there, no activity, nothing. So self doing something is not acceptable to Sankhya Yoga. Whatever is done, that is only the activity of Prakriti, they say. Prakriti hi kartri, Prakriti kriyamananam gunaih karmani sarvashaha, ahankara vimudatma karta aham iti manyate. Bhagavad Gita reiterates the same. So when we write, I think we should take proper care that the original theories are not disturbed. Soham sir,
Yes.
this is my observation.
Yes. So one thing I would like to, a few things I would like to also discuss here. One thing is that in Sankhya, the Purusha comes in proximity with the Prakriti.
Purusha
So
doesn't come. Prakriti comes in the proximity of Purusha because Purusha is inactive.
Purusha is inactive.
So
but-
Purusha does not come. So it is actually Prakriti doing all the activities. So Prakriti comes into the contact of Purusha, they say. This is what Prakriti Purusha Sanyogas Tatkrita Sargaha. The commentaries also explain that Prakritaha, Purushaha, Akriyaha. Prakriti is Sarvakartri. So that Sanyoga, Vijnana Bhikshu also explains that Sanyoga is not temporal or spatial. It is Bhoktru Bhogya Bhava Sambandhaha in Yoga Vartika. So actually further deep study.
Okay, my understanding so far had been that Purusha comes in proximity with the Prakriti, only then the Prakriti gets into the modifications and the expressions that it shows to the Purusha.
Because Purusha is Udasina, sir.
It remains Udasin.
Because coming or getting into the contact of Prakriti is not possible because Vasanas, Samskaras are not there in Purusha. So nothing to motivate.
But then it gets created also in Purusha, right?
No.
Not in Purusha, but in the field.
In the Chitta only.
In the Chitta only.
Huh.
The Chitta is associated with the Purusha.
Because last pada of Yoga Sutra says, Hetu phalashraya lambanaihi sangrihitatva tadabhave esham abhava. So it relates that all tendencies, all impressions, they subsist in the Chitta.
Yes.
Not in the Purusha.
Not in the
Therefore,
Purusha.
nothing is there in Purusha to motivate to come in contact. So that's what Sankhya Karika, last Karika say, that Nirgunam Purusham Prachodayati Saguna Prakritihi. Saguna Esha Saptabhihi Rupaihi Badhnati Ekarupena Mochayati. So all these Karikas explain that all activities is there in Prakriti.
And actually Sankhya Karika also says that it is not the Purusha that gets liberated.
Yeah.
It is the Prakriti that gets liberated.
Yeah. Badhyate muchyate nanashraya prakritihi.
And here also it is said that the consciousness gravitates towards freedom. The consciousness gravitates towards freedom, not the self. The self is already free.
Yeah, here also, if you say consciousness and self are different, so then it will come in the vikalpa, chittavritti, because shabda jnananupati vastu shunyo vikalpaha. That means chaitanyam purushasya swarupam. This is the example given in the bhashya. And it says, if you differentiate between self and consciousness, it will be vikalpa chittavritti because both are one.
Both become one here when it becomes devoid of the different colors, different chitta vrittis. That when the vrittis are no more in the chitta, only then the chitta and the self becomes the same thing.
They are same. Actually, there is one. Yeah.
But in order to understand the different states in which they work, we have to make the distinction that they are different.
And in the beginning, sir, you asked about one small addition, that pramana, Pratyakṣa pramana and other pramanas. So in Nyaya Shastra, Nyaya Bhashya, it is accepted with the title Pramana Samplavaha. That means same thing can be perceived differently with the help of perception, with the help of inference, with the help of other means also, for they accept. And there is no wrong in that. And just the first slide, you were asking between the Atma, that self and soul, Chitta and Atma.
This is how I am. Because
So,
many places I have seen the
actually,
soul.
we don't have soul concept, sir. We have
we
only
don't have.
self, that is Atma. But Jivatma, Pretatma, Bhutatma may be there. I don't know. But Jivatma is there. And Jivatma is nothing but the conditioned self. So everybody says yoga and Vedanta also. So
So
thank
when
you,
these
sir.
conditions go away, then things become same.
body. It cannot say that soul is
Ah,
causes
Jivatma best. We don't believe in soul. Soul is English, Western.
Wonderful lecture by.
Ah, actually, causal body is Linga Sharira.
And
Linga Sharira.
just adding on to the question asked by, you asked the question, right? Yes, yes. Yeah, you asked to Dr. Sohom. So there are, to understand that, for example, there are real case studies of near-death experience where the subtle body gets separated from the physical body and the subtle body is seen from above, right? So the basically the perception for to happen, physical body is not required in special circumstances. In normal circumstances, of course, the physical body is required, right? So the basically having perception in the physical body is a special case in one sense. Otherwise, normally subtle body is sufficient for perception to happen. Right?
Sir, Raman Maharshi
Similarly-
also got that experience.
Yeah.
Raman Maharshi at the age of 14,
Yes,
he had this out of the body experience, and he said somewhere he told people that he was seeing his own body.
yes.
So who is that and who is this? So he had that question, and for that he practiced, or he was in the state of meditation for almost 7 years, from the age of 17 to 25. So he was in that state, total silence. Then he realized.
Right.
Out of
Nice.
body.
Okay, so that was wonderful discussion. Now the next speaker is
Sir, I have a question. Can I ask?
I think now we'll discuss later. So the next speaker is Dr. Venkatesh
Okay.
at
Actually, I have to leave
Chembaluru.
after
He is associate professor.
Want to ask this.
ICMA Center. ICMA means the Indian Knowledge System and Mental Health Application. IIT Mandi. And the topic name is Entangled Realities, Perception, Action, and the Conscious World in IKS Framework. Welcome. Thank you. So,
Maybe we can put it. Maybe we can put it at the desk outside.
Okay. So good evening. Why is this thing moving? How do I move back? Okay. Okay, good evening. So we're getting towards the end of the today's session. Mine is the second last talk, so I won't take too much time. So this is about Enigma of Perception. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the philosophy and a little bit about the scientific work we're trying to do around perception. I don't know why my slide is moving like that, but I think it's okay. Yeah. Towards the end of the, it's okay. Okay. As long as it doesn't move without my.
Right bottom में button, right bottom.
वो I think आपने बैक पे डाउन
ये वाला
हाँ हाँ ये वाला किया अभी
अभी वैसा होगा
हाँ presented ये better. Not really, but okay. Anyway, I'll see. Yeah, so my background is also not in philosophy. I'm not a philosopher by training, but I've just tried to learn philosophy by reading it myself. My background is in science and engineering also. So anyway, so title and abstract, I just wanted to read out my abstract in case it has not been read by the audience before. This entangled realities, perception, action, and the conscious world in IK's framework. This talk explores how ancient Indian philosophical insights in many ways complement modern cognitive science frameworks. It examines perception not as passive reception, but an active reality-generating process, and action as continuous extension of awareness. So by recentering conscious self in a dynamic loop, we explore new ways of examining meaning and so on, nature of reality. Okay. So it's good that I'll finish my talk on time. So what is perception, right? I think towards the beginning of the session today, we heard about illusions, and the Professor Vaibhav Tripathi.
Present from there, but I can ask for changes of slides.
Huh? From where?
From there.
Oh, really?
If you project it there.
Okay, but do you have the slide?
Yes, we have.
Okay, you can take it from here.
Just look at Zoom.
You have it?
Yeah.
Okay, they will present it from there. Okay, yeah, let's go next. Yeah, so maybe something wrong in the way I prepared my slides. Well, what we can do is I can quickly export it as a PDF, then it will not create trouble. Huh? Yeah, let me do that. You want to keep it that way? Yeah, sure. Let's go to the previous slide. Oh. Yeah, I just started. So what should we do? Okay, so you'll show it that way? Yeah, sure. Go next. Yeah, so I think in the beginning of the day, we looked at illusions, or so we are having an issue with full screen. So let me convert to PDF, then I can do full screen. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Or export. हाँ हो गया ठीक है. So what is perception? I think the common language definition, not really derived from philosophical texts, but if you just ask any academic person, like in science background, they may say that the process by which we filter and interpret information gathered by our senses to create a picture of the world, right? So this picture of the world is important, because there is a distinction naturally drawn here between the world and the picture of the world. The two need not be the same. And anyway, I think we don't need to go over this, but many of you must have seen this image, right? At first instance, we see an old woman, but I think we can, reorienting our vision, we can see a younger woman looking away from the screen. Are you seeing both younger and older woman? No? You saw the younger first? Okay, so you are a little unique. most see the old woman first. So if you consider these are the lips and that as the nose, you see the old woman, right? But now if you see this as the neck, that as the face and that as the nose, you would see, and this is jawline, you'd see the younger woman looking away. Right? Yes or no? You can't see the older woman? Okay. So if you see this as the eyes, one eye, the other eye, the nose, and this as the mouth, and this as the chin. Yeah. So that's the older woman. And do you all see the younger woman? You only see no mother-in-law. Okay. So anyway, this is a very famous cartoon drawn by this William Hill in 1915. So he kind of drew a combined picture of his wife and mother-in-laws in some sense. So anyway, so why do people have different perceptions? Common, again, understandings, physical differences in our senses, past experience, present state of mind, maybe that can influence our perception. So we'll come back to this notion of world and picture of the world towards the end. And one advantage of going towards the end of the session is I don't have to talk about these basic things one more time. But according to IKS, general IKS framework, right? I'm not really referring to any specific philosophy here. But I think the general IKS corpus agrees with this notion that there is the senses which gather information, there is integration that takes place at a certain level in terms of filtration, interpretation. But ultimately, the observer or the seer, the experiencer is involved in the process. And ultimately, the understanding of perception will be incomplete without talking about experience, right? And experience, if we can think of it as a phenomena, then this is a phenomena that we are witnessing. We are undergoing that all the time. So in some sense, there's a three-stage process, but not always taken so in the scientific realm, right? In the senses and the integration part, maybe the perception is tried to be explained. And so from IK's perspective, we have this insight that we need to take into account the observer or take into account the experience aspect that is associated with perception. So Enigma 1. So what is Enigma 1? So how does our biological system give rise to this notion of phenomenal experience, right? And I think answer as bold and maybe as different as it may sound from the general academic circles in science is that it cannot and it does not. So the first perspective I want to share with you from IK's point of view is that consciousness is fundamental. I think I don't need to work too hard trying to convey this message to this audience. But when we stand in front of a room full of scientists, it's a much harder sell. So the first point I want to emphasize here is that in some sense, we have to think of consciousness as fundamental, as not as emergent or coming out of the functioning of the brain or something like that, right? Not a result of the biological system, but something higher and more subtle than that. The next point I want to make is about perception and action. So if we think of the conscious observer, covered with a layer of integration over here, which is helping in the process of perception, And we can think of perception as a channel that transmits information from the environment into the system that we call is that a system into which the observer is embedded. Then, just because of the way I have drawn this diagram, you can see that the action is the counterpart of perception. If one thinks of perception as a process where information is coming in, action can be thought of as a process where information is going out into the environment. And it is somewhat intuitive to think that action is influenced by perception. Why? Because whatever you perceive and understand, accordingly you act. But action also affects perception according to this. Why? Because action affects the environment and the environment feeds into the perception. So action also affects perception. So it's like a loop, basically, right? And so that's why I mentioned perception affects action and vice versa. So the Enigma 2 is how to treat perception and action on an equal footing as somewhat inverse processes of each other, right? So since although the theme for the conference or today's gathering is Enigma of perception, but perception and action have to be treated on an equal footing. Otherwise, we only get half of the story. So action is the other side of the same coin. So in this case, a very unique perspective that we get from IKS understanding again is that what we're dealing with, the kind of information that we're dealing with is not like raw bits of data in terms of zeros and ones, which are pretty much have no meaning. But what we're dealing with is semantic information that carries meaning. And because information that we're dealing with is semantic in nature, therefore our experience at the end of the day is meaningful, right? So all our perception, all our experiences that we have, they carry certain meaning. So from the environment, we gather meaning. At the end of the day, meaning is what we extract in the process of perceiving. And when we relay information back to the environment, we are also communicating, conveying meaning back into the environment. So this embeddedness of meaning into the scheme of things is very important. And IKS gives us this perspective that we can rethink of information as semantic information. So there's a very, very different way of thinking of information, and this will help us redefine pretty much information theory and how we process information and so on. So that's Enigma 2. And after that, we need to think about the nature of the world itself. Why? Because in the beginning, we had this common sense definition of what is perception. To create, there was this sentence ending with to create a picture of the world. And I mentioned we should take a note of this distinction between the world and the picture of the world. So what happens in science, although we have this distinction that the world that we are creating within ourselves as a result of perception is a picture of the world. It's not exactly represented. It is representing the world in some way, but it's not the world itself. But however, when we go about developing scientific theories, we actually assume the existence of the world just as we are perceiving it. So for instance, all classical theories in physics are designed in that way. And just by exploring the limits of length and time scales, we happen to hit the quantum scale, and we develop new mathematics to explain quantum physics. But at the end of the day, when we think about quantum experiments, we still think of collapse and classical ways to interpret the data, right? So even though we philosophically understand the picture of the world is not same as the world, but we continue to treat the world in the way we perceive it, even while developing scientific theories. The other thing that we also usually tend to carry the notion of is that an objective world. Science is an effort or an endeavor to describe the world in an objective manner. Objective means that it is independent of my perception as an individual, right? So the table exists independent of my perception and all of our perception. So therefore, it exists independent of us. So we can describe it and study it and so on. And the same notion of this world, the notion of the world that we are carrying within us of these first 2 points, that same world is now again used to describe perception itself. How? Because perception is explained in terms of the mechanics of senses gathering input from the environment and the brain processing electrical signals that are transmitted to it. And then somehow perception is taking place with the help of the brain mechanics. So the whole thing seems to be topsy-turvy if we look at it from philosophical point of view. So in terms of a little bit of symbols, I've tried to represent this. So first over here is that we tend to think of W as equal to W prime, which is a function of perception. W prime here is representing the picture of the world. So that actually is not true, right? So that's an issue. A perception is a function of the world. We kind of can agree on that, because the nature of the world would influence our perception. And if you just put these two things together, perception becomes a function of something which is a function of perception. So you go into a recursive loop, a never-ending loop, and then we end up in a framework that we can never understand perception. So even though it sounds very simple and logical over here, but the whole scientific endeavor is to still crank out this machine over and over again, try to understand perception, but you can never really get to the bottom of it. So so the Enigma 3 is, how can we ever understand perception? And here I'm asking this question from the scientific framework. So here the IK's perspective is that the nature of world, this issue of the recursive infinite recursion that I showed you on the previous slide, it can be broken and it can be resolved by this one insight that we get from IKS, which is the nature of the world itself is also rooted in consciousness. It's not only the nature of the self, but the nature of the world also is rooted in consciousness. And what does that do? First, it helps us resolve the very first contradiction, that the world need not be the same as the picture of the world, which is indicated by W prime. And now, and we can continue to maintain that the perception is a function of the world, but the W prime is now reinterpreted as another function of the world and perception. So now things can be set right. And then what you have here is a world which is also rooted in consciousness, but what you're actually perceiving is not that conscious world, but you're perceiving something in between, which is called as W prime, represented as W prime. And that world of perception, can be this picture of the world, or rather a video of the world, because the live feed that we're getting continuously into our perceptual system. And the world in some sense is looking out, is appearing to be a world of material objects, right? We are surrounded by matter, including our body. So all this is a perceptual field. All this is happening in a perceptual field, but ultimately the nature of the world is that of consciousness. So here another big change that needs to take place in our perspective of the world is that subjectivity is inherent to the nature of the world. So by trying to enforce that we need to understand the world in an objective way, or by trying to reduce the world to objective frameworks, we're actually missing out on understanding of reality. So subjectivity is now inherently a part of the nature of the world, and it can never be without it, and which is why our subjective experience now becomes the center. It becomes the center for understanding the world. It's not the material objects around us. So the challenge that lies ahead, because of the three enigmas that I quickly went over, I think these three IKS perspectives need to be blended together. The first one is consciousness being fundamental, right? And here, when I said consciousness being fundamental, I meant more about the self, consciousness of the self. Second, we need to build a framework for dealing with information in a semantic manner, right? Information that carries meaning. So we have an opportunity to redefine information theory and how perception takes place. And the nature of the world also rooted in consciousness. So a lot of IKS insights brought together, but the challenge is that how we develop a coherent conceptual and mathematical framework to redefine perception and the nature of reality. So understanding of perception will go hand in hand with the understanding of the nature of reality, because the two are entangled together. Okay, so yeah, so that I'm going to stop there. So it's a very short talk, but it's just laying down few ideas that that have come about in the past year or so. This is in collaboration with Dr. Jyotiranjan as well. He was at IIT Mandi for a few years. Yeah, so that's my contact. Feel free to contact me, but we can also have some discussion here. Yes. Yeah, I see two hands, so we can take comments or questions. So here, Professor Arindam Chakrabarty. Yes, sir.
I really learned a lot, as I was expecting to, from Jyotiranjan's and your talk. Whatever I'm going to say is constructive. There was very different, interesting complementarity. Jyotiranjan's talk was very satisfying to me, because both in philosophy as well as in Sanskrit studies and whatever you call knowledge system, the details are extremely important. What I absolutely detest, when not people like you, but when the sort of IIT kind of people get into late life or midlife, grant motivated Indian philosophies, usually is such a sort of insufferable litany of cliches that everyone, all gurus say everything, and neither of you did any of that, which was good. Yours was synoptic, not so much in details. But whatever I'm saying is in the spirit of starting really what we came for this conference for. Not to report our individual researches, but at the end of the day, to have a real bridge between the two. So I was slightly disappointed when I very carefully heard that you almost use synonymously the two phrases. Those with an academic, that is scientific background, you said. Now, you can understand why that synonymy is objectionable. But the purpose was to actually bridge the Pandit / Sanskrit Western philosophy experts with the neuroscientists, cognitive scientists, mathematicians, computer scientists. And as a starter of that bridge, I think we, from the philosophy Pandit side, I have taken some steps on that. In 2005, with Varakhedi did the, Professor Srinivasa Varakhedi, he did the proofreading. I did for the Pandits a Sanskrit book called Pratyakṣa Mimamsa, which is about post-Bertrand Russell, after Russell Whitehead's work on Principia Mathematica, post-Bertrand Russell and post-Wittgenstein, Western philosophy of mind and theory of knowledge, on memory, on perception, on inference. But entire thing was on Russell, Leibniz, etc., and some Wittgenstein in Sanskrit. So the Pandits can speak to it, and they did. Now it seems like since the IKS specialists are almost unashamedly not interested in studying the Sanskrit texts. So we need to not train you guys, but I need to, and the Pandits need to find out how to understand, for example, a simple expression like W is a function of P, something like that. So what does F within parenthesis P mean? But this will work only if you guys pick up the technical symbolic language of Sanskrit philosophy post-Gangesha. You need to understand what is a pratiyogita, avachedakata. Absence requires absentees. Absentees, if I may miss, here there is absence of the Vice Chancellor of Sanskrit universities. There's also absence of my friend Varakhedi. The two absences have totally two different qualifiers. But in my cognition, this is very different absences. But the absentee is the same person. Because I perceive the absence, somebody else perceives the absence of our Vice Chancellor. I perceive the absence of my friend Srinivasa. This is just first year, class 10, Nyaya. Okay. And from there you build Pratiyogita, Vachedaka, and so on. And not regard them as useless hair splitting. Because just as perception is half the story, action is the other. Similarly, technicalization of a discipline, like epistemology, theory of knowledge, theory of inference, theory of subjunctive inferences, where the antecedents of the conditionals are all false. For example, had Jyotiranjan been born in Sweden and learned only Greek language, then consequent clause. So from that point of view, there is a lot of reinventing the wheel that you guys are doing. For example, about the three enigmas, the first enigma has been extremely well explored in Western philosophy and by Buddhism. Not in Western physics. You won't find it in the dialogue between Heisenberg and Einstein. But Leibniz wrote monadology. Spinoza wrote through geometrical method. Everything. So this question, for example, in cognitive science, a very important question would be that when does a cognition, which is of a nature of passive information intake, when does it turn into a decision to act? Seeing, recognizing that's a snake and running. In between, what happens? Now, this is discussed a huge lot. Is the actual world snake making me run, or my picture of the snake? Well thrashed out.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. And it is a mark of undetailed work. And I'm saying this constructively, because I'm sure you will get into the detail. To say, especially about something as pluralistic as Indian philosophy and Indian knowledge systems, that the overall IK's view is that consciousness is fundamental in reality. He mentioned Sankhya, you mentioned Sankhya. That goes completely against Sankhya. Why? Because most of the world is Prakriti, which is not consciousness. Now you might say, oh, ultimately that theory was rejected, that is dualistic. Who says that all of Indian knowledge system is non-dualistic? Advaita Vedantins say that. Sringeri Mutt says that. But if you go to, Udupi, go to a Madhva, go ask Varakhedi. 5 distinctions, dualities, are absolutely fundamental to reality. Distinction between one person and another person, consciousness, 2 consciousnesses. They are never the same. Distinction between God and the world, second. Distinction between God and the consciousness. Distinction between 2 material objects. These distinctions are never to be reduced. That it is a mistake of our mind. One day we'll all become unified. Madhva will curse you. And we'll say, you are a Buddhist in disguise. If you're talking about non-dualism. That is the fun. And yet, we have not burnt each other's temples. Sringeri Ashram, which is Shankarite, which Shankara was called by Madhva a closet Buddhist. And Shankara will go to hell, according to them. But every year, for the last 100 years, they honor a dualist scholar. This is our tradition. That ethics of tolerating difference is absolutely essential, even from the scientific point of view and academic point of view. Because otherwise, you'll be searching like late, old Einstein, a unified field theory of everything. And until everybody agrees with that, you'll be frustrated. But it's an ongoing process. So, but I really learned towards the end, I have one agenda. Like you said, perception action we have thrashed out. We will, till the end, even the last paper, Nivedita Chaturvedis, we'll talk about that. But one thing we have not explored. You used that word. We spent a lifetime exploring that word, which is perception must become meaningful. What is meaningfulness? Science doesn't say anything about it. From meaningful, adjective, semantic. Many theories of meaning. Many. We said realist theory of meaning, anti-theorist, truth functional theory of meaning, truth conditional theory of meaning, intuitionist theory of meaning, anti-realist theories of meaning. They don't know anything about it. And if you ask, what is Shabdartha, Padartha, Vakyartha? You have to know about theory. But I'm not giving more tasks, but we have to explore the concept of meaning.
Yeah.
Very important. And don't abolish concept of meaning for philosophers. Philosophers and you guys together can explore that. And different systems will give you help. Yes. Sorry for...
Yeah, we actually need a lot of guidance from you.
No, I'm sorry for such a long thing, but I was trying to bring in together.
Yeah, and to be honest, I was not well aware about the audience, so I kept the talk very generic and very high level. I kind of excluded the details, but
he did. He did. That's very good.
Yeah,
he did.
He has.
No, the audience. I mean, we should not we should not talk down to the audience.
Right.
We have to, raise the audience always. So the popular book publisher Penguin, Penguin Books, which is when they offered me a contract with some advance. And they said, we know you write technical philosophy. Don't write down to us. Like write, because in our highest technicality, like a good mathematician, we write clearly. We don't obfuscate. But it has to be semantically significant. It's still obfuscation, not simplification.
Right.
Simplification will give the details.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. There was one maybe question here.
Namaste. So this your comment about mathematical models brought something that a lot of us have been, we had a conference on knowing IKS terms. I think that's the first thing that all people not trained in, other than learning Sanskritam, of course, and really doing text and understanding. I think first thing we all did was make a list of terms and then sit down and understand where everything came from. And your comment about how, mathematical models to describe. So my understanding from IKS is the Vastu and Vastu kind of an analogy. So there is a water and there is a bottle. So your water is in the bottle, you can carry milk also in the bottle. So your bottle is basically mathematics. So you can take that out of anything and then apply it across. So I was wondering if there is any parallel to, has anybody explored these kind of models for consciousness or?
So we are just beginning to develop those. We don't have it fully developed. It's in the works. I mean, we are collaborating, Jyotiranjan and myself and few others. We have some ideas, and one of the things that you saw in his flocking of birds example, right, is that of quantum entanglement. So the idea that we are exploring here is that perception is like an entangling process between the observer, the conscious observer, and the world. So instead of thinking of perception as a classical process of information relaying from the world to the observer, we try to model it as an entangling process. So basically use quantum formalism of entanglement for perception and same for action. So basically we are in some sense entangled with the world when we are perceiving and when action is being performed. So
sorry, one interruption. If I understood Jyotiranjan, even his simplest clearest was not a two-term relation of entanglement, but a three-term one, which is observer, other observers, and the world. Because there is a feedback loop.
Right.
Because every observer is doing a triangulation.
Correct. Yeah.
That is to the world, to the other observer, and to his assessment of what the other words are, how the other observer.
Correct.
And even the bird is doing it.
Right.
Even the bird which is following other birds. So it is not like the Darwinian would say, oh, it is unconsciously they are just doing it. Of course they are not first forming a vikalpa perception. Okay, I will now follow the other bird, not like that. But it looks like at least a three-term thing. So I called my last big book Object, Subject, and Other Subject. So you see other birds, because you gave that picture. One bird has two options. Each of those birds has other two options. And as a result, this whole thing comes.
These
Right.
what he's talking about also includes that. It didn't spell out the details, but there we're talking about many conscious agents.
Network of conscious agents. So just like there are many birds and they form a group and flock together. So there is one conscious agent which is interacting with the world through this process of entanglement, but there are other conscious agents also entangled with the world. So therefore, there is the interaction between different conscious agents going on. So it's like a network.
Common shared reality
Common.
emerging out of this network of interactions, perception and action.
Yeah.
So in this mathematical model, for example, with the birds, when they do murmurations, they showed that the motion is similar to that of helium when it's very cold. So the equations are same again across its. And then recently there's another paper that talks about these extremities having so the behavior of the extremes dictated the direction of the birds flocking. Did you look at those papers? This is also so the form is actually something that this is something that is interesting for somebody from physics background like me to know where this is headed in.
Sure. So we can exchange some contacts after this. Okay, thank you for the feedback.
So thank you very much, Dr. Venkatesh. Nice engaging discussion, and thank you, Professor Arindam and others. So I think today we are closing just one final talk by Dr. Nivedita. So yeah, so let me close the presentation first. So I really congratulate to all of you that you all very patiently sat through maybe 10 hours or so and patiently heard everyone. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, I downloaded. What was the name? Alternate. Okay.
A warm good evening to all. Many thanks for waiting it out, as Dr. Jyotiranjan said. And the topic of I'll be brief, but I hope I'll also touch on the important points. The topic of my talk today is alternate accounts of perception suggest variant scopes of what we can perceive. Kumaril, Vasubandhu, and Dharmakirti on accounts of visual and auditory perception. Right. So the very question of why are there alternate accounts of perception comes about because there are two problems that have been pointed out with regard to how we perceive what we perceive, namely the process of perception as such. And the two problems are, if it is proposed that the eye and the ear perceive objects by contacting them, then how can the eyes and the ears possibly perceive their objects at all? For two problems arise. The first problem is, how can one perceive the wafting smell of a garden rose or even the sound of thunder, where the garden rose and thunder are objects at a distance, right? So first is the problem from distance. And second, let us now bring our attention to the magnitude of the objects of the eye and that of the ear. The objects are small or large in magnitude. Also, correspondingly, let us bring our attention to the magnitude of the sense organs of the eye and the ear. Let us now compare the magnitude of the sense organ of the eye and ear with that of its respective object. It may be noted that in some cases, the objects of the eye and the ear are larger in magnitude than the magnitude of the sense organs themselves. Just like the eyes perceive a mountain, the ear hears the sound of thundering clouds, where the magnitude of the objects is greater than that of the physiological seat of the organ perceiving it. So, for example, the iris of the eye and the lining of the ear vis-a-vis the large objects of the eye and the ear, such as a mountain or the cloud emanating thunder. If it is maintained that perception results from the connection or contact between sense faculties and objects, the Buddhists argue that owing to discrepancy in magnitude of the physiological seat of the sense organ of vision and audition and the magnitude of the objects, the sense organ of the eye and ear cannot establish the connection with sense faculty to perceive their respective objects. This is the second problem forwarded by the Buddhists, not originally forwarded by the Buddhists, but reiterated by the Buddhist Dinaga in the Praman Samuchaya to deny the possibility that connection between sense faculty and object yields perception. So these two problems against the proposal that the process of perception plays out by the senses contacting or coming in connection with the objects, right? Now, in response to these two problems, the two problems reiterated by the Buddhist, there are two answers to the problems. One answer where, well, both the answers attempt to bypass the problem, to, not have the problem applied to them, to bypass the problem. And the two traditions, the Buddhists and Kumarila that I'm considering here, do this in their own ways. So I'll first consider the first solution of the Buddhists, right? How do the Buddhists bypass the two problems, namely the problem of magnitude and the problem of objects at a distance? The Buddhists narrate, okay, so to explain visual and auditory perception in terms of the eye and the ear coming in contact or even in connection with colors, shapes, and sounds is to obstruct our aim of explaining them in the first place. For the eye cannot see the eyelash that has gone into the eye. The Buddhists steer clear of the problems that result from this proposal by offering that the eye and the ear directly acquaint their objects. And as Professor Madhumita also had quoted from the Abhidharma Samuchaya, if I recollect, Sakshat Pratitihi is the quote unquote from even Dharmakirti Praman Vartik. Direct acquaintance. The eye directly acquaints the mountain at a distance. The ear directly acquaints the thunder emanating from the clouds much at a distance, at a much greater distance. So now, why I have put this painting in this place is because of the following slide. Just before we begin to understand how is it that the Buddhists narrate their process of perception? What is the Buddhist answer, meaning to say Dharmakirti and Vasubandhu's answer in response to the problem how we perceive what we perceive? Let us first understand that, let's take one example of a certain girl named Anna who is lying beside a stream, okay, who's lying in a field, let's say, and with trees around her and, sort of like birds zipping past her in the sky. And she's also able to hear, let's say there's a stream nearby, she's also able to hear the gurgling sound waters, the rush of the waters of the stream. So with regard to how does perception play out in the account of the Buddhist, my answer, as I've articulated it, is that Anna does and does not perceive. If you see the second line, second point, it may be remarked, Anna does and does not perceive objects as we understand them to be. In other words, Anna does and does not perceive as we understand perception to be. Okay, so one by one, I'll give my arguments for how Anna does not perceive as we understand perception to be, and thereby the other position. So keeping the example in mind, this example namely. Okay, so when we make sense of the Buddhist account of perception, and why do I do this? It's because of this. When we make sense of the Buddhist account of perception as approached from a common sense understanding of the term perception by taking this example. So I'm trying to, largely the attack is, as we've all been hearing from the morning, right? That it is nirvikalpaka, non-qualificative, non-predicative, immaculate perception that is only perception for the Buddhists, right? Now for some people who've heard this for the first time, it may just seem to be counterintuitive, right? Because as Professor Chakrabarty also pointed out in his talk, that perception is only perception as long as it serves an action. And Professor Chattopadhyay also defended how come non-qualificative perception also serves purposeful action, right? So my attempt to do this methodologically, which is Anna does not perceive as we understand perception to be, and arguments in favor of Anna does perceive as we understand perception to be. Why I'm doing this? Because I want to make an account, I want to make a case for understanding the Buddhist narrative of perception as not being counterintuitive, right? So it may be remarked, Anna does and does not perceive objects as we understand them to be. She does not perceive objects as we understand them to be, as she sees a patchwork of white and black of a certain shape zip past her at a distance and hears a gurgling coarse sound coming from a distant source, and the fragrance of magnolias not identifies as the fragrance of magnolias as such, right? Because it's non-qualificative, it's non-predicative. These are raw sensations, a legit variety of perception, or rather the only variety of perception as the Buddhists would have it. The patchwork of white and black of a certain shape is perceived as an albatross zipping past from one tree to another, and the gurgling coarse sound is perceived as the sound emanating from rushing waters, where when the mental operations of conceptualizations conjoins the raw perception with name and form and memory superimposed in quote unquote, because as Professor Chattopadhyay also pointed out, falsely superimposed, right? Just as Ganeri iterates the widely understood worldview of the Buddhists, I quote, perception of objects is itself a rational activity. One does not, properly speaking, perceive objects at all, but only patterns of color, sound, touch, smell, and taste. From their sequence in time and arrangement in space, one infers the presence of an object of one kind or another, right? As Professor Chakrabarty also pointed out in the morning, that Qualificative perception is almost a kind of reasoning, right? And thereby inferential. Reason here is a mental faculty of construction, synthesis, and superimposition of name and form. It brings order to the array of sensory data, right? As per Vasubandhu, if a few sensory experiences are being experienced together, it is not the case that they are actually occurring together. In this sense, Anna does not perceive as we understand perception to be. Rather, are being experienced sequentially, just in quick succession, which gives us the false idea of simultaneity of perceptions. Further, the Buddhists understand the senses and objects to be impermanent in what I call a radical way, such that they already do not exist, presently exist, and will exist in the future moment by moment. Momentary sort of like continuum of perceptions. And also sense organs and also objects, because that is the nature of reality as they narrate it to be. The eye organ is internal. Okay, again, this is another argument in favor of Anna does. Okay, so now we move on to Anna does perceive as we understand perception to be. Okay, so in what ways is the Buddhist account of perception similar to our commonsensical account of perception? The eye organ is internal and it pertains to one's own psychophysical continuum, and it is transparent. It cannot be seen. It has its seat in the eyeball, which is external, born of the 4 elements, which can be seen. This is from Abhidharmakosha Bhashya. The one who perceives is the psychophysical continuum. The sensory receptors are not the eyes, ears themselves, but rather the receptors lie at the back of the eyes, inside the ear, and are transparent. The sense faculty is not equivalent to the sense organ. That the visual organ is ascertained as transparent may relate to the fact that the cornea is clear like a window. Here I'm trying to make sense of what they said here. The sense faculty is not equivalent to the sense organ. So I'm trying to make commonsensical understanding of it by corroborating it with the fact that the cornea is like a clear window. It helps your eye focus the light to make things look sharp and clear. Visual consciousness does not just arise from the atom of the eye organ and the atom of the visual form presented to it, but also the operations of the inner sense, which have a past basis. Visual consciousness has the continuum of the eye as its basis, which is simultaneous with it, but also the continuum of the inner sense as its basis, which is of the immediately preceding moment, and also the immediate past, thought-related part of the dharma component as its immediate precondition. Again, yeah. So again, Professor Chakrabarty made an argument to sort of like, perhaps we'll discuss that later. The eye organ is understood to be a basis of resultant visual consciousness, while the visible form of color shape is not a basis for changes in the eye bring about a change in the visual consciousness. Okay, so why Pratyakṣa is called Pratyakṣa and not Prativishaya? This may be understood as corresponding to the functionality of the cornea, which helps your eye focus the light to make things look sharp and clear, and the functionality of the iris. It controls how wide the pupil is, how much light can pass into your eye. In bright light, iris is narrow, reducing the amount of light that enters the eye. In dim, it widens. All this happens automatically. Here, again, I'm trying to make sense of why Pratyakṣa and not Prativishaya. Behind the iris is the lens of the eye. Another argument, it helps focus the light coming into your eyes so that you can see things clearly. The lens flattens so you can see things that are far away, and bends so you can see things up close. Deformations in either of these adversely affect the resultant visual consciousness. It is by virtue of a change in the eye that their cognitions change, because there is conformity in terms of what is favorable or injurious, sharp or dim. The change of those cognitions is not by virtue of a change in the forms, in the visible forms, and so on. Okay, so Pratyakṣa, because the visual component sort of like corroborates to it. Okay, so here is an image for you to imagine, since we are discussing how is it that we perceive what we perceive by two divergent accounts, right? So the eyes of this child in blue looking at the tree, the eyes of which is, in other words, in the Buddhist terms, the eyes of the child in blue directly acquainting the tree, Sakshat Patitihi, as Dharmakirti puts it. Now let's understand, let's the middle part of the presentation, let's understand how is it that we perceive what we perceive. Precisely how do the eyes directly acquaint visible form? Let's do this by tracing the sequence of visual perception. Okay, the sequence of how visual perception unfolds in time. Owing to the dissimilar magnitude and the necessity of objects to be at a distance, it's hard to imagine that the eye and ear come in connection with the albatross and the stream when perceiving them. Rather, the possibility of the eye directly acquainting the albatross and the ear directly acquainting the sound of the stream seems like a plausibility or likelihood. It remains to be asked, how, does this actually happen? Okay. The Buddhist understanding goes a step further and says that the visual sense strikes the object when there is a desire to see it. All these I have taken up from, this is from the Arthasalini. The eye's main job is to detect patterns of light. Then they work with your brain to turn those patterns into images, right? Merely a sense stimulus and a sense receptor does not give rise to sense perception. Further, does not do so immediately. A fraction of a second later than the acquaintance of the stimulus and the receptor, the nerve impulse makes contact with the primary receptive area. It gives rise to sensation. Here I've supplied some words from common sense scientific understanding to make fuller sense of what I've gathered from my Buddhist sources of Buddhaghosha, Vasubandhu, mainly. This contact, this is very important because earlier, you may ask the question that since we are annihilating contact in the process of perception on the face of it, right? Because we are saying that the eye directly acquaints the mountain and the ear directly acquaints the thunder. So you may ask, from where is the contact of phassa, which in Sanskrit translates to sparsha? Contact is coming into the picture, right? So as I said, we're looking at visual perception sequentially here, right? So a fraction of a second later than the sense stimulus the sense stimulus directly acquainting the sense receptor, right? The nerve impulse makes contact with the primary receptive area in the brain. It gives rise to sensation, right? This sensation as such is what I called in the example as perceiving a patchwork of black and white in perceiving the albatross, right? This contact is phassa. This sensation, as it were, the raw material of experience, as it is the crude awareness of sound, right? Because the crude awareness is the first awareness and the legit perception, according to the Buddhists, buzzing, whirring, clicking, or the crude awareness of light, flashes, sparks, just like how Anna perceives objects initially explained by the Buddhists in the presentation. Following this, each primary receptive area passes on the nerve impulse to its parasensory area in the brain, which receives nerve impulses from many association areas in the brain as well. This results in perception in full, as I call it, laymanly. Crude visual sensation of flashing lights and a patchwork of colors becomes the sight of an albatross, and the crude auditory sensation of roaring, gurgling stream becomes the sound of the stream. In the parasensory areas of the brain, information received from the association areas is superimposed on visual or auditory sensation to yield perception as we know it, right? As the Buddhists reported to be. So this broadly I have traced, work still needs to be done, but this broadly I have traced as the sequential report of perception as Buddhaghosha and Vasubandhu would have it. Now I move on to my other proponent in the title, which is Kumarila. And I take just one explanation from Kumarila of how perception comes to be. How do we perceive what we perceive, right? So here Kumarila sort of appeals to intertextuality and sources the concept of vritti from the Sankhya notion, right? From the Sankhya notion, the vritti concept is sourced to safeguard his theory of the senses coming in connection, the eye coming in connection with the mountain at a distance, right? So because he has to safeguard himself from the two problems. How does the eye come in connection with the mountain at a distance, right? And how does the eye faculty which resides in the small, like this much eyeball, come in connection with the large mountain at a distance. So magnitude and distance. Again, so to safeguard his, he still maintains in the Shloka Artika that the eye comes in connection, and so do the all five the sense organs. I'm just taking the case of the eye here. The eye comes in connection with the object at a distance, right? He is still maintaining it. And to explain Samprayoga connection further, in other words, he sources the concept of vritti, right? So, like as I would tell you, we can imagine here, yeah, this would help. Okay, so let's say the child in blue looking at the tree above, okay? So Kumaril would say something like, the visual faculty, which is not the same as the sense organ of the eye, leaps out of its seat, adhishthana, of the pupil iris, and comes in connection with the object at a relatively safe distance, because greater distance really can't be seen. Comes in connection, grasps, takes the form of, let's say, the branch being seen here, the middle, at the middle of the tree, the branch being seen by the child in blue, okay? Takes the form of the branch and comes back to yield resultant perception, right? So I repeat, yeah. So I repeat, one way of explaining how is it possible, given the problems of magnitude and given the problems of distance, how is it possible at all to still maintain a connection thesis, right? So the eye faculty, which is not the same as the eye organ, we have already established it, right? So the eye faculty leaps out, goes out of the adhishthana, the sense organ of the eye, the eyeball, to come in connection with the branch of the tree and to grasp it. And how do I explain it? To defend it in a non-counterintuitive manner, I explain it with the example of, let's say, even in modern scientific terms, we know it by our, class 10th grade science textbooks, that we get to form a picture of whatever we see, at some point in the brain, right? So this is how I explain the grasping of the branch of the tree and the coming back of the visual faculty as such. So that becomes possible because Kumarila resorts to the concept of vritti of Sankhya. And he says here, as you can see here on the screenshot that I have taken. All right. Yeah. And similarly is for the auditory faculty, which I will skip here for time's sake. Yeah. So that's about it from my side. Thank you so much for your patient listening. The questions? Yes, please. There's a question at the back. Yeah, and here. And ma'am.
Sarvebhyo Namaha. My query is open to all the distinct speakers here. For example, we were learning about the perception and we know about the other pramanas as well. And we say that certain events, some actions and certain kinds of knowledge is present and we are perceiving it with the tools which are known as the pramanas, right? And apart from the Brahmana concept or the concept of Brahman and the Shunyata in the Buddhist philosophy, there can be certain events or examples where all the pramanas can fail and prior knowledge is required. For example, if there are two persons talking about something and one is coming late and the other one is saying, "Arey, aap bahut jaldi aaye hain," and the perception from the sensory organ without the prior knowledge of this Vyanjana and Lakshana, you will be taking it as okay. So the person is coming earlier. So is there something in our ancient Indian philosophies where the pramanas are not fully complete, and there can be some examples or some events where certain other kind of tools are required for those means of knowledge. Can you elaborate about this?
I see. So, would you like to illustrate with an example your question, please? She did, yeah, Lakshana and Vyanjana. Yes. So your precise question is that, how I understand it, are there such cases where the pramanas which we have, that we study about in classical Indian systems, fail or fall short, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And something besides pramana. But like in your example also that you mentioned, that we have to resort to Lakshana and Vyanjana in the case that, oh, you've come so early, like a student walks into the class and the teacher waits and says, oh, you've come in so early, I have 10 minutes into the class, right? So there also, don't you think that Lakshana and Vyanjana are a part of verbal testimony that are being employed by the listener of, oh, you've come so late, to understand the question? What do you think?
Ma'am, I was thinking that this verbal testimony, what we perceive, what I perceive personally, is something which is told to us by our elders, and which is which can be history as well. That okay, something happened, and if my grandfather has told me, and there can be value systems as well, which we get from the verbal testimonies. We follow the same. But yes, ma'am.
I would just like to say that if you are, your question has the orientation of taking pramanas in classical Indian philosophy as a whole, right?
Yes,
so your conception and understanding of each pramana also, don't you think, should also encompass a larger understanding of verbal testimony as such, and not just what verbal testimony as defined as what is being heard from elders? Why don't you take a larger holistic understanding of verbal testimony here also, since your question also has the orientation of a holistic understanding of the pramanas in all the systems?
So,
my answer to the question, like you said, right, that Lakshana and Vyanjana are being resorted to in your example, right? So I would say that Lakshana and Vyanjana are also a part of verbal testimony, right? You're appealing to your sense of verbal testimony in order to make sense of the statement being made, right? If you have some other examples, we can discuss.
Ma'am, my query is it so that everything falls under the ambit of all the 5-6 pramanas, and there cannot be any situations apart from these for pursuing any knowledge?
At least in the example that you gave, it is proved from there, with evidence that whatever.
I may be wrong,
Right.
but I think that while we are giving much emphasis on this perception aspect of IKS, that is knowledge in general, in Indian tradition, with the same problems can be found in the case of other types of knowledge. She has given as example the verbal cognition, shabdogyan, and in that case, when we speak, make a distinction between Lakshana and Vyanjana, that is also different from what we understand or ordinarily understand. So I think her question is, why is it not necessary to bring such elaborate discussions on other types of pramana? Am I right? I think so. But I think that on behalf of Nivedita, I just want to say that if this is your question, so the perception is, since perception is considered to be one type of pramana in Indian philosophical systems, therefore the organizers have started with this perception, and perception is commonly accepted by all as the source of the correct knowledge.
Also, Pratyakṣa purvakatva.
Yes, that yes. And it is the primary source. That is, on perception is dependent the all other sources of knowledge. That is unless yogya, which is a sensory perception.
But I think just to reiterate, ma'am, your question is also one side of her question. But I think what you are trying to ask is, dear student, that within the ambit of all the pramanas, 6, 7, 8 pramanas that Indian classical systems taxonomize, are sources of knowing covered? That's what you're asking, right? And if anyone wants to answer that, Professor, would you like to answer? I'm like, my leaning, it's an open-ended question. I would think about it, but my leaning, as far as I have studied and known, is I would say a yes, although, but I would just think about it and get back to you also. Yeah.
I think that her question was very valid.
Right.
Your answer that it is part of Shabdabodha.
Right.
A system of understanding other people's words. That's very correct. What is interesting is that, and she may not know, is that Shabdabodha itself, just as perception theory, not only includes perception of physical object, perception of sounds, it includes alaukika pratyakṣa, it includes perception of the past. We saw it includes perception of time difference.
Perception of other persons also.
Huge.
Yes.
Similarly, understanding of words, whether text, scriptures, or other people, or your body, or sarcasms, like I want to look at her. So, sarcasms, like a sarcastic comment, this is all overall bringable under the heading of Shabda Gyan, from words. Okay? And as they said, but there is an interdependence of the sources of knowledge. As far as your dissatisfaction that these kinds were not discussed, remember, this conference was about enigmas of sense perception, widely understood as suprasensory perception also. This is not at all. We haven't even scratched the surface. There has to be at least 20 conferences on inference. Right? Inference. Indian knowledge system has tons of stuff to talk about. Just the Buddhists themselves have inferences theories. And as she is right, we should never forget about slanted, crooked statements, implicit, other deeper meanings, all of those. This is very much part of, but one should, at the end of the day, still justify why this was called enigmas of perception. Because, to continue your story, if the boy who is late and the teacher sarcastically says, "You are early today," if he says in response naively, "Sir, I don't see your point. I'm not early, I'm late," then he is using the word see as a perception word. So in that sense, you could include everything under perception. But the Indian attitude is just your attitude. If 2 pramanas is not enough, Charvaka said everything is perception, rejected by the Buddhists and the Sankhas, 2 sources, perception, inference, rejected by yoga, perception, inference, testimony, rejected by Nyaya, perception, inference, testimony, analogy, rejected by Mimamsa, 6 sources. If you add a 7th source, well and good.
So be it. So be it. Thank you.
One question.
Professor has a question.
No, I don't have any question.
Okay.
Pranam, ma'am. My question is related to what you explained. Our eyes go out to like that concept.
Right.
What I want to ask is, there are instances when we are seeing something, but we are not perceiving it. We are seeing, but not seeing. Our mind is somewhere else. So in those how would you define it? Is there something which sends the I, and there are instances when it does not also? There's one more question key. Is it how do we conceptualize this? Because there's this thought faculty where we think about something very distant, and like there are so many thoughts, so we cannot conceptualize that as my thought went to that place and then now it's going to another place and that is happening. So there must be some other mechanism by which it works. If that is true for the case of thought, then that should also work for these senses, and there would be no necessity for them to go to an object and then have that sannikasha or the concept that we were talking about.
I'll answer your first question first, and then I'll demand a clarification for the second, right? Okay, so the first question that you asked is that, let's say I'm looking at you, but I'm not really looking at you. My mind is lost, right? In response to this, the second proponent who makes the use of vritti, right, leaping out of the senses, Kumar, he himself gives us a theory, okay? He says that as long as the senses are in connection with the objects in the present, okay, and the connection is not just of the I and the object, but the connection is of the object, the I, the mental faculty, or the inner sense, also called the inner sense, and the soul, okay? So as long as the connection of these four is established, there is perception of your face in front of my eyes. But if there is only the connection of your face and my eyes, and not of my eyes and the inner sense, and not of the inner sense and my soul, then I'm just blankly staring at you and into my own thoughts. Of the second question, where you said, I think your second question is delving into the domain of something known as mental perception or perception of the mind only, okay? Mind, of course, is used, right, in all 5 types of perception, all 5 types of sensory perception. But there is also one perception where you're saying, I think the case of daydreaming, if we take it, right, where a mind goes from one object to the other. Can you reiterate your second question, or am I getting you right? Is your second question in the domain of mental perception only?
It can be, because it was related to thoughts, but it is more than daydreaming. Just when we are thinking about anything in general,
right,
maybe it can be conscious and subconscious,
right,
though it happens all the time.
What's your question, please?
My question was, how does this function? Because this is also a faculty, not related to senses, but we are able to think without a thought or thought faculty needing to go to a specific place and have that sannikasha and then think.
So
basically she's asking how the vritti part is functioning.
Right. Right.
Of
the Indriyas and not of the, yeah, that's what I was about to come to. Yeah. So Professor answered it for me.
Perhaps she means
manas indriya.
Yeah, that's what I said. Of the domain of mental perception. But then vritti answer will not apply.
She didn't ask about mental perception. She asked about thought or consciousness.
Consciousness doesn't travel. Consciousness is everywhere.
And this sort of question, I think the Buddhists will not answer. Because for them, especially with regard to Varakhedi and Jadavpur school, they did not bring in the question of contact.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So what
her question is
that can be found in the earlier theory,
right,
earlier Buddhists,
right, Asanga.
That is of the Hinojana tradition, Shavastivadi tradition.
Coming from something.
No, I am speaking
from the Buddhist.
Buddhist. So from that perspective, this question will not arise. Because for Enigma and others, this sort of determinate perception is not a perception at all.
I just recommend, absolutely, ma'am. But I think she's more asking the question in terms of vritti.
So that will go to the
Kumarila side. In that regard, I would recommend you to read one chapter from Professor's book, Subject, Object, and Other Subjects. Inner sense. There's a chapter in a sense, if you could refer to it. In defense of an inner sense. Okay. And just as a synoptic thing, I would like to tell you, dear student, that the vritti option, the vritti explanation of how does the sense come in connection with the object may be delimited, may be understood to be delimited to the 5 sensory faculties. And for the mind, there would be another explanation altogether. That's yet to be explored by me, but I'm sure you will find your answer in that chapter.
All right.
Thank
you so much.
You can also look at the concept of mind by Gilbert Ryle, please. The concept of mind by Gilbert Ryle. Yeah. Thank you. There's another question.
Okay, last question.
Yeah. Thank you.
Precisely, how do I delineate my life? And then there's this thing of desire to see. So
Right.
we didn't see the gorilla because we didn't have the desire to see the gorilla. So seems to be a desire that's before perception. So is that something that is tied to? Is there some comments
Volition,
on?
yeah, volition as they would call
Is there a
it.
will to? So is that included in the idea of perception at all? Is it tied to the idea of perception at all?
Absolutely, yeah, very pertinent question. Thank you so much for it. I'm yet to, yeah, for textually answering the question, I'm yet to research on it. That is an aside that I had kept for myself as well. But volition before perception for seeing or hearing or sensorily perceiving any object as such. Volition, the existence and the need, the sufficient condition of volition, will, desire,
That seems to be the first step towards
before perception. I leave the question open to the audience, the scholastic audience here. Mike, please.
There's huge literature, and I'm sure the IIT people, Buddhists have discussed this the most, the role of vasanas, and desires come from habits. And what is interesting, the Yoga Sutra discussion of memory, what we remember and what we forget, is directly connects it with what we desire to remember and what we desire to forget. And so somebody who remembers every Hindi movie song, after 10 years of it, cannot remember the periodic table because of desire. But I don't know whether in this whole audience, at least on the women students, if there is anybody interested in feminist epistemology, even if there isn't, one of the major contributions of feminist epistemology has been to emphasize the role of caring in knowing something. Now, when you take care of a patient or somebody sick, okay, I'm mentioning this because this has something to do with the Sanskrit language. In every Indian vernacular, which is derived from Sanskrit, there is a word for nursing and taking care of a mariz, of a sick patient.
Are you talking about bri?
No. A common word, shushrusha. You know what that means in Sanskrit? Desire to hear. So to care for somebody is to always want to hear how is she feeling, what is her symptom. And a bad nurse does all her duties, but if you tell her, today I'm feeling bad, she will go away. She doesn't care because she doesn't have shushrusha. So shrotum ichha, sunne ki, lending is a bad English word. Okay. It's good for capitalist economy because then you are expecting an interest out of it. Because when you lend money, then there is
volunteering.
Yes. I hope you don't care for people hoping that You'll get something out of it. But Sushrusha is a very nice desire word. Similarly, Didriksha, to see, right? When a friend comes, the mother who hasn't seen a child who has gone to hostel for 6 months, when she comes, she notices every zits and every crack in the skin. Why? Because she has Didriksha. Okay. No, this is San Pratyaya. San Pratyaya. Didriksha, all of them. Didriksha. And what is interesting, that gives you details of visual perception and of knowledge. And that's why a caring physician is one who has Shushrusha.
And just to my last comment, please. So as you said, right, well noted, when there is a desire to see it, right? I'll just give you the textual reference for it. This I have picked from the Atta Salini of Buddha Ghosha. You may refer to it if you like. Professor, I wonder whether desire here would have any correlations with dispositions.
But that's a technical.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, so that was wonderful discussion, wonderful talk by Nivedita. And so a couple of announcements. Yeah. Okay, so we'll have a common group photograph now, and 2-3 announcements. The online people, I think still there are some people connected, and in the beginning there were a lot. We got some messages that they could not ask questions. So we were planning that all the speakers, maybe we can devote someday convenient to all of us. And email the question, or maybe we were thinking that maybe 1 hour or 2 hours.
It's very hard to find time because full teaching sessions have not.
On Zoom, I was saying. On Zoom, they will connect.
On Zoom also.
Yeah.
Zoom doesn't require physical presence. It requires
Yes. Okay, then okay, we'll collect the questions and then we will, yeah. Okay, so we'll circulate the Google form and they will write the questions and then.
Until you find the technology when between 7:30 and 7:31, you'll find 2 hours.
We'll try. Okay, so that was good. Another announcement, we have poster presenters. How many? 7, 6 or 7. And they have wonderful posters displayed outside. We would request all the audience to at least let us.
Why don't you take the group photograph there?
Yeah,
That
so
would be nice.
that will be yeah. Even because yeah, I don't know the light condition, how the light condition is there. Here we can bring the posters here also. No? Okay. So yeah, and the next conference coming is like as Professor Arindam said that inference is use word of like you are asking why only perception. Now the next conference we are coming up with is inference and decision making, exploring an IKS perspective. So probably in early December we'll be having this, and request all of you to be participating on this. Any other announcement? Okay, so we all are going for we'll probably take one photograph here and then we'll another photograph outside, and tea is available. Yeah, sir, we'll take sir Arindam sir, we'll take one photograph here.
Power output.
एक वीडियो फोटो तो नहीं आ पाएगी। हाँ फोटो आप क्लिक करो, फोटो क्लिक कर दो, मैं कर दूंगा, स्टेज पे करवा दो, अच्छे से करवा दो आप, मैं क्लिक कर देता हूँ इससे। ये सर वायर निकाल सकते हैं?
थैंक यू।
हाँ हो सकता है प्रोजेक्ट ऑफ हो जाएगा,
प्रोजेक्टर ऑफ।
हाँ